So, Michelle, good morning. Are we 2 minutes? Okay. I'll just do what I'm told, which is keep quiet for 2 minutes. Michelle, are we live on YouTube? Okay, so thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to New York, and thank you all for getting here. I know a lot of you have come from long way away, and of course you're extremely busy, so this is a huge commitment. First of all, I'd like to sort of welcome my two sort of colleagues and friends, I would even say, Gabriela and Tom, who are the respective chairs of the IAASB and the IAASB. And I would also like to welcome the two deputy chairs of the two standard setting boards, so Josephine and Laurie. I also would like to acknowledge Robert Buchanan, who is the PIOB observer. Rob and I have had a chat just earlier this morning, and very much looking forward to his contributions. We have a number of members who are joining us virtually, so obviously with the time difference, we'll try to make sure that we get them in as much as we can. We've received some apologies for some members that aren't able to make it either in for both days or for just the one day. I'd also like to say that the staff of the International Foundation for Ethics and Assurance have been absolutely excellent since the SAC was formed. In getting sort of the arrangements made, getting the papers together, the materials for this meeting. So I'd like to really thank them for that, and they've been very good to me in supporting me while I've been in my own sort of preparation for this meeting. I'd also like to thank the Standard Setting Board task forces and working groups for everything they're doing and they've done so far, and of course we'll be talking a lot about the work that they do. And I'd also like to thank the observers, so James Ferris for the UK FRC, and Paul Munter, who is the monitoring group chair and the chief accountant of the SEC. Paul, of course, has been very instrumental in the setup of the SAC as a result of the monitoring group reforms. So Paul, it's great to see you again, and thank you very much for everything you've done. And finally, I'd like to thank all of my SAC member colleagues for your willingness to serve on this council. You know, I recognize you're very busy. I appreciate the time that you devote to serve the public interest, which is of course why we're all here. And of course, most importantly, in supporting the development and the implementation of high quality international standards for both ethics and audit and assurance. So just a quick reminder in terms of how we're going to go. If you're not speaking, please, turn your microphone off, so keep it on mute. If you want to participate, and of course, we are all here to participate, and I would encourage that. Please raise your name card, which is sitting in front of you. And if you're joining us virtually, then please use the raise hand on the raise hand function on the system. So maybe I could, with that, just make a few opening remarks. So the SAC, which has been formed as a result of the monitoring group reforms, was created to provide strategic advice from a multi-stakeholder perspective. And that's why we have such a diverse group of people sitting around this table, to provide those perspectives that both standard setting boards need, the insight into emerging issues and developments which could impact the strategies of the standard setting boards and of course their priorities. And particularly to identify matters that are of a public interest nature. So in so doing, we will advise the standard setting boards on their strategies, their work plans, the proposals to commence significant new projects, bring our views on public interest matters requiring consideration by the standard setting boards. And we want to make sure that we also always think about the adoption and implementation of standards globally, because it's great to have fantastic standards, but if they're not adopted widely, then they're really quite meaningless, and all the excellent work that's being done is only partially used. And I do believe that we as SAC members will benefit from being on this council will benefit from the opportunities to engage with the standard setting boards, and in turn, of course, the standard setting boards will benefit from the vast experience that sits around this table. And a significant effort has been made, and I was part of that initially when I was still president of IFAC, to ensure that we got a very broad representation sitting around this group. And I believe that that's what we've achieved. I'd like to thank the PIOB for making the appointments that they've made. We have people from different backgrounds, different jurisdictions. We have members from 22 countries across all of the continents, representing regulators, financial institutions, professional accounting bodies, preparers, assurers, academia and investors and asset managers. And we felt that that was important because we want to really get a very broad perspective, because what the standard settings boards do is relevant to all of those constituencies. And the greatest value to all, of course, will for us to build connections amongst ourselves and also with the IFEA staff. And I encourage all of us to spend the next 2 days doing just that. And we will have an event this evening, which I think will help to facilitate that. And I'd like to thank the monitoring group and the PIOB for getting us to where we are. This has been a long journey getting to the monitoring group reforms. I was part of it for sort of 7 years when I was on the IFAC board. And the creation of the SAC was one of the most important final steps in the implementation of the monitoring group recommendations. So I wish to recognize the great work done by the former IAASB and the IAASB CAGs, so the consultancy advisory groups, and I'd like to thank them for their valuable contribution over many years. And finally, just to say that it's a real privilege for me to be a member of the SAC, and of course, I feel honored to have been asked to be the inaugural chair. And I really look forward to working with all of you over the coming years. So with that, I'd now like to invite Gabriella and Tom to share their opening remarks, and then we'll start the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Alan Johnson. It's a privilege to be here today with you. I'm going to be very short. My name is Gabriela Figueiredo Dias. For those who don't know me, I'm the chair of the IESBA, and I'm really proud to be here today with this very important group of people, not only because each of you will represent for sure an incredible value for the work that we do in terms of the strategic guidance and advice that you will be providing to the boards, but also because, as Alan mentioned, these standards that Tom and I and our boards and staff develop can be wonderful, but if they are not adopted, they will not be valued. And it's a huge responsibility and help as well that these SAC members can provide us with helping with the adoption. This is an important moment also because this is a part of the transition that we are going through. I joined the IESBA 2 years and something ago at the start of a period where almost everything was changing. And this is an important part of the move of the implementation of the monitoring group recommendations and of the move to a new framework and a new approach to the standard setting system. Your strategic advice will be extremely welcome and important for both boards, I'm sure, and Tom will speak about the IAASB, but with respect to the IESBA, in very especially welcome as we are going through also a very special phase and moment of our lives as a standard setter. Our strategy and work plan about which we will have the opportunity to speak sets a significantly different approach and direction, going into paths and ways and adventures which are completely new for us, but of course we can't do it alone. We don't dare doing it alone, and your advice, strategic input, and following up what we do will be extremely important. So thank you very much for accepting to make part of this new Stakeholder Advisory Council, and very much look forward to work with you and to receive your valuable guidance.
Thank you, Gabriella. Thank you, Alan. And most importantly, thank you to everyone around this table for volunteering your time and your expertise to this important cause. I'm Tom Seidenstein. I'm the chair of the IAASB. I often remind people that standard setting is a technical exercise, but in thinking it's a technical exercise, you could forget what the whole purpose is. And it's not just about getting the technical details right. It's about making global economies and markets work better, more efficiently, and increasingly more sustainably for the future, and recognizing that both audit assurance and ethics have a key role in making that happen, because markets don't work without trust. And I think the transformation of our boards, our governance, our infrastructure around standard setting is an acknowledgement of the broad public interest that takes place in audit assurance standard setting and ethics standard setting. And I'm really thrilled that you are willing to spend your time and your energy with us, and that you will help us make our boards better, and also join with us in the cause of acknowledging that global high quality standards set in the public interest through an independent and very transparent due process is the best way to support and achieve the public interest. So we have a real task for us. We view you as our close partners going forward. And I look forward to the discussions, not just today, but in the coming months and years. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tom. What I'd like to do is just to check if there are any questions from anyone on any specific matters before we go into the first agenda item, which is session B. Just to give anyone the opportunity. No? Okay. Right. Do I turn it over to both of you? I turn it over to James. Okay. So this session, as it says in the agenda, is to provide an overview of the SAC and its role. And also, I think it's important to express the difference between SAC and the old consultative advisory groups, because I think that's very important. And then, of course, we go straight into your work plans and your strategies. So over to you. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Alan, for your excellent introduction, and a special thank you, Alan, on behalf of all of those that are working to strengthen the international standard setting system, for your acceptance and your chairmanship of this new group. And to all of you, good morning, and my echo of thanks to you as members of the SAC for your time and efforts in preparing for this meeting. I know most of you, and it's wonderful to see many of you after several years of virtual connections. And it's wonderful to see your continued engagement with international standards. For those that I have not yet had an opportunity and the privilege of meeting, I'm James Gunn. I'm the Managing Director of the two standard setting boards and Treasurer and Secretary of the new International Foundation for Ethics and Audit. And I look forward to connecting with you. The important part of this session, move it forward. You just advance the slide. The important part of this session, of course, is your engagement with Tom and Gabriella on the strategies and priorities of the IAASB and the IASBA. But for the next few minutes, let me frame and give you some topside context. If you'd advance the slide. What I hope to leave with you in the next few minutes is a clear understanding of three things. First, the new organizational structure of the international standard setting system, of which you are an important part of. In this regard, I'd like to highlight the reform objectives and the outcomes that were of being sought by the introduction of this new group. Secondly, I'd like to highlight what I see as the main differences with this SAC arrangement from the previous regime of the two consultative advisory groups. And finally, I'd like to leave with you an understanding of how Alan and staff are organizing ourselves and your agendas to help accomplish your mandate. Next slide, please. This slide sets out the new International Audit Assurance and Ethics Standard Setting System. It's a 3-tier structure with the monitoring group. And the monitoring group, as many of you know, is a group of leading regulatory and international institutions such as IOSCO, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the European Commission, the World Bank, IFIAR, with oversight responsibilities for the entire system, including the PIOB. The system features oversight and public accountability at the monitoring group and the PIOB levels, and the PIOB having a focus on public interest responsiveness of the standards produced by the 2 standard setting boards. Governance. Now, governance and ownership of the 2 standard setting boards, as I think all of you know, was previously with IFAC. I would like to make a note at this moment, an expression of thanks to IFAC. For nearly 25 years, it's developed, it's fostered and made the international standard setting standards the 2 boards have produced a global success. Now, the responsibility for the 2 boards rests with the new International Foundation for Ethics and Audit, a separate and legally independent entity that now houses the 2 standard setting boards. IFIA, it's not too dissimilar to the IFRS in the sense that it's a non-profit entity registered as a Delaware corporation. It has 3 founding members, being IFAC, the monitoring group, and the PIOB, and these were the 3 parties to the 5-year reform process. IFIA has 6-member board of trustees that are responsible for the organization. And finally, within IFIA, the 2 standard setting boards, supported by this advisory group on strategic input to the standards. Next slide, please. So setting architecture aside, why a new SAC and for what purpose? Here, the monitoring group, and as I see it and as I summarize it, here the monitoring group reform process had 3 major objectives. The first, of course, was to strengthen the independence of standard setting and protect against undue influence. And this included a number of initiatives, most, if not all, well implemented already. Second, and perhaps most important from an impact perspective, was to enable standard setting to be even more relevant, with a focus not only on the technical, but adopting a more strategic focus on how they approach their work and their standards, and to do so in a coordinated way where the outcomes of the standards of both boards are complementary, where they're seeking to achieve common objectives. This is where the monitoring group reform specifically saw the opportunity for a multi-stakeholder, strategically focused SAC, jointly for both boards, and where they felt this would have the most impact. And finally, part of the reforms, all of this while maintaining technical quality expected of successful international standard setters done even more timely than before. Next slide. So how is the SAC different from the previous CAG regime? Going back 25 years, I was a part of it. The major changes stem from the fact that the CAGs were formed at a time where IFAC housed the 2 standard setting boards, and there was a heavy balance of input from the profession into the standard setting makeup, perhaps less multi-stakeholder focused than desired by the reforms. And the CAGs, when set up, were designed as a check and balance within the system to ensure a broad range of input into the technical standards or the technical products. And the CAGs operated more as an element of due process rather than as a strategic advisor. So now, as Alan has mentioned, some of the changes, there's a major change in the makeup of this group to even a more broader multi-stakeholder constituency with a broad range of backgrounds. This group has a clearer objective to provide strategic advice, focusing on objectives and scoping of major projects and advice at major decision points within project development. And finally, to do so in an integrated way so that audit and ethics are viewed and considered in a holistic way. What are the board's responsibilities? for bringing to your attention for advice. Well, in addition to their strategies and work programs when they are being developed, all projects in terms of the scope and objectives will come to your attention for your advice at the outset of the projects. Throughout the life of any major project, at any time where we've got a major decision or a pivot point, especially if our decisions are going to affect the outcomes or the scope or the design as intended of the standards that we're working for. The boards will, of course, come to you at any point on any topic where they feel your advice will be helpful. Next slide, please. And so over the next 2 days, we'll therefore be seeking your views and advice on the scope and direction on a number of projects, significant projects that are at the scoping, the commencement stage, designing to consider their objectives, their outcomes, the scope, the intended impact. We'll be looking for your advice on a number of projects that are ongoing, where the public interest issues are at a point where we're making significant decisions. And finally, it may not be in every meeting, but on global adoption and implementation, as Alan and Tom has said, if the standards are not used, they're not successful. And one of the most important standards recently released, of course, is the IAASB new standards on audit and ethics. And we've organized this in such a way that where we can have cross-board advice, where topics are common or they have interest in both audit and ethics, we'll do it in a coordinated way. So a number of your sessions are joint sessions where we're considering matters from an audit and ethics point of view. So with that, Alan, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. I will leave you with one note. I am available at your convenience at any time. I'm sure you may have questions. I am more than happy to spend time with you to consider the reform process or any element of the SAC. And Alan, if it's okay, I'd suggest that we move to Tom and Gabriella and then take questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Is there a question?
I just want what I'll try to do is maybe pause along the way and people could ask a question or in between. I don't want to present for too long and have everyone have jet lag catch up to you. Michelle, could you advance the slide to the about the IAASB slide? Next one. Perfect. So for those of you who need a little bit of background on who we are and what we do and how we do it, we're a board currently of 18 members. I'm the only full-time member of that board right now. I'm one thing to note, I've come totally independent from the profession. I'm actually not even a trained accountant or auditor. So I think that I have been in standard setting for now. It's scary to think, Alan, since almost 24 years of standard setting experience in some form or another, both as effectively James's role of the IFRS Foundation since its inception through 2011, or as a trustee of the IVSC, or in this current role. We have 17 colleagues part-time, which means we work them as if they're full-time, but we pay them nothing, including my vice chair sitting next to me, Josephine Jackson. It's a great business model. I often offer them 100% raises, to which they gladly accept. You can see photos of all of our board members to the right. One board member is so excited that he's an outline of a figure in gray. So remember that we set not just specific technical standards on auditing, but also for quality management, assurance, and related services as well. Our goal really is to make sure that our standards are of the highest quality, that generate high quality engagements, remembering we're not focused just on the pure technicalities, but the outputs. And then, as Alan says, they must be adopted throughout the world. There's no mandate to adopt our standards. That really were the ultimate market test. If countries and other jurisdictions adopt our standards, then we know we're in the right direction. We don't take that for granted. And the other thing that sets our boards apart from maybe some other alternatives, but very much in line with best in class international standard setting process, is our due process, our transparency around the due process, the ability to get input from external parties, and the oversight provided both by the PIOB and the monitoring group. You flip the slide, Michelle. Okay, I always share global adoption sides with a huge caveat. People will debate whether countries have adopted, partially adopted, not adopted. We take our information from IFAC, not criticizing IFAC, but I think the point is that our standards, both ours and IAASB-IESBA, are broadly adopted throughout the world, 134 jurisdictions according to the current criteria. So it is broad-based. Obviously, the gray areas, when I was with the IFRS Foundation, we always prompted the countries that were in gray to give themselves some color and to remind countries that are partially adopted to move to the full adoption category. The reason why this is important, I understand every country feels that they are special circumstances. We understand that law and regulation is also an inhibitor, but investors globally can't possibly be expected to understand all the differences throughout the world. And we do this entirely for the end user, remember. And so, again, if you're in a jurisdiction that had tweaks standards, ask yourselves, does that really serve global investors and other users of audited information? So 134 and climbing, hopefully. Switch the slide. Michelle, thank you. So during our time, we've been trying to speed the standard setting process up. The monitoring group reforms partly were driven, and I see monitoring group members and affiliated stakeholders around the table and in the gallery, partly was triggered by the fact that standard setters were viewed as not sufficiently responsive to the public interest, that there was a need for more responsiveness, willingness to take on the tough public interest issues that were causing questions about confidence in markets. We, I think, have had a fair bit of success over the recent years about both tackling the more challenging public interest issues and speeding the standard setting process up. Not on these slides was our passage of ISA 315, a whole on risk assessment, a whole suite of quality management standards, a new standard on group audit. Just last year, we passed a standard for ISA for audits of financial statements of less complex entities. For those more familiar in the IFRS world, it's not the perfect analog to IFRS for SMEs, but pretty close. And then we finished the first track of listed entity and public interest entities project. This was an important project for convergence with IAASB-IESBA. We have a number of key consultations either underway or we're in the response process too. So going concern and fraud to me are two really important public interest issues from an audit perspective. We could talk a little bit about we're going to talk a little bit about the details later, but in my mind, they were really important for us to tackle because no two issues when there's an audit failure undermine confidence in the audits and the audit profession more than these two. And so we were committed to tackling both in a robust way. Then the next area was sustainability assurance. Everyone's aware of the global demand for sustainability information, the development with the IAASB, and in other jurisdictions such as Europe with CSRD. You can't have a trusted system of reporting without high quality assurance attached to it and ethics underpinning it. And it was really important for us as a board to move quickly to avoid fragmentation in this space. I lived through the process of convergence and global adoption for IFRS. That was, for many, painful, but we got to a great point. But we don't want to spend the next 40 years through convergence and put it requested national standards moving to global standards when we could adopt a global baseline up front. And so I know global baseline has become the norm now on the financial side, or at least the call for many on the reporting side. We want to make sure that we start with a global baseline on the ethics and assurance side. And so our exposure draft went out last summer, Northern Hemisphere, August summer. We intend to complete our standard in line with expected timelines, one set by IOSCO, but other jurisdictions such as the European Union need a standard in place to make their decisions on assurance requirements there. So we're going to finish in September of this year. Lastly, as I said, we have an ongoing consultation on the second track of listed entity, public interest entity. We're just getting in the process of analyzing comment letters. So let's flip the slide, Michelle. So that's what was underway when we created a new strategy. We do strategies every 4 years. They're now very much linked and coordinated with IAASB's. But our real focus over the next 4 years with a strategy that was just approved is making sure we maintain our leadership position on audit and assurance, and ensuring that in doing so, trust is our focus, and ensuring trust in audit throughout. Now, that doesn't mean we take it for granted. We need to listen. We need to engage. We need the right competencies on the board, and we need to ensure confidence that we're very focused on the key priorities for each topic. You flip the slide. So we committed over the next four years to 4 strategic objectives. And when I say strategic objectives, these are the 4 outcomes that we believe if we hit, we could ensure our global leadership position over time. So the first area is on the audit side, lots of focus on assurance for sustainability information. We can't forget the core of our mission is audit still. We're going to continue to dedicate, as I say, about 70% of our resources and time over these 4 years to audit. And we need to be willing to tackle the issues of most public interest importance. So you heard about fraud and going concern. We have to finish those topics. We're going to talk a little bit more about technology, which is a big area for us as well, and how it impacts standards going forward. To me, those are the sort of the key public interest areas to tackle immediately. Secondly, we must finish what we started on assurance for sustainability information, and then we must support that framework and dedicate resources to it. So in the near term, that will be supporting the first-time adoption of ISA 5000, but then it will be maintaining that standard, working with stakeholders about how to help implement the standard, and then thinking about other standards that may flow from it in that family of standards. Thirdly, and this is something that I've been more concerned about over the years, is that there's a growing infrastructure from an international standard setting side for reporting, regulation, audit assurance, and ethics. And the risk that I see happening is that we each go off and do our own things, and the whole will be definitely less than the sum of the part. If we, IAASB, do our things, then IAASB and IAASB and IOSCO and IFIAR don't talk to each other frequently and integrate some of our thinking, there's a risk that we'll create some confusion in the marketplace. Now, we coordinate a lot already, but it's the idea of reinforcing the need to coordination, not just bilaterally, but across the groups, and also articulated what we're trying to accomplish as a whole to the marketplace. And if we're able to do that, then stakeholders and investors will understand what we're trying to do. We'll have a better sense of the phasing in prioritization across the projects, and the system will be better for it. So that's another of a third. And finally, is this desire to create more agile, innovative ways of working. We've been trying to add much more focus on agile techniques, doing things in bits and parts, getting testing of our ideas in chunks with our stakeholders where they want to meet, using different forum rather than just purely the exposure draft and comment letter approach. And I think we've been successful, but we want to build on that while we move towards the monitoring group recommendations and a more staff-led model, staff-driven model. So flip the slide one more time. Okay, we saw this. This is the projects that we have currently underway. We go forward. One more slide. Thank you. Okay, so this is where, after we're done with all that, where we're going to go. And I think the biggest thing is to focus on is what we're doing on technology, audit evidence, and risk response. Not that everything else is unimportant, but I think this is the biggest strategic topic we have going forward. So we had an audit evidence exposure draft out a little bit ago, and we got response. And the response, I would characterize, I can't say that it was universal love letters that we received, which I love love letters as a comment letter. So just if you're ever writing one, it's you could praise everything we're doing, but that doesn't always happen, even on projects people really like. But on this one, the two things that we heard most is one, on audit evidence, there's a big impact of technology. The board needs to be more ambitious in its approach to technology. Technology is being applied both by reporting entities and auditors, and your standards today are relatively silent. And we need to know what the guardrails are, how to deploy it, and whether the board needs to consider whether they should be more in a enabling mode in that place. And the other question we heard was, we like the principles behind audit evidence, but we need to see how it plays out in terms of the work an auditor has to do, particularly in the risk response standard, which we knew we had to update after we improved our risk assessment standard. So this was an opportunity as a board to step back, to question our approach on technology, and then filter our approach to technology through both our audit evidence standard and risk response standard. And that's what we're doing. We're spending the next couple of months sort of reassessing our point of view that we should be relatively neutral in terms of mentioning technology in our standards, and figure out where we as a board want to be as I think about how much we want to enable the use of technology in the audit, which probably means some specificity in requirements, not just in non-authoritative guidance. Now, we haven't totally decided. I'm not going to get in front of our board on this. This is a discussion that will continue in June. But the idea that what I get a sense from our board is that we're willing to be more forward-leaning on this one. And I look to other regulated industries, such as the financial services sector, where banking regulators have focused very much on model development and model risk management. And maybe that provides a useful example for us to look towards. But we're still work to there. And then that will flow to what we're going to do on audit evidence and risk response. Now, this necessarily means that our approach on audit evidence will be slowed down a little bit. Actually, based upon our comments to the exposure draft on our strategy review, people are looking for a little bit of a pause anyway. So give it a little bit of time while all the other standards bed down isn't so bad. But I do think this investment, maybe this extra few months to think strategically about how all this fits together and how technology, which I believe can serve to improve audit quality if properly governed with the right guardrails, will ultimately lead us to a better set of standards and more integrated thinking. And people constantly say, be more integrated in your approach. So that's what we're going to do. I think you'll start seeing the shape over the next coming months. Other projects we're going to do is obviously coordination with IAASB-IESBA remains a key priority for us. We're closely following the use of experts project, and we're going to continue to support 5,000. We know our review of interim financial information standard, ISR 2410, is extremely outdated. It didn't even go through our clarity process. I'm looking at my friend Doug down the table. We're going to try to enlist some national standard setter help in getting this off the ground. Materiality stands out there as a project that probably needs to be taken on. Regulators have been asking that for years. So we will likely take that on in the coming months, coming years. That will have potential implications of our thought process on sustainability assurance. So we're aware of the possible interconnections. And if you flip the slide further out, again, once we target audit evidence and 520, we'll need to probably improve the whole 500 series, modernizing them based upon our conclusions. And then we get into a lot of post-implementation reviews. As I said, we've passed a lot of standards in recent years. We want to make sure our standards are fulfilling their intended consequences. So that's a pretty ambitious agenda. I think it reflects the key issues out there where we need to build the infrastructure on sustainability assurance, where trust is potentially most lacking or has the potential to be most lacking in audit, and where the profession is going in the future, particularly with the use of technology. So happy to pause here, answer some questions, take comments. And Alan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Tom. So let's do sort of see if we have any questions. If somebody could alert me if there are any questions coming in online, because I can't see from here. So if maybe I could just ask one question. It's to do with the chart you showed us on adoption and implementation. What do you think is the main, or are the main reasons why you don't get the widespread full adoption? So you showed partial or full, and I'm not quite sure how that splits. So the 143 countries. What the difference would be between full and partial, and what would it take to get to full adoption rather than just partial adoption, and what more would need to be done to get it broadly adopted beyond, there are a lot of blank spaces up there. I saw grays in Africa and even some partial adoptions in the US, I think, if I saw from the color chart. What would it take? What needs to be done? And is there anything the SAC could do to help here?
So thank you. That's a good question, Alan. So I would say the reason for partial adoption varies by jurisdiction. So in some jurisdictions, the United States, for example, our standards are adopted by a convergence process at the IAASB for non-public companies. But for those that are registered with the PCAOB, they must use, for audits that are subject to PCAOB revision, then they use the PCAOB standard. So you have distinctions like that. In other jurisdictions, it's oftentimes local law and regulation. It's some logic around that will prevent full adoption of the standards, and you get modifications. Some of them are material and some are less material. In other jurisdictions, it depends upon whether there's an adopting authority and the development of the profession probably within that jurisdiction. But remember, there are commitments that former firms make via IFAC to use our standards as well. So it's a combination of those things. What I say is, for anyone from a jurisdiction that is full, partial adoption, et cetera, is like assess whether that's the right thing for your jurisdiction. And going back to my great point is, can you assess whether that makes sense when your capital markets are more global? So, one of the things we tried to do with the LCE standard was to address this issue of proportionality. We know that our standards, the ISAs, have grown bigger over time. Some of that has been because the world has become a lot more complex, at least at the higher end of the economy. Some of it is because in the world of PIEs or publicly listed entities, regulators have sought for more detail over time as well to ensure consistency. And it's not just regulators, but audit standard setters too. And so we've evolved our standards in that way. But that for our attitude was, without changing the core of our standards, we could be more proportionate. And so that's why we created the LCE standard. That may facilitate adoption in some countries where there's not a robust capital market as well. So, but really we asked the members of this advisory council is, what's the impediment in your jurisdiction if you're in the non-adopting category?
Thanks, Tom. Dwayne? Isabel, sorry.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I think it's a very ambitious work program and strategy that you have. One thing that was striking me when I was looking at the topics, for instance, fraud and audit evidence, is they're also relevant for sustainability assurance, right? So how do you factor in, when you work on these projects, also the angle of sustainability, and how would it then, come into ISA 5000 or any other standard linked to sustainability? And maybe a comment also. I regret that the audit of digital information has been deferred, or is on the reserve list, in the sense that this is, at least in Europe, this is quite important because we are, that is the information that is actually the real, the last information, if I can put it that way, that matters. As opposed to the PDFs, put it that way. And we do see that there's significant differences in audit quality of that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. So actually, I'm going to ask Josephine in a second to talk about our approach, because we do very much look towards what's happening on the ISAs on our sustainability assurance. I should have added, one of the other reasons for partial adoption is a time lag. Our standards are approved, and then it usually has to go into national standards of law and regulation. And sometimes there's a time lag between when we approve and when it's adopted. And that's sometimes a decision to give more time to prepare, because usually our implementation dates are 18 months to 2 years. Some jurisdictions, they want longer. So, Isabel, Josephine.
Thank you, Isabel. So with ISSA 5000, we did, when we developed the standard, we did look at all the most recently published standards that we had. So we brought it up to date in terms of modernizing it and taking into account the more recent thinking of the board and our stakeholders. So for example, you'll see through there the ISO 315 touch and making sure it was up to date from that perspective. In terms of fraud and audit evidence, we certainly have looked to see what the task forces have done there and what the board has approved for exposure. And in terms of taking on board some of those ideas, we are closely following them and we are bringing them on board, but we have to respect our due process. And we have to give our stakeholders time to respond to those exposure drafts when they're out in consultation. And, you know, as a board, we may not have quite got everything right. So we need that feedback. So we're working, I guess, alongside our colleagues in the other standard setting teams or task forces, as we call them. And as those comments come in, we're keeping a close eye on those as well. But we also have to take into account that 5,000 is a global baseline. It's a principles-based standard. It doesn't, therefore, it isn't expected to take on board every single change and revision that we're putting through our auditing standards. We have to stand back from that and think about building more of that work in the future, as Tom talked about, when we're looking at sustainability assurance and what else do we need to add to that as time moves on. But certainly, yes, we keep very close eye on what's happening and take those ideas into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first off, I want to recognize and commend the boards, the IFEA and the PIOB for a lot of progress in implementing the monitoring group reforms. And you've accomplished an awful lot while all of that change has been going on. So congratulations for working through that. I also think it's important to point out that the strategic planning process, the work plan process, I think from a public interest standpoint, the process that you followed to get stakeholder engagement and input was really commendable. Using public interest as your North Star, of course, commendable. And I think your commitment to be more agile and responsive to emerging needs is really going to be important for success in this 3-year work plan, because as has been stated by many of you, you have both boards have set very ambitious agenda from what it looks like from where I sit, and you're tackling things that are very broad in scope, technology, for instance, technically complex matters, very aggressive timelines, and Gabriella, in the IAASB plan, you're also tackling some things that could raise some pretty interesting jurisdictional questions, and so you're not being shy about the things you're going after over the next couple of years. And at the same time, you're reorganizing and trying to be more staff driven. So as you're looking at the 3 years ahead, and maybe it's, I'll start with you, Tom, because Gabriella will talk in a little bit, but I'm curious how you're looking at what's the biggest 1 or 2 risks you see to the plan, and is it resources? Is it acceptance, as you've talked about? So that's one thing. And second thing I'd offer is I think it's really important that you're open to adjusting your plan as time progresses, because it is such an ambitious plan and new things will come up, and so how do you manage through that? And then finally, the last thing I'll mention is, with ambitious plans come ambitious implementations that affect all the ecosystem players. And Tom, you mentioned it already, that you need to support the implementation of all these new standards. I think that goes beyond post-implementation review. I also think it's important that the boards are putting out guidance and supporting tools and education, and particularly with sustainability, with many new concepts, which we'll talk about later. So I'm just curious, as you think about the lift that you've committed to here, are you ready, and what are you ready to manage risks that might pop up?
So thanks, Dwayne. So yeah, I think resourcing is a big area of risk, and making sure that we have the right people in place. I think that's a risk that we're managing right now. The other big risk is the lack of, if we had a lack of global take up, we have a few big jurisdictional decisions coming up. We hope that there'll be commitments. I think the soundings, particularly on 5,000, are very positive. And we need to make sure that we do all we can with some humility to ensure that it has the best chance of global adoption. In terms of need for adjustment, my past life was a corporate strategist. I used to like my favorite corporate strategy quote by the great Mike Tyson: everyone has a plan till you get punched in the face. That's really how you have to adapt as an organization. We will adapt. Our move, for example, to move quickly on sustainability was precisely what we saw. We saw the demand of emerging, and we moved quickly. We will do the same going forward. We provide always a little bit of slack in our capacity and work plan to adapt. And so we'll continue to do that. In terms of implementation, I think you're right on there. On sustainability will be probably the biggest lift for that. For the first time, I think almost ever, we will put out first-time application materials simultaneously with the standards release. We know it's a big lift. We've gotten more resources in to help us with the development of those materials. And so we will commit to that. We also are supporting the LCE adoption. And if you looked at our work plan, so while there is a level of ambition, we are almost to the finish line on fraud and going concern. I believe we'll meet our timelines by the beginning of next year. Those will be done. We'll have some time to focus on that integrated project on technology, audit, evidence, and risk response. But we have a lot of effort on post-implementation reviews during this strategy period. It's a time to make sure that things bed down and see what we need to do to ensure effective implementation in the marketplace. I see lots of cards up, but I'm also worried that we're running into Gabriella's time.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Natasha Landon-Mills from Saracen Partners, UK. Thank you so much for those presentations. I have two rather quick questions, but probably quite big picture questions. Firstly, you've mentioned the public interest. I also agree absolutely that it's fabulous to see a reaffirmed focus on that. But then we continue to talk about the need to be useful for users, investors. I'm an investor, I should say, from that perspective. So I welcome that, but I'm also very clear that they're not the same thing. And not all investors are the same. Some are short-term, some are long-term. Not all have the public interest at their heart, if I'm being frank. So how do you reconcile that difference? Because I think that's really, really important to tease out and be really clear about what this entire effort is for. The second question point is, I imagine that, or are you open for this committee, this council, to be putting forward agenda items rather than responding to what agenda items you are putting to us to comment on? Thank you.
Could I suggest we take some more questions, Tom, if that's okay? So Chikato, please, and then Douglas after.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work. And this is my first time to come to this community for the global award setting. I've been really impressed. So thank you. I have just spoke about the strategy setting, in particular the 4 strategic objectives, and then that may be not only for the IAASB, but maybe also related to the IESBA. When I read this strategy paper, I do a lot of strategy work, and then one of the things I like to suggest is that to have a more like kind of a impact work, meaning that what we see here is more about talking about operational strategy. Well, we are what we want to do as an action, but then I think for all of us to work towards the common goal, usually we need to do more like kind of impact work, meaning that if we do all those strategic actions over the next 4 years, at the end of the 4 years, what type of what kind of state of the world we would be living or we would have created, and then that kind of forecasting work is important if we want to work effectively on those strategies. So I think also James mentioned about the focusing on the impact, and that I think is really important to have a common goals. And then the second one is really the coordination work. I do understand, IAASB and IESBA working really closely, but from looking from outside, I feel we may need to work more closely with IAASB, and then not only for actual coordination, but also raising the awareness of this community. Because IAASB appears very often on the news, general news and all the news media and so on. But then, we have less visibility, and then the IAASB. But then, by raising the awareness, strengthen their branding, I think we get more input, and then also kind of enhance our work going forward. Thank you.
We have Conchita online with her hand up. So if you could maybe just keep your questions, because we'll have more time during the course of the day, and because I'm very keen to get Gabriella on. So if you could just keep it short, please.
Understood. And so I'll save most of my long list of questions and just perhaps a few things. Firstly, welcoming the SAC, and it's a privilege to be on it, and the strategic focus, and also thanks to Tom and his presentation for the focus on the public interest. Perhaps if I just confine it to one set of themes that Tom touched on, partly it goes to adoption of the standards. We all want a single language globally for reporting and assurance, and of course ethics. And I suspect there's an interrelationship here. One of the factors you didn't mention, Tom, while we want to produce framework neutral standards, for example, in sustainability, I suspect part of the challenge on the assurance side is actually the different reporting frameworks in getting to a single set of standards. I also thought part of it goes back to great work on LCEs. And I was thinking about, well, what happened to the CUSP project around complexity, understandability, scalability, and proportionality? It still does feature in the plan, but perhaps not so prominently. And it also overlaps with one of the challenges you mentioned around principles versus rules. We all want principles, but the whole ecosystem, I suspect, not just regulator standard setters, but also auditors are probably driving us towards more rule-based standards. So sort of a connected set of themes there, perhaps. Maybe, I'm not sure how much it's a comment and how much it's a question, but it seems perhaps there needs to be a plan to try and tackle this group of issues in the interest of developing a single audit and assurance framework globally.
Conchita, good afternoon or good morning. No, it must be good evening to you now, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's good evening where I'm coming from. I am just curious to ask, with reference to the geographical coverage of what was presented earlier, I would like to know if there is a basic database that the international standard setting bodies have on the number of professional accountants who will be affected by all the standards being worked on and have been worked on. Are they in any way affiliated with the Big Four or the mid-sized accounting firms? Where are they? Are they handling publicly listed companies, or are they handling what we call small and medium-sized entities? Because varying jurisdictions have varying laws and regulations. Some jurisdictions don't require audited reports for not publicly listed companies. So I wonder if we have a database on the professional accountants who should be observing the standards. Thank you.
I'll try to go through this quickly because I'm conscious we're short on time. On the date, the last one point, I think IFAC would be more on top of the details of the profession and who's impacted by our standards. We don't track those things specifically. And so I think IFAC is probably better placed to help out. A few of the other comments, Doug, I take your point. I don't know if they were meant for a response or yet, but it's good to keep in mind. In terms of the 4 strategic objectives and the impact, I think the impact goes to the goal that we wanted. These 4 strategic objectives are the outputs within our board's operations that will impact global adoption. Clearly, we will judge our success in terms of 1, whether our standards are continue to be adopted globally, and 2, whether they encourage trust in those who are doing the work. Now, metrics on that are always challenging to develop, but I think adoption, we will see tangible outputs, impacts in terms of who takes up ISSA 5000, and whether we continue to improve the quality of audits. We engage with IFER. That's one important input on that as well. Also, Natasha, you talk about users and investors and the differences in viewpoints. I won't judge who serves the public interest or not better, but what we do is we clearly try to reflect a diversity of viewpoint. We have a public interest framework that we assess that has some qualitative characteristics by which we assess input. And we try to do our best to balance those points. But users, as you know, has always been a very challenging area to get input from a standard setting side. So we're trying to do more things to get more users involved, including the use of surveys, the inclusive roundtables, the actual one-on-one outreach to users and investors. And finally, of course, we want to use this body going forward as a way to identify new issues that we're not taking on at this board. And so, again, going back to Dwayne's point about being flexible, yes, we need to be flexible. If some issues are rising in terms of prominence or a blind spot, we need this body to help us see it.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. And please, we are constrained for time, but we will find time during the course of the day to make sure we have all of your questions answered. And if there are any other questions that you feel aren't being answered, then I would say send a note to one of the staff and they will make sure that we get those and we can then come back to you later. So, the advantage of having us together is to make sure we capture as much input as we can and reflect on that. So with that, can I pass over to Gabriela, please?
Thank you very much, Alan. I'll try to be as quick as possible and make the best out of these 20 minutes. I'll try to go fast through the slides because what you have to say and ask is more important than what I have to tell you. So I'm going to do my best. If you could please, Michelle, move the slides. Thank you very much. This is about the IAASB-IESBA. I think that most of you are relatively familiar with the board. We are currently a 17 members board, including myself. Just like Tom, I'm the only one dedicated on a full-time basis to the board. The other ones are part-time, but some of them act as they were full-time or more than that. We have 15 different jurisdictions represented at the board, very multi-stakeholder currently. We have actually achieved, or the PIOB has actually achieved to get to a very multi-stakeholder board as we are now, moving and changing very quickly. I have my vice chair could not be here today, Laurie Ansley. I think that she's going to join us later today, but she's a practitioner and she's from the United States, so that's more or less the characterization of the board. Of course, what we aim for is to serve the public interest, and we are all very much committed, I must say, to this purpose of bringing ethics into a different level, another level, and make it move from an optional extra. It's how it is looked today, still by many stakeholders and many from many perspectives, into a must-have in the audit and assurance space, but also in other spaces. I was, just to give you a little bit of additional information about me, I was appointed 2 years and something ago, started job on January 2022. I was appointed by an independent committee which was formed for the purpose of appointing the new IASBA chair. So I think it was the first time it happened. Also a multi-stakeholder and multi-background and international committee chaired by someone, Makoto Sanoda from Japan Financial Services, so from the investors and regulators community, and where Alan Johnson, by the way, was sitting as an observer. This is the story. I'm not an accountant. I don't have an accountant background. I am relatively coming from a relatively different world. Before becoming the chair of the IASBA, I was the chair of the Portuguese Securities Commission. So this is my background: regulator, securities, financial world. And before that, I was already with the Commission for some time. I was an IOSCO board member, OECD vice chair of the Corporate Governance Committee, ESMA board member, etc. And before that, I was a lawyer and an academic. So quite a different background from the backgrounds that you are familiar with. But I feel very comfortable in this position with my background and with the certainty, the conviction that I got throughout my career, mostly in the financial space and as a regulator, that ethics is the element that is able to make a difference. And this was my conviction already, and this is my conviction now. And it's not my conviction because I am the chair of the IASBA. I am the chair of the IASBA because that was my conviction, and I thought that I had something to do here in this space. So next slide, please. With respect to the IASBA, its main product is the Code of Ethics that was shown in the former slide. The Code of Ethics is the codification of an important set of ethics and independent standards for accountants. These standards are adopted or used in 130 jurisdictions, more or less. We don't have the number can be a little bit different depending on from where the information comes, but according to IFAC information, it's more than 130 jurisdictions. 90 of them already adopting the latest version of the code, the most recent standards and version of the standards. One thing that I'd like to note here, and this is important for this group, is that adoption and implementation versus use is not the same thing. The adoption of the standards is made in very different ways in the very different countries. So the level of the importance of the standards and their enforceability is very different across jurisdictions. Of course, what we are looking for, and one of the objectives, is that these standards are really adopted and implemented and enforced. Otherwise, even if they are still very important in some jurisdictions where they are used, as a basis for the legislation or for the regulations and etc. This is important. This number of jurisdictions shows that there is a common global language and recognition of main, most important and fundamental ethic principles. We aim at leveraging enhancing the level of adoption, implementation, and enforceability of these standards. And of course, this group can help not only by providing strategic advice on how to do it, but also going back home and seeing if there is anything that you can do in that respect. And this is not because we want to be famous or we want to be important. Fame is not always a good thing, mostly for standard setters and regulators. It's because we think that these standards have something to provide to the global framework by making sure that in this space where we work, there are the right ethical behaviors are put in place and subject to some oversight, to some screening, and to some enforcement. Next slides, please. So with respect to recent accomplishments from the IAASB, we have there the released tax planning final pronouncement in April 2024. What does this mean? This means that over the last 2 years and a half, almost 3 years, the IAASB worked on ethics standards for tax planning. This is a real innovative project. Setting standards in a space where before we hadn't done specific, tailored, fit-for-purpose work, and where the reality and the facts show that they are more than ever necessary. There were some questions at the start of this project about its if they were needed, if these standards were needed, if they were important, if they were necessary. But I'm happy to say that once these standards have been approved last December and certified by the PIOB very recently, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, the interests shown by very many different stakeholders, not only the profession and professional organizations, but also governments, international organizations, press, etc., is it's much more significant than even that we had expected. So it shows the importance of the standards. We are now in the process of rolling them out, which means explaining, creating awareness, making ourselves ready to help with implementation, and hoping that in June or by the end of June 2025, when they will come into force, that the jurisdictions will be prepared to include these standards in their frameworks and apply them. The reality, the facts show that more than ever, we need high ethical standards and ethical behaviors in tax planning services, and I'm not going to say more for now about this. There were some other recent achievements that are which are listed there, most of them in the area of independence, non-assurance services, fees, definitions of listed entities and public interest entity, engagement teams and group audits, a very recent project and very complex one, but also very much needed, technology, etc. They were the last 2 ones were finalized in December last year in an accelerated way so that we could get resources available to face the sustainability challenges and the sustainability project. There were also a set of thought leadership and benchmarking exercise that I'm not going to mention, but of course, ready to respond to any questions that you may have in that respect. Next slide, please. So this is this tries to, I'm not going to read what's there on the screen, also because I don't have the breather enough to read it without stopping, but the length of this sentence shows the level of ambition of our board. We, I must say and confess, struggled to put everything that we wanted to say and achieve in a sentence, but basically I'd like to highlight 2 words in this sentence, and the 2 words are ethics, of course, and trust. At the end, our objective is to develop standards, of course, but to provide a product and an added value to the society, to economies, and to enhance trusts, not only in financial and non-financial information, but also in business, in economic relations, etc. Trust has been eroded by an excessive number of problems and issues, and etc. Trust is the basis of any economic system. and economic relations. So what at the end, we want to serve the public interest by providing something which may enhance the trust. Next slide, please. Before I go to this slide, let me just add something to our strategy, our vision, I must say, for the future. Ethics and trust, of course, but there is something in that sentence, that long sentence, that is not written in a very express way, but it's inherent to everything that we say and want to do, which is the need to work with others. And the sense of otherness, the sense of that we are working for the public interest, for the others, and not for us or for the profession, is something that is becoming very clear and very significantly imprinted in our action and in our strategic thinking. We also aim at, as I said at the start, bring ethics into another level. What we are observing in a very general or significant way is that everybody thinks that ethics is important. Everybody has the conviction about the importance of ethics, but between the conviction and putting it in practice and bringing it as not an optional extra, but a must-have, there is a long way, and that's the space where the IASBA is working. That is why we are making such a significant effort in terms of outreach, because we not only have to make this organization and the product that IASBA is providing known, but more than that, this is not an end in itself. This is a means to achieve an objective, which is to bring ethics to the right level, to the level where it should be. With respect to the strategic areas of focus, and sorry, I'm going very fast, but I'm trying to cover all the slides. The strategic areas of focus, I'm not going to say what's on the slide. Sustainability is going to keep us busy foreseeably for the next few years. So it's a very important area of focus. But there are others, and I'm going to speak about them in 2 minutes, other areas of focus where we are very much keen to start work and to receive strategic advice from this council, from this group. This is early days for some of the projects and areas where we want to do work and provide something valuable. And this is the right moment to come to you and say, hey, what do you have to say? Is this the right vision? Are we missing something? Are we being too ambitious? What's the right what are the tactics to go in this direction, and etc. So please don't shy away from saying what you will have to say. Basically, we will address sustainability. We are very much, again, focused on outreach and stakeholder engagement, because this is necessary. This is a means to achieve the objective of bringing ethics into a different level, and adoption and implementation, responding to your questions on risks, Joanne. I don't see it as a risk, but as a big challenge, And take the opportunity to respond to your question, which are the main risks that you see moving forward and looking at your ambitious plans. I think that the main risk is a risk of disconnection between the ambition and the output or the achievements, what we say and what we do, what we want and what we are able to do. This will be always the risk, and it's the risk of being ambitious. But the world never moved without some ambition. So I prefer to be ambitious and to fail here and there than to stay where we are and say, well, we can't do anything else because we don't have the resources or we don't have what we need. We are taking the risk, but I prefer to name it as challenges more than risks. And the challenge is actually to move from what we are wanting to do and what we say that we are doing and what we are actually doing and achieve. The gap, which of course still exists, and that we will try to close, is our biggest risk, is to fall into this gap. But I'm sure it won't happen with your help, and that's why this group is here today. So with respect to the new burning platform issues identified, sustainability has kept us completely, absolutely busy, absorbed over the last 18 months with very little space to focus on other areas. But I must mention experts that Tom also mentioned as an important area, which has not been put on the that much on the spot, but which is very much complementary to the sustainability project, because most of or many of the providers will move into or are already or will move into the space of experts, and we needed to be sure that this area would also be covered. We have identified, with the help and support and contribution of our stakeholders, probably and most surely some of you, some two new burning platform issues, which are firm culture and governance, and extending the impact of the code. And with respect to these new two areas, again, responding to a question that was made here about impact, this is exactly because we want to make impact. We are less concerned about the process and the operation, and more concerned about the impact that we make as an organization working for the public interest. Is this ambitious? Yes. Is this risky? Yes, it is. Is this necessary? We think so. And that's what our stakeholders told us. Otherwise, we would not have dared to move in that direction. Firm culture and governance is already being addressed by the IASBA. This is very early days. We are in what I call the sponge phase, absorbing ideas, absorbing concerns, facts, knowledge, research, dialogue, etc. By the end of this year, we hope to be able to be in a place where we understand where we have to move and to prioritize actions, because we can't do everything at the same time. So this is really the phase of listening and processing the information that hopefully our stakeholders will keep on giving us. Firm culture and governance, and you will ask me why. I think it goes without saying. The fact is that the IASBA is developing ethics standards, but still the problems keep on happening. So it is our conviction, and we are not alone there, because it's interesting to see that in some other places and for the same topic is starting to be addressed, but it's clear that there is something to do and to be clarified in terms of how the firm culture and governance allows, to say the least, some of these problems to happen. The standards address individual behaviors. The firm culture and governance aims to identify where the gaps or the issues come from and try to address them and mitigate the problems as much as possible from an ethical perspective, of course. And extending the impact of the code. I think that this group is already aware that the proposal that is out on sustainability for consultation and responses until the 10th of May, and we very much hope to have responses from this group. But the proposal on IESA, the ethics standards, ethic and independent standard for sustainability assurance, has been developed in a profession agnostic way, which means that this standard can be used by any providers, irrespective of whether they are accountants or not. Then the decision of whether these non-accountants will be allowed to provide sustainability assurance services, this is for the regulators, this is not for the IASBA. What we have been asked to do, and we realized it was important, was to develop a product which was usable should regulators want to allow these non-professional accountants to be active in this space, a product that could be used by everybody and that could allow convergence, fight fragmentation, have one standard, the same standard for everybody, doing the same thing and providing the same standards. Now, this discussion, it was a very, very intense discussion at the board, brought us to the conviction that this approach could be useful in other areas and not only with respect to sustainability assurance. If these ethics standards are valuable and provide a significant public interest value, why not consider extending the impact of these standards when some activities are performed or some services are provided by different people, but the investor or the user of the product should be equally protected, irrespective of who is providing the service. And this brings us to this reflection that we are already starting to explore, but delayed in terms of, a little bit delayed in terms of starting a structured work stream because of the resources about if and how we should extend the impact of the code. This became very clear on tax, the ethics standards for tax planning, where everywhere we go, we are asked why not apply the same standards to consultants, lawyers, etc., doing the same service. The response is not for us, it's for the national policymakers and regulators. Our response is the response of providing a product that hopefully will help. And next slide, please. I think the last one. And this is a very short description of what's going to keep us busy over the next cycle. The work streams, the ongoing work streams are sustainability and experts. The consultation will finish in May and the standards will be hopefully approved by the end of the year, meeting the timeline that was signaled by regulators, jurisdictions, and etc. We have started the project on CIVs, collective investment vehicles, pension funds, and investment company complexes to address the possibility of adjusting the code to make sure that it is fit for purpose to address the independence considerations and issues which are specific to these realities, and firm culture and governance in that sponge phase, as I mentioned. There is another set of projects planned for the rest of the strategic cycle, but of course we will remain flexible and agile. And this is clearly written in our strategy and work plan, in my initial message and throughout the plan, that we will need to be agile, and the reality is challenging us all the time. So our stakeholders should be ready for us to say, hey, our priorities changed. And that's it. So I'm going to stop here. I'm sorry if I took some more time than I was expecting, but I hope that we still have time for one or two questions or comments.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I think we shortchanged you on the time, and I can see the questions already coming in. So let's go here first. Yanni, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Gabriella, for all the work being done by IAASB. I have two concerns, and one is I am a little bit comforted by knowing your background now. You are not a professional accountant and working or heading the ethics standard board for accountants. We have this concern about how non-professional accountants will be able to comply with the codes meant for accountants, especially now we are talking about it in relation to sustainability, where there are cross-professional interface in the sustainability journey. In Nigeria, being an early adopter, we have this issue where there are professional rivalries. And the question is, how would you enforce your own code on our own profession? But I'm also a little bit happy because of the interface with the International Accreditation Forum. Means that a lot of work being done to get all professionals involved. So I don't know how sure you are that we'll be able to handle that. One other area I have, and I would want you to kindly just clarify more, is adoption and implementation. You did mention that they differ, that they are different things. I know in IFRS we have the adaptation route and we have the adoption route. I don't know whether it is the same thing you are referring to here or that they are quite different issues. Thank you.
Should I take Douglas first?
Again, I'll try and keep it fairly short. I guess my main question, I did have a couple of questions, but I'll keep it to one, which is the boards working together. And it's clear that they are working much better together than ever before. And this Stakeholder Advisory Committee is a demonstration of that. Clearly, there'll be differences in the plans. That's why we have two boards. But I was thinking, and perhaps I've missed it, it'd be great to have something that shows how you're working together and how the work complements each other, like a table. Would cover things like the culture and governance work overlaps with ISQM1. In sustainability, you're both looking at competence and expertise. The timing was different in terms of exposure to us, sort of convergence at the end. The work on technology bias and so forth, even the least as demanding test, but just something that showed how the work of the boards complements each other and the working together. Perhaps I'll leave it at that to be short.
We've got Natasha, and we've got Hina, and we got Stephen. Natasha?
Great, thank you very, very much. First of all, I'd just like to applaud your leadership, Gabriela. It's been absolutely fabulous to see you sort of taking this forward with such energy, so really welcome that. Just with regards to the new initiative on fair governance and culture, really welcome that also. I guess the proposal that I would like to put forward as a potential angle to consider for that, but perhaps more broadly, is that I think trying to find top-down standards for culture and governance will only succeed if the underlying incentives are aligned with that, because otherwise we're pushing water uphill. And I think this takes us back, as always, to the question of independence and risks of capture by the executive or the auditees. So I think one of the missing elements has often been that when we talk about independence, we're talking about independence from the executive, but we fail to talk about who then auditors should be accountable to. Because if you take away the executives as the stakeholder they're accountable to, then you need to fill that void. And I think, therefore, a project around how to reinforce accountability to long-term shareholders would very much help with aligning the incentives and then addressing these broader points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful presentation and nice to hear you. My question is that, like, as you mentioned about the adoption of IASBA's Code of Ethics in different jurisdictions, I see that the adoption is taking an extensive time by different jurisdictions, like 2009 ethics by 130 organizations, and then 2018 code by about 90 organizations. It is a kind of a slower process of adoption in different jurisdictions, and sometimes it becomes challenging also because the extensive work which the board is doing, and of course it's aligned with the current demand and the challenges of in the public interest. But if the jurisdictions are not adopting in the same pace as the board is proceeding, then how would you see that the effect and the impact will be created in the best public interest?
Do you want to try to address those now? Well, no, because we will have less time for the break, and we will also try to catch up some of the time by having a shorter lunch, if that's all agreeable with you, because I'm conscious that these are valid interactions that we must do justice to. So what I'd say is let's go on for another 10 minutes, sort of a couple of more questions. We got one online as well, and then we'll take a break. And if there are other issues that need to be addressed, we can probably take 5 minutes before we start the next session, if that's okay. So, Stephen.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Gabriela. I think your presentation really hit upon some of the key themes today to be addressed. I'm assuming on emerging issues / technology, you might be referencing the onslaught of artificial intelligence, AI. So I'm wondering how your board, and the same could be said really for both boards here, both standard setting boards, how are you thinking about addressing the increasing use of AI amongst audit firms, their clients, investors, and so be it. Thank you.
Invite Dr. Balatic, please, who's online.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I had exactly the same question. Because of the rise of technology, it is briefly mentioned in the IASB future work, and it seems it does not appear to be given same level of prominence as other issues, despite the rapid advancement, of course, of the artificial intelligence, large language models, blockchain, and other data analytics. And of course, there is significant ethical implications of these technologies for the accounting profession. And the fact that the IASB has prioritized technology, we see that for the 2025. So perhaps could give us the perspective on how the IASB plans to ensure that it is adequately addressing the ethical challenges posed by emerging technologies and AI in particular.
Thank you. Just say, Gabriela, we've got 2 sessions, one coming up later on sustainability, and I'm sure there'll be, hopefully a lot of the issues might be covered there. And of course, tomorrow we've got a very important topic on firm culture and governance, where we will actually have a breakout session. So again, we shouldn't spend too much time on those because they will come back in the next sessions.
As well as technology. So I think we've got already jumping into the agenda. Excellent. You're teasing us. So we're very excited to those sessions. If I can maybe just answer ahead of Gabrielle, one session on coordination. We do have a set of slides where we do answer the question about how we are coordinating and what are some of the alignment areas, and maybe I'd suggest, Alan, that would be a good element when we have another opportunity within the 2 days.
Okay, so in that case, there's not much left for me, but anyway, I'm going to try to address 1 or 2 topics which I think may deserve some response. On adoption and implementation, maybe I was not clear. I was not saying that adoption and implementation are 2 different things. Of course they are, but they work together. What I was saying was that adoption and implementation versus use, which is a more vague word, are different things. In some countries, the code is adopted and implemented formally. In other countries, it is used as a basis for the regulation or as a recommendation. There are different ways of using the code, some of them more formal, other ones less formal. Anyway, in terms of adoption and implementation, this is a big challenge for us. We are a small organization, and we will need, and we are already exploring the possibility of using, besides IFAC, which has a particularly important role to play here, but to use other platforms and initiatives to work on capacity building, adoption and implementation, namely together with IOSCO, with the ISSP, with the African platform, UNCTAD, etc. We are all already working with them in that respect, and your help will be very, very welcome. On the non-PA, so we will address it on the sustainability, on the sustainability session. But anyway, this is more than sustainability, because I mentioned that as a possible something that we are exploring. And your question, how am I expecting that these non-professional accountants are able to adopt and implement these standards? Well, the response is they have to understand the standards, and there has to be local jurisdictional decisions about how they will be overseen, prepared, licensed, and etc. This is already what happened already, for instance, in France, where everything has been decided. They are allowed to provide the services, provided that they register with the national oversight professional organization, oversight organization. So they have exactly the same framework as the professional accountants. They have to go through some training, they have to register, they are subject to the same standards, they are subject to the same oversight. So this is not a decision for the IASBA to make, this is a decision for the local national policymakers, decision makers, regulators to make about how to include them, how to oversee them, how to enforce the standards with respect to this community. The other question on firm culture and governance, Natasha, thank you very much for this observation, which is extremely helpful about the underlying incentives together with the top-down approach. And I'm absolutely sure that without an integrated approach of top-down, bottom-up, and horizontal incentives, we will not get there. So we are really looking at the problem in a very holistic way. And I think that the other questions will be technology adoption. Well, we will speak about them in the different sessions this afternoon to leave you more time.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you all for the questions. And we will continue to have these conversations during the course of the day. So what I suggest now is we take a break. So it's 10:17, 16, well, it'll be 17 by the time I finish on this clock. So let's try to get back by no later than, let's say 22, if that's okay. So we take 20 minutes, if that's okay. Let's get back here. We've got a very long session coming up on sustainability, which will take us to lunch, and we have time afterwards as well. It's a big topic, as is shown by the questions, and of course, it'll be a joint session between the IAASB and the IAASB. So thank you very much. And Dr. Balatic, I guess you're going to take a break too, so see you back in 20 minutes. Thanks. Right, let's go. Hello. I think we're ready to start. So thank you very much for coming back. So this is going to be our sort of first joint session on sustainability. And as I said earlier, we've got plenty of time. It's such an important topic for both standard setting boards and, of course, for the public interest. So you've seen the papers. As you know, we've set a number of questions that we would like addressed by the SAC members. But maybe the best thing now is if I just hand over. Do I hand over to you, Claire? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Alan. If we could have the next slide, please. Oh, now hang on. This is... Not sure what these slides are. Let's go forward a bit.
James, is this something you've? It's the last session. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we can go forward to keep going forward and see the next session. So it should start off sustainability. Thanks, Michelle. So while Michelle is teeing up the slides, I'll just get started. Dan Montgomery, who's sitting next to me, and I are the co-leads for the IAASB on sustainability assurance. And we're both really, really pleased to have this opportunity to discuss the project on sustainability assurance with all of you. You know, pleased to be also doing a joint session with IAASB-IESBA on this topic. So today, Dan and I are going to focus on the matters that we considered to be of most relevance to the public interest regarding the matters which the Sustainability Assurance Task Force and the staff are developing amendments in respect to the proposed new standard on sustainability assurance, ISSA 5000. So we're not bringing everything to you that's being looked at and amended, but really the key, what we thought were the more strategic public interest issues to discuss with you. Firstly, we wanted to provide a background on the status of the IAASB's project and how we are proposing to move forward for completion this year. The feedback we received through outreach, comment letters and survey responses, outline the themes that arose from that feedback, and then we're going to move on to focusing on 5 themes that we've been looking at and that we discussed with the board in March at their March meeting, and the approach that is being taken at the board's direction in response to those themes. And then finally, we'll set out the way forward for finalising the standard for this project. And we'll have the opportunity, we're trying to allocate as much time as possible to discussion with you on these strategic issues, as well as implementation challenges that might arise from this project. And of course, we'll hand over then to the IAASB team, and then we'll come back and do a joint session with IAASB after lunch. So Michelle, if you could move forward, please. Thank you very much. So following engagement with key stakeholders, the IAASB understood the need for a timely standard, and that's been really critical, to support the consistent performance of quality assurance engagements that will provide confidence and trust in sustainability information reported. And that reporting is rapidly developing with many frameworks and law and regulation around the globe. So the IAASB approved a project proposal in September 2022 for a new overarching standard for assurance on sustainability reporting. So this standard is going to be principles based to provide a basis for future suite of international standards on sustainability assurance, starting with this overarching standard ISSA 5000, general requirements for sustainability assurance engagements. This means it's developed for all entities, regardless of size or complexity. It's intended to be suitable across all sustainability topics, information disclosed about topics, types of reporting frameworks, to meet the needs of any intended users or groups of intended users. So the standard that's been developed addresses both limited and reasonable assurance, and that was really important to stakeholders because of the anticipation of starting in many cases with limited assurance and then transitioning to reasonable assurance over time as reporting and requirements mature. This standard will be implementable by all assurance practitioners. So any practitioners, just in the same way as ISA 3000 is currently caters for professional accountants, but also other professionals conducting assurance engagements under our standards. As the first in a new suite of ISSA standards, it is standalone. It doesn't rely on reference back to ISA 3000 or any other standards, except, of course, in regards to the Code of Ethics or relevant ethical requirements and ISQM1 or quality management standards, at least as demanding, which we'll come back to. And it is based on the fundamental principles that relevant ethical requirements and quality management will be applied. And that has come through very, very strongly in the feedback that we've received. Next slide, please. So really, I'm not going to go into detail on this timeline. Really where we're at with this project flows on from the work that was done on the extended external reporting guidance, which was published back in 2021. And that very much set the scene for our standard setting. And it's been very widely used and supported by practitioners conducting sustainability assurance engagements. So since then, this project was approved, as I mentioned, and we've been moving forward at pace in order to bring a full draft of ISSA 5000 to our board meeting in June this year, with a view to seeking approval of the standard in September this year. In the meantime, we're seeing, as I mentioned, a very rapid development of reporting standards, law and regulation. And for example, with the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards, S1 and S2, released last year, and the ESRS, adopted by the European Commission soon after, and now the SEC rule for disclosure on climate-related information. So very much trying to keep step with what's happening in the reporting framework. Next slide, please. In relation to responses to our exposure draft, which closed at 1st of December last year, we were very pleased with the level of responses. 143 comment letters and a further 3 letters were received, along with 36 survey responses. And you can see from the slide, there's a spread, really good spread globally, different regions, and also different stakeholder types. So that was really good basis for then the work that we've done since in analysing all of those comment letters. So next slide, please. So in analysing the comment letters, overall, we had very, very strong support for ED 5000. And that support also did come through strongly in the global outreach that we did last year during the comment period. So we did go to 6 continents and did a huge amount of outreach to really listen to concerns of stakeholders. So the positive feedback that we got was the rapid speed of development of the standard, the broad global baseline that was needed and would be provided by this, the fact that, and I mentioned before, ethics and quality management, very much the message, those are not negotiable, which they wouldn't be, I don't think, from IAASB or IASBA's point of view, but that was good to reinforce. And that the standard covers the entire engagement. So it wasn't a piecemeal standard, it's a comprehensive end-to-end standard from acceptance and continuance right through to reporting. Next slide, please. So when we did the analysis, we broke up our analysis into 2 parts, if you will. We had 27 questions, and the first 15 questions we analysed and discussed those with our board in March. There were 6 main themes coming out of that analysis, which you see on the left side of the slide. We're not going to be talking about all of those today. We've actually selected 4 of those themes that we thought would be of interest and relevance to the SAC that we'll be discussing in just a moment. And then there were a further 12 questions that, given our initial analysis of the responses, we thought would probably drive less change to the standard. And so we have subsequently analysed those separately, and we've already discussed those with our task force with a view to bringing amendments to the exposure draft to our June board meeting. So at the June board meeting, we will have analysed all the questions from the exposure draft or the explanatory memorandum, the exposure draft, and we will be bringing a full standard. at that point. So we're going to discuss 4 of those themes now, and there's also another matter that was raised that we will come to as well. So now I want to hand over to Dan to talk us through those 4 themes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire, and greetings to all of you. If we could go, please, to the next slide. Claire mentioned these 5 areas that we wanted to address with you, and I will cover the first 4. And obviously, we're getting closer to the finish line, and so this is just a flavor of some of the recent key decisions or discussion areas that the board and the task force have been focusing on. The first one relates to the scope and applicability of the proposed standard. And a key decision that was taken by the board in March was for ISSA 5000 to be the sole standard for all sustainability assurance engagements. This would mean withdrawing ISAE 3410, which is the existing standard for assurance on greenhouse gas statements. And that withdrawal would happen when ISSA becomes effective. Now, there were 2 principal reasons driving the board's decision here. The first one was respondents to the exposure draft said that there was a lack of clarity in terms of how ISSA 5000 and 3410 would interact. The exposure draft, the scope said that ISSA 5000 applied to engagements for sustainability information, except when the practitioner was issuing a separate conclusion on a greenhouse gas statement, in which case 3410 applied. So respondents said, it's not clear to us how those how that would work in practice. And they said, really, it was illogical to have to apply 2 separate standards to the same engagement and the same information, simply because some of that information is presented in a particular format, in this case, in the format of a greenhouse gas statement. And moreover, the respondents said that it was inconsistent with the IAASB's stated intent for ISSA 5000 to be the baseline standard for all sustainability assurance engagements. The second point driving the board's decision, which we'll cover in a little bit more detail in a bit, was the approach to risk assessment. And the exposure draft ISSA 5000, the approach to risk assessment for a limited assurance engagement was different than the approach in ISAE 3410, which requires an explicit risk assessment. And so the board decided that not only would moving to an explicit risk assessment result in a more robust approach for a practitioner in responding to identified risks, but it also would help to close the gap between the 2 standards and actually provides further support for the board's decision that ISSA 5000 be the sole standard. So the board considered a high-level analysis of the requirements in 3410 in March, and generally was satisfied that all of those requirements were addressed in the proposed standard, proposed ISSA 5000, asked the task force to go back and have one more look, which the task force is doing, and also to have a look at the application material in ISA 3410 to see how that might be repurposed, either as part of the guidance in ISSA 5000 or in some other form as implementation guidance. So that's the first item. If we could move to the next slide, and the second theme. And that's a point that Claire touched on at the outset. And that's this notion of the fundamental premises that underpin ISSA 5000. And that's the relevant ethical requirements and quality management standards. In this particular session, I'm only going to focus on quality management standards. We'll come back to relevant ethical requirements when we get into the joint session with IAASB-IESBA. The first point to note for all of you is that there was strong support from respondents for these fundamental premises. And those are not in question, but respondents did ask for some clarity, additional clarity in a couple of areas. One was clarity regarding the application of the quality management requirements. Some said, why don't you just require ISQM1? Others said, can you establish minimum baseline requirements or explain what alternative requirements are out there that are at least as demanding? And they also wanted more clarity on the concept of at least as demanding. What does that mean? And also suggested highlighting the important role that national standard setters and regulators play in this process. So in March, the board looked at and discussed a three-tiered requirement for quality management standards. So starts with the engagement leader being a member of a firm that either applies ISQM1 or applies requirements that an appropriate authority has determined to be at least as demanding as ISQM1. There's some guidance in the standard on what an appropriate authority is. Could be a national standard setter, regulator, or an oversight body, or a body with oversight or responsibility for either audit or assurance. And only in the absence of those two, the third tier is that the practitioner's firm would make a determination that the quality management standards that have been followed are at least as demanding as ISQM1. And the board made it very clear that this was the least preferred option, that either applying ISQM1 or having an appropriate authority determine at least as demanding would be the preference. The determination at the firm level, it could be the firm or a network firm, was supported by the board because, in fact, ISQM1 is a firm level standard. So it makes sense for that determination to be at the firm level, not at the engagement level, because the board was concerned that that would introduce too much optionality for engagement teams. I also might add that the board supported a documentation requirement. So if there is an option where the firm has determined that the requirements followed are at least as demanding, there's a requirement to document the basis for that determination. In terms of guidance on at least as demanding, there was some additional application material added to the standard that addressed concerns that were raised that the exposure draft implied a need for a kind of a one-to-one correspondence, that you have to go down and follow each and every requirement in ISQM1. That was not the intent. That was more so to address the areas in ISQM1 and to make sure that the obligations on the firm met or achieved the aims and objectives of the requirements of ISQM1. Just a final note here, the board did note in March that perhaps a similar three-tiered approach might be appropriate for relevant ethical requirements. And we noted that further discussion would be needed with our IASBA colleagues. So we'll again be coming back and touching on that in a bit. The next slide, please. The third of these areas was materiality. And I guess I'd say if we had to choose a clear winner in terms of the area in the exposure draft where there were most requests from respondents for more guidance and examples, it was probably this area. And that included clarifying the differences between the entity's materiality process and the practitioner's application of materiality, which has been done in the standard. It also included this notion of double materiality. There was broad support from respondents to address the notion of double materiality in ISSA 5000, including how it would be considered by practitioners. The board discussed that although 5000 is like all IAASB standards, intended to be framework neutral, the notion of double materiality is indeed embedded in certain sustainability reporting frameworks, such as the CSRD in the EU. So double materiality starts with the management's process to identify the topics to be reported, considering both the material impacts of those sustainability matters on the entity's strategy, business model, operations, and performance. That's financial materiality, as well as the material impacts of the entity's activities and products and services on the environment, society, and economy, the impact materiality. So to accommodate this notion of double materiality, the board decided in March to introduce a conditional requirement so that if a sustainability reporting framework required the application of double materiality, then the practitioner is required to apply both aspects when setting and applying materiality for the assurance engagement. There's a little bit of guidance in the standard on how a practitioner would do that. That's probably just the start, and the board will consider the need for to supplement that material, perhaps with additional guidance and examples in implementation guidance. Claire will be talking a little bit more about that in a moment. The fourth area, and perhaps a big one, it's the differentiation. If we could move to the next slide, thank you. Between limited and reasonable assurance. Now, it's been clear that respondents to the exposure draft, it's been clear from the outreach that has been done both pre and post exposure draft, that stakeholders are interested in how ISSA 5000 differentiates between limited and reasonable assurance engagements. There was strong support for the structure of the standard, side-by-side requirements, signposting with an L or an R in the paragraph numbers to quickly highlight which type of engagement or requirement or guidance referred to. One thing to note, users or respondents did note that users either do not fully understand or don't appreciate what limited assurance is or what the difference is between limited and reasonable assurance. So there were suggestions, and it's certainly supported by the task force, that this standard, ISSA 5000, can't by itself address all of the expectations gaps or understanding gaps in terms of what a limited assurance engagement is, and therefore some educational material is probably going to be needed, and that's separate from ISSA 5000. Apart from that, respondents did ask for further clarity around the differentiation in the work effort. And so the board has sought to do that in three key areas. The first one is the understanding that a practitioner needs in order to provide a basis for identifying and assessing the risks of material misstatement. And generally speaking, the breadth and the depth of that understanding is less for a limited assurance engagement, simply because the assurance level is lower than for reasonable assurance. If you look at the standard, in some cases, the baseline understanding is the same and should be the same for things like understanding the entity and its environment, the business how it operates, structure, governance, all of those types of things. The differences become more apparent when you get into the understanding of the system of internal control for the entity, and those are presented in side-by-side requirements to help highlight that. Second bit, risk identification and assessment. And the key difference there is that risk identification and assessment for limited assurance is done at the disclosure level, a higher level, and that is for a reasonable assurance engagement is done at a more granular level, the assertion level for those disclosures. Responses, that's the third area where the board has differentiated. And generally speaking, just the responses, the procedures that a practitioner undertakes to respond to risk needs to be commensurate with the level of assessed risk. And generally, again, because of the difference in the level of assurance obtained, the procedures in a limited assurance engagement vary in nature and timing and are less in extent than for reasonable assurance. And again, side-by-side requirements, for example, analytical procedures, procedures to respond to estimates and forward-looking information presented side-by-side to highlight the difference. Just to go back to risk assessment for a moment, one of the things the board did ask for in March was for the task force to clarify a little bit more how this risk assessment and identification would be done, either for limited or for reasonable assurance. So the task force started looking at that and has made some further tweaks there. Had a meeting recently in London, and one of the things the task force talked about were some questions that were coming up about how this was done when a reporting framework might require the disclosure of hundreds of different metrics, for example. And, is each of those metrics intended to be a disclosure? And would the practitioner actually have to identify and assess risk for each and every one of those metrics? And for limited assurance engagement, or even more detailed at the assertion level for each of those for reasonable assurance. And the task force quickly concluded that can't possibly be the case. That was never the intent. So the task force has been looking now at the concept of a disclosure, what that means, and recognizing that sustainability information can be presented in a lot of different ways. It's a combination of different topics, aspects of topics, some narrative, some quantitative, can be a single table, can span multiple pages. So there are different ways that practitioners may be able to logically combine information for purposes of treating it as a disclosure for this purpose. The task force is working on this guidance. The board will weigh in on that in June. But it was an important question that had come up in terms of the level of work effort that might be required. So I'm going to stop there, turn it back to Claire, just to touch briefly on the last of the 5 areas.
Thanks, Dan. Next slide, please. So just the final matter that came up through our analysis that we discussed with the board in March was concern amongst stakeholders regarding coordination with the financial statement auditor. And this came through quite a lot of respondents and also through our outreach. And so the suggestion was to provide more proactive requirements for communication. And the board just identified that really one of the key ways that you can't just have a requirement just to communicate, you need to have a requirement to communicate what and when. And the main opportunity would be if there were material inconsistencies identified between the sustainability information that the practitioners assured and the financial statements. If the practitioners received the financial statements as other information prior to finalisation of their assurance report. So So we will be including a conditional requirement for communication with the financial statement audit with respect to those material inconsistencies. Once those inconsistencies have been raised with management and those charged with governance and remain unresolved, and only if not prohibited by law or regulation. So of course, there's some caveats around that. So we will also be considering whether there's anything further needed on communication of non-compliance with laws and regulation, but that's also been identified by IAASB's project. So we'll be working in conjunction with IAASB on that. So next slide, please. So just there's just a couple of wrap-up slides regarding the way forward. So Dan did mention on a number of occasions the need for guidance and what was being called for. And essentially we see two buckets, if you will, of future for non-authoritative guidance. One will be material that will be issued with the final standard later in the year. First-time implementation guide, we will be drawing heavily on extended external reporting guidance and repurposing a lot of that and adding to that for that guide. There will obviously be the basis for conclusions, which is standard for our issuing our standards, and a fact sheet to support that. And then we will look to the future, whether additional FAQs are needed or updated, other non-authoritative guidance regarding scope, or for example, non-authoritative guidance on quality management. So we'll then be looking at how we can supplement to meet user needs and help with implementation. Next slide, please. So all I want to say here is that I mentioned that we're working towards an approval date of September 2024. We've been having ongoing outreach with key stakeholders since the exposure draft closed, and we will be continuing to do so. Next slide, please. So now we want your feedback, and I'll turn this over to Alan. These are the questions that we wanted to put to you. I think Alan's probably okay to take responses to all of those at once, because otherwise we'll run out of time. And also what we didn't mention on this list is implementation challenges. If obviously we'd be welcoming any comments about implementation as well. So yeah, over to you, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Dan. So these were the questions that were in the papers. So with one addition, which is the implementation challenge, which I think would be good to get some feedback. So who would like to go first? It's a big, big topic. Jose.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me here. I would like to ask first if I can introduce one more question to the list. And if the answer is yes, first I would like to tell you that I am not a PA. I am an economist, but I am involved in internal auditor. I have been part of the IAA board the last year. And before that, I've been chief financial officer of one of the biggest insurance company in Latin America. So I've made a lot of accounting decisions and a lot of investment decisions. So I think this is my hat today. Regarding regarding this, I would like to ask if with the new Securities and Exchange Commission rule published recently, is there any contradiction or any adoption problem for the ISA 5000? I am envisioning, for example, the threshold of 1% related to the reporting statement of results, or the threshold of 1% of the statement of conditions. I am thinking about that there is not an obligation to report ESG scope 3. I am thinking about the safe harbor for forward-looking statement. I am thinking about the double materiality, which I couldn't find in the rule. And finally, there is a difference understanding from a point of view with the limited versus the reasonable assurance in the rule. So that's what I would like to ask as a new question.
How would you like to handle this? Want to take a few more questions, or would you like to?
I think maybe
answer them?
take a few more questions,
Okay.
Alan, and then we
So,
can.
Susan?
Claire and Dan, thank you for that. That was a great presentation, particularly for somebody who doesn't understand as much what's going on around the table. One of the things I worry about is the public being misled by non-accountants using the professional standards of professional accountants. And I'm just wondering how you're thinking about the standard as it relates to maybe disclosure and reporting so that the public, the reader, can understand how non-accountants and their systems may differ from public accountants. Thank you.
Douglas?
I was primarily going to try and answer the 5 questions, but let me just start with some preliminary comments to say standards are always work in progress anyway, and you've got a limited time frame, and so there's a limit to what can be done. It's obviously a compromise, and we all recognise that, and as did IOSCO. And in due course, perhaps needs to be a full suite of standards, references to 540 on estimates or whatever. And also recognise the challenges of being practitioner neutral and framework neutral. So perhaps should I quickly go through the answers to the 5 questions, if that's okay. Well, I'll start with 3410. Yes, that's probably the simplest answer to that one. Elisa's demanding, I think it's the right answer, subject to where it lands on ethics. Just to say the obvious, and it goes back to one of Tom's comments earlier, there may be some issues for individual standards because of laws and regulations in what references can be made to quality management standards and code of ethics. But also to say the criterion about a regulator or a standard setter working out what Lisa's demanding means probably encourages better communication amongst national standard setters and so forth, so you're not actually coming up with inconsistent answers. Ideally, it'd be great if the IAASB did it, but you have limited time. Double materiality, fine. I guess I'd just say it's going to be a challenge in jurisdictions where you've got 2 reporting frameworks, say mandatory IAASB and voluntary GRI, particularly when IAASB in the reporting framework says don't obscure our information with other information, how it's separated, what that means for the assurance practitioner. Maybe it's mandatory assurance over one piece of information, voluntary over others. A long list of questions. If you don't deal with them, which I don't think you can by September, they're probably ones that national standards initially would try to deal with. Maybe we need to discuss all that detail offline, by the way. Limited versus reasonable. Yes, Tom, need to talk further on about 2410 and interested in work on that, by the way, subject to timing and everything else. But I think you're on the right track in a sense. Don't know the perfect answer in limited versus reasonable on risk, but wouldn't object to it. I guess the one thing I would say though is in education, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what limited assurance means, that if there are problems and they're not addressed, it doesn't mean you get a clean opinion. You still get a modified opinion, and so perhaps that's part of the education. And also, if there aren't great systems and processes and problems, well, the work effort can actually approach the work effort of reasonable assurance. And of course, as people would say, limited assurance is anything from just below reasonable to, close to nothing, so it's quite challenging. Number 5, that was about, coordination and communication. Be interested to see what you come up with. I appreciate the challenges that the 720 might only work in one direction from the financial report auditor, and therefore good communication is going to be important, but it will raise some issues about how all the material inconsistencies are identified. I do appreciate if you've got a specialist who's just, say, looking at emissions and not the rest of the climate disclosures, can you really ask them to review the whole financial report and so forth? So again, it's perhaps a compromise situation at the moment. Sorry, that's a lot in a short space of time trying to answer all 5.
Thank you, but at least you've answered some of the questions and provided your view that they're on the right track, subject, of course, to the time constraints they've got. So that was helpful. Thank you. Javier, I saw your card up and then
okay, thank you. I think in a way already it was mentioned some of the points I was going to bring up, but in any case, as a user and investor, I think it's very key, and the common denominator for all these things is consistency. And I think you was mentioned already that word. I think, for instance, in materiality and double materiality, I think obviously that has to be consistent with other standards are doing, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to do that. Then in terms of the limited and reasonable assurance, also I think you already mentioned, we need further clarity there. I think already you are on the right track, as it was mentioned already. So definitely we like to more information, clarity, and obviously educational aspect probably may be important in that one. Then communication was mentioned as well. I think for us it's very important, the financial statements. We don't have to forget that. I mean, at the end of the day, even if sustainability is very good, we need the metrics, but we work with metrics. So whatever it is, and the relation with financial statements is key. Put in that way, otherwise it's not going to be as good as it should be for us. Okay, so that's another element that I want to mention. And then also at the beginning you were mentioning, I'm sorry, I'm not following all the order, but I'm touching upon most of the points here on the scope that you mentioning. I think definitely, as it's mentioned there, we want one solid standard to assurance, meaning that all assurance engagement and sustainability information should be applied. Right. So I think these are the key points. I want to reiterate the word consistency, because that's really important, and the connection with financial statements. So there's, okay, that's enough. I will have more time to discuss other points now.
Alan, it may be worth us, before we get too many questions, sort of responding quickly to give plenty of time for more comments and questions. And Dan will jump in if there's additional things to say. So I know, Jose, you were concerned about inconsistencies between the SEC rule and what we allow for in this standard. And absolutely, this standard is intended to be accommodate. It's supposed to be framework neutral, but accommodate framework. So I guess a caveat would be, if there are areas, and I know Paul's here, so I'm sure he will also be able to flag for us, if there are areas that our standard is preventing the practitioner applying in certain circumstances, we do need to know that and look at that. But that said, where there's certain requirements in the reporting frameworks, then that's criteria for the practitioner. So we have tried to allow for them to apply that criteria as required by the framework. And so where there's certain thresholds, or where scope 3 or not scope 3, we're not saying what the reporting framework has to say. Whatever the reporting framework says, that's what the practitioner is assuring against. So that's a sort of simplistic answer, but I don't know if that's completely covered what you were driving at. But now the safe harbour for forward-looking statements, again, that's more of a director's safe harbour that you might be looking for. That's sort of outside of scope of what we can write for the practitioner. Now we have very much been looking though at evidence for the practitioner, from the practitioner's perspective, and we may have some amendments coming back to June on that, with respect to, well, what can the assurance practitioner do on forward-looking information? Because it's not a promise that that's going to take place. It's more around the reasonableness of assumptions, the data, the reliability of the data that's been used, and whether that's been properly executed, if you will. So we are looking at that to make sure that's clear, because there's limitations, yes, for the preparer, but also for the practitioner. A limited versus reasonable assurance. Again, we allow for both. We're not saying which, depends on the framework, depends on the reporting requirements, the regulatory requirements, or whether it's voluntary, what the client chooses to apply. There was concern, Susan, around being misled, that perhaps, now I wasn't clear on whether you were meaning non-accountants preparing the information or non-accountants doing the assurance work. Okay, so we have every confidence that non-accountants are able to do this work. Non-accountants are doing this work currently under, say, 3,000. We are very I mean, we are openly and determinedly profession agnostic, and we are looking at what we can do to make sure that consistency, and it will be a process over time. And I think the regulators and standard setters, reporting standard setters, show some level of, or will need to show some level of allowing for that evolution and that consistency, because there are different, approaches and styles of working. But we have confidence. We do have plenty of non-accountants already applying ISQM1, already doing standards under this, and keen to be accredited or to get the proper skills and competencies in this. And we have heard through our outreach a lot of concerns on both sides of the fence, if I can call it that, concerns about the level of technical competence on these areas of sustainability that can be very, very specific, and concerns about assurance competence. And that will be an area of education, of national standard setters supporting through education programs. There's other, I guess we're just one piece of the puzzle to make sure that all comes together. So just running down, and do jump in, Dan, if I don't cover off the response. So I'll just try to pick out a few. I think Doug, mainly you're saying we're pretty on track, and definitely we will need support of the national standard setters, and we're meeting with them later in the week, including yourself. So those things you raised are really a good steer on what we could ask the national standard setters to support us with. And there's certainly some challenges with implementation that you mentioned, systems and processes, absolutely. I think for a lot of entities that the practitioners will also deal with, and we're trying to address that. And Javier, consistency for investors. We absolutely would like reporting and assurance to be consistent for the investors' standpoint. Educational stuff is what I hear for reasonable versus limited assurance. I'm glad you support the communication, and we'll definitely, you'll see that requirement coming through for June, albeit there's certain limitations, of course, on what other information is available. And I'm glad you support a sole standard and that is definitely trying to drive the consistency for the assurance side of things. So I think that wraps up what I heard. Thank you.
So let's keep going. So I'm coming back to Yinhua, and then Hilda.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Dan and Claire, for your presentation. It was maybe 16 years ago. Dan and Wolf and me were in IAASB. Let me contribute to Dan and Wolf for their dedication for the standards. I have just several questions. One is regarding standalone standards. ISO 5000. I think for the time being, we only have one standard, that's general standards. We don't have any specific standards. I was wondering whether it's enough for 5000 to serve the practitioners. For example, for the work of experts in sustainability area, the practitioner or the CPA may need to use subject matters experts more. In 5000, there are only limited guidance. In financial statements audits standards, we have 620. So it's a complete standards, detailed guidance. I was wondering where the limited guidance in 5000 is enough for the time being. In the long run, we may need a specific standards on using the work of experts in 5000 series. But for the time being, we may add something in 5000. If the guidance here in 5000 is not enough, the practitioners can turn to 620 for guidance, for more guidance for the time being. I also agree withdraw with the 43110 to avoid inconsistency. However, given the climate first, we already have S2 standards. We need to a standard on assurance on climate disclosure information. So a specific standards on this subject may be needed more urgently. We don't have any plans now. Regarding the implementation guidance, I think during the past several years, IAASB did a quite good job on that, especially on accounting estimates. You know, in European markets and in American markets, Big Four dominates. They have the capacity to implement the standards themselves. But in some developing countries, non-Big Four, the market is not so concentrated. So non-Big Four still did a lot of work for listed companies audits for sustainability assurance. So they need more implementing guidance. This time, I think for sustainability, it's especially the case. This time, I would like to see the guidance more be targeted at tough issues, such as scenario analysis. How do you check whether the company's scenario analysis is right or not? What kind of procedures you are doing? Not general things. Everybody knows. This time we tough. We get some tough question, difficult areas. Then we provide guidance on them. I think on accounting estimates, ECL, the examples are very helpful. The examples. A minor point, when you give implementation guidance, you may have interviews on YouTube. Some countries, they have their social media, they cannot read that. We can put it in some format. Everybody around the globe, around the world can open it, read it. Finally, CSRC, according to CSRC's provisions, EU will consider adopting sustainability assurance standards. I don't know where they are waiting for IAASB standards, or they have other options, or they are drafting their own standards. If you can provide me some information, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Yunhua. So are you okay to take a few more? So Hilda, and then I see online we've got Ashley. So I'd like to bring Ashley in next.
Thank you, Alan. Good morning to all. Very happy to hear where you are on these standards. As you know, we have in 2024 in the European Union, not only sustainability reporting being mandated legally, but also the sustainability assurance. So we need the standard. Well, yesterday, but September will just about do, I would say. So very happy to hear you're still on track. It would be good, you referred to the implementation guidelines for first-time application. Would be good to hear a little bit more about this and also the timing, because the sooner we have this, I would say, the better. As far as what you ran through, overall, sounds good. Maybe a few things we would have expected differently, but overall, I think it's fine. One question, though, on the double materiality, a conditional requirement is fine. The big discussion in Europe is, what about looking at the completeness of the sustainability reporting? And I was wondering if that is something within looking at materiality, that is something you will look at and potentially address, because that actually would be quite useful to have a little bit more substance on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Hilda. So Ashley, please, good to see you.
Great, thank you. Ashley Rangel with the Basel Committee. Most of the feedback that we had on this standard was covered in your remarks in the summary of the feedback, so I won't go through the individual items, but one item I didn't hear was around the work of another practitioner, so similar to the use of experts, if assurance work from another individual is used, so let's say for Scope 3 emissions, there doesn't seem to be guidance explicitly addressing the quality management and ethical requirements around that. So that was an additional piece of feedback that we had.
Thank you. Claire, should we add one more? Yes, so I'd like to go to Chikato, please.
Mine is more like my answers rather than the questions. Is that okay? Okay, so I'm going to talk about the A, D, and E, in particular about A, and then also I'm speaking from my own background where I really work. I serve as a chief sustainability officer for a private sector financial company where we have Japan's fourth largest commercial bank and the 2 large asset management companies. And so like we are users of the sustainability information as well as preparer. So that's where I stand. So definitely yes to A, because we don't want to see a fragmentation with regard to the standard. And then so D, which is about the double materiality. I understand the Hilda's point, and then I think in Asia, in Japan, I think what we are aiming for is a double materiality. But then in practice, I think it has lots of challenges. The challenges from the preparer's point of view, it's not from the user's point of view, it's more like a preparer's point of view. A double materiality requires a lot more work. And then cost to prepare information, because you have to really assess what kind of an impact your company is really causing environment, society, and then all the areas. And then the scope is not really expanding right now. Decarbonization, climate change, and then now biodiversity. Biodiversity is very complex and difficult to deal with. So for instance, I know my colleagues actually working on the preparation of this sustainability information. We have lots of cost issues, also human resources, resources allocation, and so on. And then it's I also discuss issues with other financial firms in the US and in Europe, in Asia. So it's a really real issue. So really, I think direction is double materiality, but then my view is that especially in APAC or the emerging market, we need to have a really consideration for the cost resources constraints. So going more step by step towards that direction. And then the E, connectivity, I think also it's very important to have this interconnectivity between financial information and then sustainability information, given the fact that we have lots of ESG washing going on. And I also see that talking with the other companies in Japan and then in other countries, what I really see is that the disconnect between people who are in charge of the sustainability information preparation and then the people who are in the financial department, preparing the financial information. They may not be talking to each other, even within the same company. And then so having this would really encourage this, internal communication, kind of integrity and the alignment. Thank you.
Thank you. Toshimitsu, would you like to go next, please?
Thank you, President Johnson, and thank you, Claire and Dan, for excellent presentation. I have 2 comments. The first one is quite similar to Mr. Tan's comment regarding slide 8. It said IAASB direction that March meeting reassesses whether ISA 3410 requirements are addressed in ISSA 5000. I thought ISA 3410 and ISSA 5000 are completely independent each other. And if PA practitioners need to rely on not only ISSA 5000, but also on ISA 3410, then they should do so. And my impression is that current ISSA 5000 draft is enough for integrating GHG emission assurance. And second one is regarding slide 12, regarding ISA 720 revised. Personally, requiring responsibility based on ISA 720 revised basis for NPA practitioner seems too harsh. If doing so, other information should be listed limitatively in non-authoritative guidance. That's all. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'll respond. Did you want to do one? I'll just get started then.
Yes, and I think just in the interest of time, Alan, so we can allow some time for our IASBA colleagues to talk about their project, and there's still a few cards left. Just to note that we appreciate all of the input. We'll take all of the comments back and reflect on them. But I did just want to comment on a couple of things now. I mean, just generally, Junwan, on your points, essentially ISSA 5000 is intended to be an overarching standard. It's principles based. There always was an intention that there may be a need down the road for separate standards in the ISSA suite to address or provide more guidance on certain topics like materiality, experts, groups, estimates, whatever it might be. So 5,000 is a starting point and can only go so far in terms of being an overarching standard. The only other point that I did want to respond to now, Hilda, was your point on completeness, and that certainly has been a topic of discussion. And the task force has done a little bit more in that regard, because there are several different places throughout the engagement where the practitioner thinks about materiality, the entity's materiality process, and all the way the threads all come together at the end in terms of the overall conclusion, and making sure that there's the information that's presented is in fact complete. So we have a nice diagram that Claire has put together, the task force discussed, and the board will see that in June. It's just one more way to try to address the important point of completeness. And I think, Alan, maybe I'll stop there and see if you want to pick up a few more cards here.
So what I'm going to suggest, if with your permission, is that we run through until we break for lunch, and then we'll start at 12:45 with the IASBA conversation, if that's okay, Sylvia, etc. Yeah, Laura, that's okay. And then we'll sort of do the Q&As as well there. So with that, let me see. I go to Nicholas, who I saw you had a card up. You've been very patient.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the excellent presentation. I would like to ask for the scope. I believe that the 310 should be incorporated in the 5,000, but I would like to ask, in Europe currently and in future, when listed companies issue prospectuses and they issue green bonds or sustainability-linked bonds, they are issuing with 3,000. So in the future, will they be able to use the 3,000 or they will be using the 5,000? That's one question. The second matter is for the report, the assurance report issued by the auditors or the other people. I would like to ask about greenwashing and fraud. So we would like to have more information material in the report, and because it's so important for fraud and greenwashing. And the other thing that comes to mind is that there's no actual definition of greenwashing so far. You know, anybody can say whatever he wants to about greenwashing. So from what I see in Europe, IAASB, ISA and IAASB are working on a project on the definition of greenwashing, and also with the greenwashing directive, but it goes mainly on the products that they sell and do. So I think in the future we should see how we can see what is a real definition of greenwashing, and for the auditors and the practitioners to know what it is. And thirdly, about the connectivity with the audit of the financial statements, I believe that this should be done in writing, because that's how you can assure everything is, you know, for applications and quality. So I think it should be in writing, not just to say, yes, we want you to have it, but it should be in writing before you issue the report. Thank you.
Could I, maybe the best thing is just to go round. So Natasha, then Bello.
Great, thank you. Actually, I would just like to echo that final point and pick it up. And the question of connectivity or consistency has been picked up by a number here already, just to say, yes, it's absolutely critical. And my request around that, I think, is similar, which is, you know, a requirement that they notify or communicate with the auditor, unless laws prohibit that, and I'd be interested to know what laws prohibit it. But either way, they should disclose it to shareholders. There should be a statement, a positive statement, that nothing has come to their attention that would suggest inconsistency with the financial statements. And I do think that also comes to the greenwashing point, because where there is inconsistency, then you might ask questions about whether it's true. So if, you know, some of the, whether it might be climate commitments, etc., are not then reflected in the financial statements, then you might ask whether there's greenwashing going on. So that's one request, public disclosure of that. The second is again a high level question around what is the underpinning principle for drawing up these standards? In particular, is it one of neutrality or prudence? And I raise that because I think when it comes to sustainability standards in particular, and in particular to climate, where there's a lot of uncertainty and judgments have to be made, the downside risk of a sort of central approach rather than a prudent approach could be irreversible and extremely harmful to the public interest. So a prudent approach in that context, I think, is super important, actually. I give the example of, you know, many entities, including the banks, currently using NGFS scenarios. They've been quite widely criticized for being over-optimistic. And so actually, if you'd had a prudent mindset in terms of any kind of assurance of that, the assurer may have highlighted that these are, you know, not necessarily prudent scenarios, and actually you may have had a different outcome if you'd used more prudent scenarios. So I think just that underpinning principle in approaching sustainability disclosures and the audit of them is really, really important to think about. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, my name is Bello, and thank you so much, Claire, and for this wonderful presentation. I would like to first commend and congratulate the task force and the IAASB for this important work that they have done on this particular standard. I think the direction given by the board on the public comments latest that is being received is really wonderful. It's very, very comprehensive. I would like to add that. And then my comment is more or less like comments rather than question. On number A, I think there is a need for greater coordination with all other standard setting bodies, particularly maybe, for example, a joint global roundtable on the role of experts in sustainability assurance services need to be coordinated so that to understand what roles these non-experts are actually what kind of services that they providing, and so that will give the understanding on how we can put some safeguards in order to ensure that the standard is such comprehensive if we want to make it a sole standard for the sustainability assurance services. Another comment that I have is on C, which is on the determination of at least as demanding. I think there is a need to be supported by a clear set of deeper criteria and safeguards in the standard. This will need to be provided. And then looking at what has been provided in the standard, I think maybe some safeguards are really necessary to make sure that there is no such an abuse by, especially by the non-professionals when they are allowed to determine as at least as demanding. And then finally on D, basically the practitioner's consideration for double materiality is also another area of concern, going by the provisions in the standard. So additional guidance need to be provided for circumstances where negligence arise or subjectivity is identified, especially looking at the complex and emerging nature of the sustainability and the sustainability standard that are just yet to be adopted in many jurisdictions. So we don't know what is coming up from these standards. And I think post-implementation review, even though it's being scheduled by IAASB, I think it's something that we need to understand and really pick something from that. And we need to put that in the context where we are developing this particular standard, as well as maybe particularly the involvement of non-professional accounting in these assurance services. This also raised a greater concern when it comes to determination of double materiality. So these are my comments. Thank you. But overall, it's really a great job that is being done by the task force. Thank you.
Thanks, Bello. Dwayne?
Thank you. And I'll echo what everyone has said. The work of the task force and the boards is really phenomenal. Standard setting usually takes much longer, and I commend you for achieving so much in so little time. At the same time, I also hear us talking about, well, we have to be done by a certain date, so we will come back and fill in some of the more ambiguous concepts and some of the holes that need to be filled with either guidance or future standards. And I guess I just may be stating the obvious, but I do think there is a significant risk of creating or expanding expectations gaps by being on this very expedited timeline. And so when we think about things like double materiality, when, I think some questions were raised earlier about even what I'm going to call the unit of account, like what's the unit of account on which assurance is being provided? Is it the whole report? Is it individual elements within the report? Do you have to do risk assessment around individual elements versus risk about the whole report overall? And then you apply double materiality. I mean, these are really complex issues that in financial statement auditing, for instance, have evolved over decades. And I think that we're talking about putting out guidance that will help explain it to the practitioner. But I also think we're going to need a lot of explanation to users about what this is and what it isn't, where it is in the evolution. And I think that could cause frustration, because I think if I'm a user, I'm kind of like, well, you said you had a standard and it's complete and it's understandable and the report's out, I should be able to rely on it. The same way I rely on financial statement audit opinions, for instance. And I'm not sure that's what I'm hearing where we're going to be, but it just puts extra burden on the standard setting boards to really have educational tools, roadshows, awareness offerings. And I think it just raises the bar even further with non-traditional practitioners providing the service as well. On that last point, I guess one thing I'll just offer from a public interest standpoint, and again, this is education and awareness, maybe by regulators, maybe by the boards themselves. But as you know, over 20 years for audits and for other assurance, IFER has something like 52 members. So there's 52 jurisdictions where there are independent
audit oversight regulators. And I don't know that many of those jurisdictions are going to have oversight responsibilities over these types of reports. And so the one thing that's going to be different is these reports will be out there, but they may not have oversight from an independent body like the FRC or the PCAOB or, you know, you name it across the globe. And that, you know, do investors, do users understand that or not, I think is an important point to consider as you're thinking about how this gets rolled out publicly. Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne. I think on that, maybe we'll find some time because it would be good to get a view from, say, you from the FRC, James, on how you would see that oversight for non-financial reporting. But let's park it. I'll just leave that with you just to come back to, if you don't mind, later on. I'm conscious we got sort of 2 minutes, but we got sort of four more 10 cards up. I'm happy to go on for about 5 minutes beyond the hour just to capture the last four. So Isabel, over to you. No pressure.
Thank you. I also wanted to start with commending the task force and the board for having come so far this far, and with this really good starting point. I think in coming to responding to your questions, and I think my intervention earlier was also pertained to this. Is it right to say that it's the sole standard? Does it have to be? I mean, it is currently. Going forward, what is the case? What do you bring in it? What do you bring in other parts, and how do you use what's already out there in the rest of the framework for financial reporting, for financial reporting assurance into this? So I think other speakers have also mentioned that. Maybe one thing though would be in terms of readability of the standards. So whilst I really appreciated limited assurance being next to reasonable assurance requirements, I think for readability, maybe you could think when you finalize the standard in terms of using any technology to be able to filter. So can you get 3 readings of the standard? One where it's, as you've presented the draft, but then one you say, I want to see what's applicable for limited assurance, and then another one, what's applicable for reasonable assurance. I think that could be helpful. Then coming to B and clarifying the difference between limited assurance and reasonable assurance. I think that's indeed hugely important for users. And I would hope that the guidance that you would be providing to the market would actually come with the standard and not part of the second wave of guidance, because I think that would be critical. I also appreciate under C the fact that this standard brings or aims at bringing assurance of sustainability reporting to the same high level quality as for financial reporting. That it will take into account the fact that in some frameworks there is double materiality. So definitely from a European standpoint, that's hugely important. And finally, on connectivity with the auditor of the financial statements, and to previous speakers who've talked about the risk of greenwashing and therefore the importance of this, definitely supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are really pleased with the significant progress made. Particularly, you made a significant outreach to hear from all the stakeholders around the world. It's really important and really pleased. Thank you very much. And I'm conscious of time and focusing on one point, which is E, connectivity aspect. So this is a professional agnostic standard. And one particular situation we have to be careful is the financial statement auditor and the sustainability assurance provider can be different people. In this situation, it's very important to emphasize the robust communication between these two parties, of course, to achieve the consistency between the financial statement audit, financial statements, and also other information. But at the same time, other type of communication, for example, no-clear type communication or a potential fraud type of communication. So that is very important to achieve the successful professional agnostic standard, which can achieve the high quality audit and high quality sustainability assurance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From a preparer's perspective, I would like to commend the task force for all this work. Also being European, we are dearly in need of getting a standard. So many thanks for all the hard work you've done. To answer the questions, in general speaking, you're going into the right direction. So I'm very pleased with what we're doing, also what we have deliberated now in the March meeting of the IAASB. Just to pick up briefly on one point C, which is about risk assessment, limited insurance engagement. From a preparer's perspective, it's very important from an operational standpoint to get this clear, because as you all can recognize, financial reporting with reasonable assurance, they have one process, and then you have a parallel process for sustainability reporting. It indicates that you're doing limited assurance here. It's when you communicate with leadership and audit committees within the firms, these have to be clear, and I'm very pleased where you're going right now. You have identified that as an issue. Another observation is that on point E, of course, I agree with the process here going to touch up on ISO 720. I just wanted to make a note that there is no definition out there in the space today that's everybody agrees what connectivity is, but that's a much bigger issue. Of course, always inherent in what you're doing here. So that's just a reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I see there's a last. So sort out how much time you need between each other, but it's not going to be more than a couple of minutes.
If I had already pressure, considering I was the last one, so another one only put me a bit more pressure. First of all, congratulations on the great work that is being developed on that. And in relation to being the sole standard for assurance, certainly it seems as extremely valid and important, even to make sure high quality requirements are applied instead of having different levels of requirements to different standards. Two specific points I only would like to address. One that was briefly mentioned on the integration of quality management is to consider how to integrate the requirements in ISA 5000 being used by others, what means not by the auditors of the financial statements. These clear definitions are extremely important to make sure the consistency on the information that will be supplied by those providing assurance on sustainability information, and keeping the same approach that is required at QM. So the risk assessment and all these directives. The reason for my comment is, and this was briefly addressed by Claire before, is because we need to keep in mind that local regulators at national standard setting boards will need to accompany that to make sure this is being done, this is being used. And I certainly understand this is not IAASB rules, but we need to recognize that in several jurisdictions, these local standard setting boards and these local regulators probably will have limited resources and or won't be prepared to do so, and they will need, entering the topic of guidance, they will need a strong support and strong training on that. And my second comment relates to items D and E from the question here on practitioners' consideration of double materiality and connectivity with the auditor of the financial statements. Certainly, you have already identified that in informal conversations, roundtables, and so on, there is a certain view, and I recognize this is from a practitioner point of view, that it would be more useful or more consistent to have the same professional involved in the assurance of financial statements and in the sustainability assurance. due to the optimization of processes, because we need to be comfortable in relation to internal controls, assessment, understanding the entity, and so on. And whenever for that, it's not on being in favor or against that, but we need to really be sure that this consideration, independently of being only one assure or two ones, that they keep clear, objective picture of what is being demonstrated, that they keep the same context, the same basis, instead of presenting, I would say, even distorted views or distorted references. Because when we think on the need of, on what the market, of what investors need, what users need, they need this consistency in their understanding. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. And just to give you some background, I'm an engineer with CPA in the United States, banker, CFO, and now board member of a couple of financial institutions. So I'd like to ask about, in a broad sense, public interest perspective. I think that this whole discussion, we are still in the stage of climate, S1, S2, and so on. And in the case of Brazil, we follow the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate. But I do believe we have a couple of folks here coming from underdeveloped countries. And I think when I see abroad, and there is really no focus on the S, social side. And I know that there is this A.T. Kearney index that they start to look at. But I think that in terms of the discussion and implementation in other countries, I think that we need to think about thinking outside the box, meaning, what can we bring to those countries, and even in Europe, the S piece. We're talking about greenwashing and so on, and it seems like we are looking at backwards, in a sense that in a proactive way, I think that this institution could help us a lot in this type of discussion, because nobody else, as far as I know, thinks about how can we improve the financial statements looking at the SPs. He talks about green bonds. Yes, green bonds is a interesting thing. For instance, in Brazil, we have a lot of issuers, green bond issuers. So I don't know if this is the next step of this whole discussion. If you already started anything related to the SPs. I mean, social piece.
Yeah. Do you want to answer that quickly? Because the rest have been very good input to you, and I think a validation of what you've done, where you're going.
Yes, so I just want to clarify that I've understood that correctly. So you were saying about how there's a focus in a lot of jurisdictions around climate versus social aspects. So from our point of view, the standard that we've written is intended, and we have included some examples, to cover all types of reporting for sustainability, including social. So we are conscious of not unbalancing the standard by using examples that are all emissions related or climate related. However, obviously it depends on for the practitioner, it depends on which framework's being applied. So we certainly would welcome if there's other aspects of social that we're not considering, but that was the intention of the way we've written it, to allow for all of those different frameworks, including environmental, social governance, any sustainability matters.
So look, thank you. This has been a very long but very interesting session, and we will have another hour and a quarter after lunch. So what I'm going to suggest is we break for lunch and we get back here in half an hour. Sorry about that, but I think the quality of the discussion is such that you need less lunch and more quality time together. So we'll get back at 1:45. That will allow us to have an extra 15 minutes, because we still have the IAASB, and when we have the joint questions. So if you're okay with that, please let's, as I said earlier, any other questions you have in your mind, if we don't get them addressed, send them to us and we'll make sure we get back to you. Yeah. Anything from the staff?
Just
announcements?
an administrative request. If in the interest of having the SAC members back within the time frame, if I could ask the staff and the observers to please allow the SAC members to participate in the dining options first, and then and that would be greatly appreciated.
Well, that's fine as long as we leave enough food for those that really do the work. We just get people back in.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're ready to start. Just a couple of people left to come back in. Okay, so John, I suggest we get going, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name's John Reid. Is that better? Yeah, okay, thank you. My name's John Reid. I'm principal at IAASB-IESBA. I'm one of 3 staff members who were working on the sustainability project. So Laura Leal and Sylvia Shremko. I've been focusing mostly on the sustainability reporting aspects. Laura has been working more on the ethics, on the sustainability assurance, and Sylvia more so on the independence aspects of the sustainability assurance standards. So what we're going to do for today is I'm going to provide an overview of the sustainability project and then a brief overview as well as the sustainability reporting provisions. Laura will then go through the ethics aspects for sustainability assurance, and Sylvia will go through the independence aspects as well. Due to being a little bit behind in time, we won't go through the joint session with the IAASB. Obviously, we received the presentation and the questions that were within there. So if there's anything towards the end that you want to ask in those regards, but we won't be going through the actual presentation in that today for that. So I'll just go to the next slide, please. So one of the principles that guided IASBA's activities is that ethics is a means to an end. So what that means is to contribute to and rebuild trust and confidence in businesses and markets and support well-functioning economies and societies. So for sustainability, this means fostering the right behaviours and actions from those preparing sustainability information, but also those that are providing insurance on that information as well. And that's so that users of that information can make informed investment decisions. In addition, there's been increasing demand for sustainability information to support capital allocation and other decisions, and a pressing public interest to ensure that such information is trustworthy, comparable, and therefore capable of being subject to assurance. So this has led to the development of global and local regional sustainability reporting frameworks, such as the IAASB standards and also the European Sustainability Reporting Standards as well. In September 2022, IOSCO issued a statement of support and encouragement for the IASBA and the IAASB to develop profession-agnostic standards relating to the assurance of sustainability-related information. And that was also followed by a statement from IOSCO in March 2023 calling for the timely development of those standards by the 2 boards. So what this slide is demonstrating is that the system will not be complete, operable and effective without robust and a robust complement of ethics and independent standards that underpin the sustainability reporting and assurance infrastructure. So IASBA is focused on interoperability and complementability so as to avoid fragmentation. So for example, there is a need for interoperability between IASBA and the European Commission Ethics and Independence Standards, and there's been some efforts from both sides in that regard. Another example is around interoperability is the work undertaken between IASBA and the International Accreditation Forum. In February this year, the IASBA and the IAF announced a strategic partnership to advance the common ethics framework for assurance of sustainability information. So leading up to this announcement, there were several months of work between the 2 organisations, including a mapping exercise to compare the IAF requirements to those that are proposed in the IESSA, so the International Ethics Standards for Sustainability Assurance. So the purpose of the mapping exercise was to determine which IAF requirements are at least as demanding as the IESA, but also to identify where there might be gaps and how potentially to fill those gaps. So the IAF requirements are actually there's a multi-layered approach that they do. So they consist of requirements under ISO 17029. Then IAF also has specific mandatory requirements, and there's also other national specific requirements as well. So the mapping that we undertook did identify significant differences and gaps between the frameworks that were not easily filled, and it potentially could have resulted in practitioners potentially being subject to two separate frameworks. So ultimately what the IAF has determined as what they've considered to be the most pragmatic approach is to stipulate to the national accreditation bodies, so across the globe, that they're to use the IESA when accrediting and authorising conformity assessment bodies to undertake sustainability assurance. And so what that stipulation will be undertaken through the IAF mandatory requirements in terms of requiring compliance with the IESA. Next slide, thanks. So IASB was committed in June 2022 to develop global ethics and independent standards for sustainability, and that was following that IOSCO statement that I just mentioned. IASB's sustainability project was approved at the December 2022 meeting, and that was to develop two separate sets of standards. So first of all, there's revisions to the extant code to address ethics issues that might arise in sustainability reporting. And then the second aspect, or second set of standards, is ethics and independent standards for use by all sustainability assurance practitioners. Also at that same December 2022 meeting, the IASB also approved a project proposal on the use of experts by professional accountants, but also by sustainability assurance practitioners. The project proposes an ethical framework to guide the evaluation of whether an external expert has the necessary competence, capabilities, and objectivity in order to use the expert's work. So the IASB has actually developed three sets of standards. So there's the reporting standards, the assurance standards, and also the set of ethics. So it's been quite a robust process over the last 12 months or so. Also, given the importance of the scope of the sustainability project, the IASB conducted 4 global sustainability roundtables in March and April 2023. And that was to inform strategic direction on a range of key issues. So this was actually done before the exposure drafts were developed, so as to get that information to help us to develop those. And those were held in Paris, Sydney, Singapore, and New York. And they were attended by over 140 senior level participants from 80 different organisations from a wide range of stakeholder groups, including those from outside the professional accounting groups as well. The IASB also engaged with sustainability experts through a sustainability reference group that we established in June 2023. And these members predominantly come from professions other than accounting and audit, and they've been selected based on a series of criteria, including their background and experience in sustainability reporting or assurance, but also around diversity of stakeholder groups and also geography. So they've acted as a standing board to the IASB's Sustainability Task Force, and we've had quarterly meetings as well as a lot of written feedback to provide insights, expertise and advice relating to development of our ethics and independent standards. So the purpose of that is really to ensure that the standards that we've been developed have been profession agnostic. We've had a lot of input from them around a lot of the examples that we've included within the standards, and run by them a lot of the terminology and language that we've used in them as well. So the board approved the exposure draft at the December 2023 meeting. And we'll just move to the next slide, please. And then the sustainability exposure draft was issued in January 2024. And as I mentioned, it consists of two separate aspects. So there's revisions to the extant code, and that's for use for professional accountants involved in sustainability reporting. And then there's also the second part, which is the international ethics standards for sustainability assurance, including the international independent standards. And we've been terming this IAASB, and this is for use by all sustainability assurance practitioners. Next slide, thanks. So just in terms of the timeline going forward, so since the ED was issued in January this year, we've had extensive outreach. We had two global webinars covering various different time zones. The IAASB staff also issued an overview of the key elements of the sustainability exposure draft in March. And we've also been having targeted seminars to discuss the proposals, and they've been held in a number of different locations. So there was one in Brussels, Tokyo and Toronto, and we've got ones upcoming in Sydney and Melbourne. And they're in May as well. So the Sustainability ED is open for public consultation until the 10th of May, and we're obviously seeking as much input as we can from a broad range of stakeholder groups. So obviously not only professional accountants, but other sustainability practitioners, also investors, those charged with governance, and also regulators as well. So at the June board meeting, the board will discuss an overview of the key themes from the exposure, because we've obviously only got a short time period from when it closes on the 10th of May until that June board meeting. And then at the September board meeting, there will be a full review of the comments and also a first read of the post-exposure standard. And the anticipation is that the final standards will be approved at the December 2024 board meeting. Just move to the next slide. So as I mentioned, I just wanted to provide a brief overview of the sustainability reporting provisions in respect to the approach taken as well. So as mentioned before, obviously there's been over recent years, there's been rapid developments in the regulatory and standard setting space in sustainability reporting. And the reporting standards or the reporting frameworks, they address how to report or what to report in the disclosures. However, they don't necessarily address the behavioural and ethical issues. Also, as ethics is a necessary component for protecting the public interest, and also with calls for reliable sustainability information, the IAASB determined to develop the ethics standards specific to sustainability reporting. The approach we've taken is integrated, and it also builds on existing robust provisions. So first of all, it maintains coherence with the overall code, and it recognises that there's already existing robust provisions that are relevant to both financial reporting and also sustainability reporting. So the revisions and the examples, they aim to ensure that parts 1 to 3 of the code more thoroughly support trustworthy sustainability reporting. The proposals also seek to maintain the integrity of the code, where we've only made revisions to the code where we think it's absolutely necessary, and the reason for that is to maximise implementability and also enforceability. The proposed revisions for sustainability reporting, they've also been developed to be framework neutral to ensure that they're suitable irrespective of the underlying reporting framework that's used. So again, it could be the IAASB standards, could be the Global Reporting Initiative, or it could be the European standards as well. They have been developed for professional accountants in the first instance. However, the IAASB is taking a phased approach, and there will be a new work stream introduced in 2025 to explore developing profession-agnostic standards for sustainability reporting. This will be discussed in a lot more detail in a later session during this SAC meeting in, I think it's session H, so that'll be tomorrow. There'll be further discussion around extending the code. Next slide, thanks. So the IAASB recognised that preparers of sustainability information are the first line of defence against greenwashing and other forms of corporate malfeasance. So accordingly, the proposed revisions aim to ensure that sustainability disclosures are truthful and of high quality. So the main proposals impact areas of the existing code, and they include revisions to Part 1 and the application of the conceptual framework within Part 2 of the code. And that's with inclusion of specific references to sustainability reporting, but also sustainability examples that might create threats to the fundamental principles. There's also been revisions to the provisions addressing conflicts of interest. There are also proposals address circumstances where things like financial interest, compensation, and incentives related to sustainability might create a self-interest threat. There's also examples included around pressure in the sustainability reporting context. This could be, for example, pressure to prepare sustainability information where there might be insufficient or deficient data, or there could be pressure to manipulate sustainability information. However, the most or the predominant changes in the revisions are to section 220 of the code, which is around preparation and presentation of information, as this is what guides professional accountants when they're preparing both financial and also non-financial information. And there's been a range of examples that have been included to address things like greenwashing, also value chain considerations, and forward-looking information. So around greenwashing, this can occur where there's conduct to mislead, or it could be around inappropriate use of discretion, and that's around to try and misrepresent how well an organisation is going from a sustainability perspective. But also organisations might also try to avoid scrutiny in their green activities, which is also called green hushing, and that's by omitting particular information. The examples also do not specifically just on environmental aspects, they're more broadly around other aspects of ESG as well. And then in relation to value chain, there's obviously the information from the value chain is highly important within sustainability reporting. So there are examples and provisions that address those and the risks or the threats that might come about from an ethical perspective. And then finally, just on forward-looking information, that's also obviously a very important aspect of sustainability reporting, but it can also create ethics issues for the professional accountants, especially due to the inherent uncertainty that is involved with that sort of information. So I'll now pass over to Laura to discuss the IASB.
Thank you, John. So let me just give you a brief overview of the main characteristics of the IASB, the International Ethics Standards for Sustainability Assurance, which also include the International Independent Standards, and then also a brief overview on the ethics standards that we have included in the IASB. And so this first slide talks about the four main characteristics of the proposed IASB. And as we can see in that first box, they are profession agnostic. This means that the IASB should be capable of being understood and applied by all practitioners of sustainability assurance engagements, including those who are not professional accountants. And this is because studies show that more than half of the sustainability assurance engagements around the world are actually performed by practitioners who are not professional accountants. The second characteristic is the equivalence to the audit standards. The IASB considered that assurance engagements on sustainability information that meet certain criteria that we will hear about from Sylvia when we get to the scope of the independent standards, those engagements should be underpinned by the same high standards of ethical behavior and independence that apply to the audits of financial information. And this is also relevant from the perspective of providing assurance to integrated reporting, because the practitioner that is providing the audit of the financial statements and the sustainability assurance can essentially use the same set of ethics and independent standards throughout both engagements. Then we have a third characteristic. This is the framework neutrality. And so to align with the code's current approach, the IASB developed the proposed IASB in a framework neutral way so that it can underpin any assurance framework.
Nevertheless, the IASBA considered the global sustainability standards that are being developed by our colleagues at the IAASB, with a view to ensuring that the IESA will be consistent and interoperable with those standards. And finally, we have a new standalone Part 5 of the code that is housing IESA. And this was done following extensive deliberation and also specific consultation with the stakeholders, including at the global roundtables held last year that John mentioned earlier. And the IASBA concluded that having a new standalone Part 5 in the code would help ensure that the new standards are comprehensive, scalable, clear, implementable, globally operable, and enforceable for all sustainability assurance practitioners. And this means complying with the characteristics set out in the public interest framework. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. So this slide speaks to this standalone characteristic that I was mentioning. Having a new separate Part 5 of the code also contributes to the other goals of the sustainability project, including the issuing profession agnostic standards, because having a separate part in the code makes it easier for those practitioners who are not familiar with the code to actually find the relevant ethics and independent provisions all in one place, and also to confirm equivalence with the ethics and independent standards that are applicable to the audits of financial statements. Having a separate Part 5 allows those who are familiar with the code to make the necessary comparisons between the standards that apply to the auditors and the provisions that are applicable to sustainability assurance practitioners. And if we could go to the next slide, please. I would now talk a little bit about the ethics standards that are included in the IESA, and let me start with the scope of those ethics standards. So as I explained, the IASBA's preferred approach was to have a new Part 5 of the code to house the IESA. However, this did not come without some challenges. And the first one was, for instance, in terms of defining the scope of the ethics provisions in the IESA. And this is because the extant code applies to one group of practitioners, professional accountants, that can perform different types of activities and services. And under the sustainability project, we have profession agnostic standards for different groups of practitioners coming from different professions, different fields, performing only one type of engagements, which is the sustainability assurance engagements. And so if we focus on the blue box on the left, the way that the IASBA found to solve this paradigm shift between the extant code and this new project was to develop ethics standards for all sustainability assurance engagements, as well as any other services that the practitioner provides to the same sustainability assurance client. This was a balanced middle ground between, on the one hand, a very narrow option. This very narrow option focused strictly on the scope of the project, which is sustainability assurance, and the purpose of the project, which was to develop standards that are equivalent to those standards that apply to the audits of the financial statements. Under this narrow option, this would have meant developing ethics standards only for sustainability assurance engagements that are subject to the independence requirements in Part 5. The IASBA found this would have been too narrow and would not protect the public interest adequately. And on the other side of the spectrum, we had a very broad option that consisted of adopting the same scope as the extant code. This would have meant developing ethics standards for all activities, all services provided by sustainability assurance practitioners to all of their clients. This would have gone beyond the scope of the project and could have potentially raised questions about the basis for the IASBA to set standards in such a wide way. And so the blue box tells us what is covered by Part 5. If we focus now on the orange box, what is not covered by Part 5? The IASBA recognizes that having high ethics standards that address circumstances outside the scope of the ethics standards in Part 5, for example, services that are provided by an sustainability assurance practitioner to its other clients is also important. And so the proposed IASA, on the one hand, it reminds practitioners who are professional accountants that the rest of the code applies in all situations that are not covered by Part 5. And it also encourages practitioners who are not professional accountants to apply the rest of the code in all situations that are not covered by Part 5. And this is because other aspects of the practitioner's conduct may contribute to or impair the credibility of and the public trust in the sustainability assurance work. So this slide explains how that characteristic of a new standalone Part 5 of the code impacted the definition of the scope of the ethics standards. And if we go to the next slide, please. This slide speaks to the equivalence aspect of the IASA. And regarding ethics provisions, equivalence means that the interests, relationships, and circumstances that might create threats to the fundamental principles in the context of an audit of the financial statements might also create similar threats in a sustainability assurance engagement. And so the IASBA reviewed the ethics standards set out in the extant code that apply to the audits of financial statements, and it considered whether any changes or refinements were necessary based on the specific characteristics of the sustainability assurance engagements. Especially regarding examples of threats and safeguards to the fundamental principles, in terms of examples of conflicts of interests, examples of inducements, etc. And we can see here on the left-hand side a few examples of those ethics provisions that apply to audits of financial statements and that were adapted into Part 5. So we can see that Part 5 includes the fundamental principles, the conceptual framework, pressure to breach the fundamental principles, conflicts of interests, fees, inducements, responding to non-compliance with laws and regulations, the new section that has been approved recently on tax planning services, and also the section that is also under exposure right now regarding the use of the work of an external expert. And I will now give the floor to Sylvia to go to the independent standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. So although we had some issues with the slides, but Laura was talking about the ethics standards, and now I would like to talk about the independent standards that's included in this new IASA. So next slides, please. So the first issue, it's the scope of the independent standards that is applicable to the sustainability assurance engagements. So as Laura mentioned, one of the key approach or key principle for the IASA was that it should be equivalent, or it is equivalent to the standards applicable to the audit engagement. Therefore, the IASBA discussed and agreed that the independent standards should be applicable to sustainability assurance engagement with the same level of public interest and the audits of the financial statements. So the discussion was around what are the characteristics of a sustainability assurance engagement that is equivalent with regard to its public interest. So the IASBA discussed and agreed that the independent standards in Part 5 in IASA should apply as a first step to sustainability assurance engagement, where the sustainability information, on one hand, so as the first criteria, is reported in accordance with a general purpose framework. This means framework, for example, the IAASB standards or the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. The other criteria is that the sustainability information is required to be provided in accordance with law or regulation, or is publicly disclosed to support decision-making by investors or other stakeholders. So in short, the reports that are publicly available, publicly disclosed. So that would exclude reports, the private reports that for restricted distribution. So these are the two characteristics that the sustainability assurance engagement should meet to fall under the scope of the new IASA independent standards. However, law or regulation may decide or may require the application of these proposed IASA or independent standards in IASA to other sustainability assurance engagements as well. And also there was the questions that what about the other sustainability assurance engagements? So other engagements, for example, based on a special purpose reporting framework or private reports. That doesn't mean that they would be excluded or that would be left out. The extant code already includes an independent standards at Part 4A and Part 4B, and Part 4B is applicable to assurance engagements other than audit engagements. So if a professional accountant performs the sustainability assurance engagement, they would be obliged or they are required to follow those provisions in the extant code. However, the IASBA agreed as part of the strategic and work plan that the IASBA will consider whether any revisions is necessary to make these Part 4B also profession agnostic, so that would be applicable to sustainability assurance engagements as well. So the next slide, please. So as Laura mentioned, one of the premise of IASBA's work while developing the international independent standards as well, that any interest, relationship, and circumstances that might create threats to independence in an audit of the financial statement might also create threats in the sustainability assurance engagements. So that was the premise of IASBA's work. On the other hand, the other objective of the project was that it should address the sustainability or the specific characteristic of the engagement, so the sustainability specific characteristic that relates, for example, the different subject matter, the sustainability information, or the different reporting boundary as well. So the list that you can see on the left side includes a couple of issues that the board considered particularly. So these are just examples. There are many other issues covered in the independent standards. And our intention was that to cover these issues during the presentation on the joint matters. So if you allow me, I would like to just highlight a couple of key areas that really explains IASBA's approach in the independent standards, but you can find it on the slides that we have circulated before. So if you have any questions, one of the issue I would like to talk about is the independence consideration for group sustainability assurance engagements. And IASBA took into consideration that the sustainability reporting and assurance will be mandatory mostly for entities that operate as groups. And also there are certain frameworks that already require the reporting entity to report on a consolidated basis. So therefore, the proposed IASA expressly addresses group sustainability assurance engagements, and there is a dedicated section in our independent standards. And the provisions and this section is equivalent to the independence provisions for group audits as well. So what does it mean? That means that our standards includes definition and talks about groups and components, even in the sustainability assurance engagement, in the context of a sustainability assurance engagement, and provides independence considerations for group sustainability assurance firm and group component sustainability assurance firms as well. And this is an area where we are in close coordination with IAASB regarding the definition and how to address group sustainability assurance engagements in our respective standards. The other area I wanted to highlight is the independence considerations when the firm decides to rely the assurance work of another practitioner. Obviously, as we mentioned, that in the case of sustainability assurance engagement, we are working with or there is a different reporting boundary. Therefore, the firm might decide to rely on the assurance work of another practitioner or another sustainability assurance firm. Here, we are only talking about assurance work. So if there is a practitioner who carries out assurance work not when they are relying on the expertise of another individual, so not external experts. This is something that addressed in a different exposure draft of IASBA, the use of experts. So when the firm relies the assurance work on another practitioner, the proposed IASA provides independence considerations for these instances as well. And the key characteristics or the key factor that the firm should consider whether these sustainability assurance practitioners practitioner is under the direction, supervision, and review of the firm. So if there is a direction, supervision, and review, obviously the practitioner carries out an assurance work, and by definition, this practitioner will be member of the engagement team. So any provisions and requirements that's currently in the proposed IASA will be applicable to that assurance practitioner as well. However, the IASA recognizes that there might be instances when this practitioner is not under direction, supervision, and review, and the IASA includes or provides guidance and provisions for the firm regarding how to confirm the independence of that other practitioner if the firm intends to use the work of this other practitioner as well. And finally, the other area I would just highlight from these slides is the value chain. So the IASBA considered that there are obviously the sustainability reporting frameworks that requires the entity to provide or report and provide information regarding value chain entities. However, the IASBA's consideration was that the reporting entities or the value chain entities are not necessarily part of the organizational boundary of the reporting entity, and the reporting entity has no control or influence over such value chain entities. Therefore, the current proposal doesn't, or IASBA didn't propose that the value chain entities be part of the client definition or be the organizational boundary, within the organizational boundary of the client. So in the proposed IASA, value chain entities are not currently treated as components. However, the IASA recognizes that the sustainability information of the entity includes information from the value chain entity, and in some instances, the assurance provider might decide to carry out assurance work over this information, given that this could be material information as well. So the IASA provides independence consideration when the firm or other practitioners carries out assurance work with respect to value chain entities. And the intention was to cover as many scenarios as possible regarding how a firm can carry out or perform assurance work at the value chain entity. In the slide deck we circulated, there is a detailed description for that. And as you can see in IASA, we covered 3 scenarios regarding the independence considerations. One of them is that the firm itself carries out the assurance work at the value chain entity. And of course, in those instances, the firm needs to be independent of the value chain entity. But the more likely scenario is that the firm will use the assurance work of another practitioner to get information or carry the assurance work. In those instances, our IASB's approach was to provide a practical approach. Therefore, there is a requirement for the firm to be satisfied that this practitioner who carries out the work at the value chain entity is independent. And one way to get satisfied about the independence is to rely on the attestation regarding the independence in the assurance report. And the third scenario is that the firm doesn't need to perform assurance procedure per se at the value chain entity. However, it can it provides or it carries out the assurance work based on the information provided by the client. So just in short, our intention is to cover as many scenarios as possible and to be pragmatic about the value chain entities, recognizing the difficulties and the burden to get information in relation to value chain entities. So these are the couple of key issues that are addressed in the independence standards. And the next slide, please. And I would just pause here to collect some questions, or Ellen, I would just turn to you to collect some questions regarding the conceptual and the strategic issues we have presented. John, Laura, and myself presented to you, especially on the issues related to the profession agnostic approach and the equivalence to the audit standards. And also on the third question, as you can see, regarding the implementation issues and the potential challenges in jurisdictions to adopt the IESA as a baseline ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Laura. And thank you, John. There's a lot there. So thank you. You've posed some questions which were in the pre-read papers. So I would say let's just open it up and, obviously offer any feedback or issues that you have, but let's try to see if we can also give specific responses to the questions or the points you've got up there. So you can go first, Hannah.
Thank you very much. And thanks for that wonderful work. Very detailed. But I have some concerns. If you go to your slide number 18, you made mention of having global roundtables. And you did mention where the global roundtables took place. I'm afraid I did not see any of those roundtables in the global south. Could it be qualified to be really global if the global south were not involved in the roundtables? I remember my colleague from Brazil did mention, and us from Nigeria too, we are spearheading sustainability reporting in the global south. I really wonder if the comments and the observations you got from the Global Roundtable is a true representative of the global issues. That's one. Another one I have is on voluntary. I saw in the slide you said voluntary in the meantime. I think that will create some kind of issues. How I understand other standards have done is probably to give a long gap in the effective date of adoption and said that early adoption is encouraged rather than saying voluntary. If you make any standard voluntary, it doesn't give room for effective implementation, even though you may argue that regulators and jurisdictional discretions may apply. However, if it is a global standard, I suggest that probably we give 2-3 years as effective dates to give that voluntary opportunity when it becomes effective. And of course, jurisdictions will key in from the effective date and put their own implementation deadline. The last one is request for clarification. And I don't know really whether it is in the ethics or in the assurance, but since it is coming frequently, I have this concern about assurance being performed by non-professional accountants. And my concern stems from the point that the standard that is global baseline hinges on the 4 pillars of the TCFD. And the 4 pillars are talking about financial related disclosures. And if you take a cue from other professional services that filter into corporate reports, like the valuation, the actuarial professions, they do work that the professional accountant include in the financial statements, and are not involved in the audit of those jobs. So I tend to wonder why this mentality of sustainability assurance by other assurance, is it that we are looking at the sustainability practices, or we are looking at the financial related disclosures that we filter into the corporate report? For instance, the IAASB standard, IFRS S1, requested for the location of the sustainability reports. And in my country, we have insisted, or we have given a rule that it will come immediately after management discussion and analysis, which form part of the financial statements. And it is only based on related financial disclosures. So what are the issues for assurance by non-professional accountants? I would want that clarification so that when I get home, we could extend the discussion further. Thank you.
Should we take a few more? So, David, and then Hilda.
Just as an introduction, my name is David Correa. I am a representative from the International Association of Insurance Supervisors. I'm from Canada. I work for the Ontario Prudential, the Canadian Prudential Regulator. So my concern is with respect to slide 25 on non-professional accountants and the use of the word encouragement for parts 1 to 4B in the IASBA code. I believe that the word encouragement would allow non-professional accountants to state assurance and still not be in compliance with the IASBA code on sustainability and assurance and not have satisfied the independence requirements of 4B. So I'm concerned with the use of the word. It's a very open word and can be taken in an aggressive way. So that's my comment on that.
Hilda?
Thank you. If I look at the questions, I think we on under point 2, we agree that these requirements should be for all providers. You know, that's actually having providers outside of the profession. That's the law in Europe. So that's to open the market, and that's completely welcomed by all providers. So you have different approaches to those type of things now. You know, also that they should be as demanding as for financial statements audits. As far as, you know, having jurisdictions adopt the ISA, that might be a challenge. I don't think we expect that on the European Union level that might happen. I think it's different potentially between the sustainability assurance standards and the ethics and independence standards. And Tom might not like this. So some consideration might need to be given to, should in the ISSA 5000, should there be a little bit more on actually ethics or the main expectations on ethics than that there is now, you know, question mark, because then I think jurisdictions are quite likely to look at the ISSA 5000 and to use this as a baseline or to adopt the full standards. And so if there would be a little bit more on ethical and independence requirements there, would that mean that they also would be more inclined to look at the ISA? Not sure, but it might actually help to get them over the hurdle to also adopt the standards that the ISBA is working on.
So we'll take one more, Chikato, and then come back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. I'd just like to share my experience to Yeni's question. I used to work for one of the big fours in the areas of the sustainability and the climate change consulting services. That was under the audit company because they are all related. So my observation there is that, by the way, I don't have a CPA, but having a CPA is a really good start to give a assurance to sustainability information. But it was not the enough qualification because, like, you know, sustainability information is a very different type of information. You know, the scope is very different. So CPAs that who worked with me, they went through a whole, a new a learning experience about the sustainability information disclosure, and then how to really provide the assurance. So there are also many people, for instance, in Japan, who can provide the assurance, limited assurance to sustainability information coming from a very different background, meaning that background working as a preparer of the sustainability information. So both, I think, and then learning a bit more like a kind of, logics and approaches coming from the audit background for the assurance is a really good class. So I think, so that's why I think, now both IASBA and IAASB, including, non-practitioner in the assurance business, I believe. And then I'd like to also answer to number 3 of the IASBA's consideration, which is about how might the IASBA's address those challenges. I think it's really working with the IASB is probably key, because both IAASB and IASBA, if IASB is not adapted in any jurisdiction, and then assurance and then ethics independence standard would not work anyway. So usually IASB is probably ahead of us, and then try to be really adapted by different jurisdictions. And then I think in IASB, both people working for the IASB and then their stakeholders need to really understand these 3 are set, because for users like us, these 3 have to come together. Without IAASB and then IASBA, IASB standard itself doesn't assure quality, integrity, and risk management. So I think the world need to understand these 3 have to come together, and then especially I believe that IASB need to be aware of that more, and then come to work also with us. Thank you.
So can I turn to you first for that group, and then we've got at least another 6 coming.
Yes, thank you. I'll just address the first couple of questions over here. So yeah, take your point in relation to the global roundtables in relation to that. We did have subsequently had quite a lot of outreach in Africa. So we had hold some seminars with UNCTAD ISA and also the South African ICA. And also there was some outreach in Kenya. So we have tried to get some input from the region as well out there. In relation to your comment around the voluntary application, that was referring specifically in the slides anyway, that was referring specifically to sustainability reporting. That in the first instance, we've addressed the ethics provisions for sustainability reporting for professional accountants, but there is the intention to expand that beyond the profession. And that will get addressed tomorrow in a session which is talking about the extension of the code beyond the profession. So hopefully we'll get a bit more information on that tomorrow as well.
Thank you, John. So regarding the question from David, yes, it's true that we have an encouragement for non-PAs regarding the application of parts 1 to 4B of the code. And this is for everything that is not covered in part 5. So if the non-PA is providing other services that are not sustainability assurance to other clients, we don't have a hook in part 5 to make them to include them in the code and making them subject to the ethics and independence provisions. And it is true that this encouragement at this stage, it is what it is. It's an encouragement, and it also includes part 4B. But as Sylvia also mentioned, and like John also said, this will be a second phase of this project, extending the scope of part 4B to include not only professional accountants, but also other practitioners when they are providing other services that are not included in part 4A and 5.
Thank you. That's That's very helpful. Thank you.
Just finally to Hilda's point that indeed we recognize that in some jurisdictions it will be, for example, in the EU as well, and the member states option whether they allow other professional account or other professionals in that market. And our intention is to have a standard ready, as you mentioned, that is professional agnostic, so it provides the same baseline to whomever is performing the service. They should be subject to the same ethics and independence provisions. And regarding to your reference to work on the ethics part first, I think that's what we did. Is currently our ethics provisions is applicable to all sustainability assurance engagements. And as a first step, the independence is focusing on those sustainability assurance engagements that has the same level of public interest that audit engagement. So this is already kind of a step-by-step approach, but we recognize and we take that into account, that comment. So thank you.
I think it would be helpful, we've got another 8, but it would be helpful if we could help the IASBA addressing this issue of how to adopt IASA in the different jurisdictions. So Hilda, you've given a view from Europe, which is helpful, but if others have views from their own jurisdictions, then please feed that into your comments. So let's go to Douglas next, please.
I think some of this might have just been covered, but starting point, practitioner neutral. IOSCO, reflecting situation in Europe and elsewhere, decided they should be practitioner neutral, framework neutral. Each national jurisdiction can then decide whether it's not practitioner neutral, it's the financial auditor, which is the case in Australia. For mandatory climate reporting, the proposed legislation before Parliament at the moment would say it's only the financial auditor that can sign off on both the financial report and the climate information, and therefore greater use of experts and points of expertise and so forth. And that's starting from years commencing the 1st of January 25 for the larger entities. But I appreciate why IOSCO went that way, and it's covering both the assurance standards and the ethical standards. And here's partly the problem that's being covered here for the ethics side goes back to Dwayne's comment. And we tried to create a table, which a couple of people have seen. We were trying to figure out who is responsible for financial reporting, setting the standards, the regulator and so forth. The same thing for ethics on financial reporting. Then what about sustainability assurance, ethics and so forth? And the answer is it's different in every jurisdiction. They're not consistent across jurisdictions. Who are the regulators? Who are the standard setters? And in a lot of cases, we have blanks. There is no standard setter yet for sustainability assurance or ethics for that matter. And I think that's part of the challenge we're facing, and also the IASBA is facing in trying to frame these standards, because particularly on the ethics side, the standard setters in each national jurisdiction, do they actually have the ability to set standards for people who aren't professional accountants, for example? So I do appreciate the difficulty. I did have one question flowing from that, though, which I think you may have answered, which was on the slide, get the page number right, 24. Part 2 is currently just for professional accountants in business, not everyone in business. And did you say that might be reviewed and possibly expanded, or did I misunderstand that? Oh, I think that was a nod to say, yes, it could be expanded. Okay, that probably answered the question then. Look, I think it is difficult. You've been asked to do it for all practitioners, and that creates a problem with these questions. In principle, it should be a level playing field, and everyone should be subject to the same standards, doing the same work, irrespective of their background, the qualifications, whatever. But I do appreciate the politics at the moment, and particularly if you're not a professional accountant, do you need longer transitional periods to implement these things? I think that's the question that needs to be answered. Look, I don't have the full answers to all of this, but I do appreciate the difficulties, and in the end, you do want a level playing field, consistent quality, consistent independence. I'll just mention one issue which has been touched on past Parker, because I think most of the discussion's about which practitioner and which standards, but you've tackled the really, really difficult question which I don't have the full answer to, which is independence through the value chains. And if it's a practitioner doing the work, whether it's their expert or whether you're using another auditor, in theory, you should get the same answer. But I do appreciate there's some real practical issues there. So at the moment, I'll just say good luck with that one. And if I knew the answer, I'd let you know now, but it's a really hard one.
Nicole, would you like to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you for the interesting and detailed discussion. One answer to the second question, I believe key is having an equivalent quality of the assurance engagement on sustainability information, regardless who the provider is or regardless of the background, because this equivalent quality is in the public interest, meaning strong support for your approach that all sustainability assurance practitioners should be subject to the same ethics and independence standards.
Thanks. Inwa?
Thank you, Alan. Interventions prevent me from sleeping. I thank the presenters for the marvelous presentation. Actually, I have a feeling you fill the gap. We know more about disclosure standards, assurance standards. We know little about ethical standards. So you put the IAASB-IESBA on the map. I think you have think it comprehensively, deep in depths. You think about the value chain, the group audits. So I applaud you for the challenge yourself to make advances, to raise the bar. Regarding the adoption issue, as Alan mentioned, raised the question. I think the word adopt, somebody interpreted as that word by word. You cannot change anything. If you interpret adopt as that way, most countries will partly adopt, not fully adopt. So I like the expressions here. Adopt the IAASB as the baseline. As the baseline, give you some flexibility as long as your national standards are not lower than international standards. So I think it's achievable at the baseline. You know, in some countries, they may put stricter requirements. I will give you an example. In our country or in some developing country, people values family relationships more than Western countries. So the concept you used in IAASB code, in immediately family, you stressed the parents and the children. The children need to be economically dependent on the parents. So in some developing countries, even people growing up, they are economically dependent. They are still very, very close to their parents. So we relaxed the economic dependence. So our standards may be stricter than international standards. We think it's necessary to fit our local settings. Maybe in the future, when we developed family relationships no longer so much important, we may change. Regarding the specific question, how might IAASB address those challenges? I think on sustainability ethics standards, in the earlier stages, the providing advisory service and providing assurance service from the same accounting firm or same service provider, there is a conflict of interest. Strictly, it's avoided the conflict with the independence standards. If you ask one service provider to provide advisory service, another to provide assurance service, it's too expensive. However, I do agree, assurance, if you need to do assurance, you need to be independent. Actually, I think the regulators can give some transitional arrangements. First, you make preparations. You can ask advisory service providers. When you are ready, you can ask assurance providers. So this is an area where there may be some challenges. Generally, I think to make IASBA standards more applicable to global settings, outreach, and listen to their concerns, encourage their participation, raise their concerns earlier. And when you are writing standards, you need to consider settings other than developed countries. For developing countries, adoption is not so serious as implementation. It's very high standards. How do you implement it in developing countries? It's more difficult. Thank you.
Thanks, Xinhua. So I'd like to come down here. Isabel, please.
Thank you. And similar to what I said earlier, really supportive of the work so far. I think it's great to bring, and that's responding to the points in question 2. I think it's important to bring all practitioners, all people who are going to be providing assurance services and sustainability to the same ethics and independent standards. It's also really important that the level is the same between financial and sustainability, and that's because that information is going to land in the same place, in the same market, right? Except that even sustainability is actually going to be scrutinized by the broader set of stakeholders. Also, from a securities regulator perspective, when we enforce, we take a risk-based approach. That has a number of risk factors that we look into, and I really wouldn't want it skewed towards, this is a profession that we don't know, that's not held to the same standards, and therefore we're just going to be looking at or focusing more on the issuers that have that particular those particular service providers. So it's really, from my perspective, really important that everybody follows the same standards, and that as regulators we have the comfort that regardless who is in the second line of defense has the same standards.
Thanks, Isabel. I'd just like to maybe build on that. My feeling is, and it'd be interesting to see whether that's shared in this room, is that sustainability reporting will become even more important than financial reporting in future, because that determines whether the companies are sustainable. Because in the short term, we know that financial reporting is a snapshot in time. You know, we have, of course, going concern and all that stuff, but actually sustainability reporting is, are you going to be sustainable, and is society going to be sustainable? So I would suggest that it's actually increasingly becoming not only as important, but probably more important. That's certainly on the 2 FTSE 100 boards I sit on. That's where we spend a lot of our time saying, are we going to be here in 30 years' time? Are we going to be in 50 years' time? And are we doing the right things for the company and for society, for us to be part of society going forward? But it'd be interesting, maybe in one of our breaks, we get some different views on that. Steve?
Thank you. I'll be pretty quick on this, and I think you're raising the right sort of thought-provoking questions and debates here. I'm going to come at this from a slightly different angle, from a client perspective here. Having spent the last 20 or so years of my career as a chief financial officer for two of the world's largest global asset managers, I would say that my expectation on the other side of the table, again, from the client perspective, is at minimum, this should be neutral. Everyone's qualification should be adhering to the same standards and framework. Because why? Well, I expect that, again, from a client perspective, but my clients want that also, right? Because there could be credibility issues if you're not adhering to those same standards. So you should really be agnostic in some ways, because it could really go down a slippery slope in a bad way. So that's all I want to say about that. Thank you.
Koichiro?
Thank you very much. So let me specifically comment on the first bullet point of question 2, which is the question about all sustainability assurance practitioners should be the subject to the same ethics standard. So I echo the comments raised here. So we support the IASBA's direction that all sustainability assurance practitioner would be subject to the same ethics and independence standards, irrespective of the background. So we support IASBA's direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's wonderful to hear a lot of views, and I echo most of them, that the wonderful work has been done by IASBA, and there is no doubt that these standards has to be there, and they are the need of the hour. The sustainability assurance, the question which has been raised, is this practitioner for applicable for all? That should be applicable for all, but the challenges will come about especially the non-accountants. If I share the example of our jurisdiction where there's less documentation and especially the accountants are also not able to fully adhere to the ethics standards. They are in the process of learning, and we need to push them for adopting the standards at the highest level. How we are going to equip the non-accountants, and in the absence of any regulator, how they are going to be adhering to the fact that it is in the best public interest. In our jurisdiction, the 70% of there are 70% small businesses which are contributing about 40% of GDP. In that situation, the value chain aspect takes a lot of importance, because if we implement these standards on the larger entities, but if they are not supported by the smaller entities which are connected through a value chain perspective, that's going to be very big challenge for us to make sure that these standards are implemented and accounted for by all. So that is my perspective, that the suggestion which has been asked is that we could do what we could do. We could do a jurisdiction specific survey, like for example, in the South Asian region, most of the dynamics of the businesses are similar. We could do a survey and determine what areas are more important and more specific, which could be addressed by IASBA and could be leveraged so that the adaptability is more convenient for those jurisdictions. Because we cannot compare the developed nations with the underdeveloping nations. We need to bridge the gap between them, and we see how we could adopt, we could implement, provide those kind of provisions in the code and in the standards so that they are easily adaptable by the developing nations, especially where people are in the learning phase, and a lot of capacity building measures are required. I'm on the board of the accountancy regulator, but from that perspective, I could see what challenges we have in order to implement the standards, the code of ethics, and how we are elevating the capacity building of the smaller firms, the smaller practitioners as well. So, and the second concern which I have is about if the sustainability assurance will be done by the same practitioner as the audit assurance, the concentration of business and the concentration of work will be in limited hands. We may allow other practitioners like the accountant practitioners as well, but the smaller and medium practices as well, we should find a way to develop their capacities so that they can be a sustainability assurance practitioner, and the audit practitioner can be a different perspective. So we need to develop a room of bringing new practitioners into this, and not only to concentrate the business in few hands. So that will limit the business scope of the professional elevation of the small and medium practices, and for their future and support for a small sector, because that is the sector which is more connected with SME sector. SMEs, like small businesses, and when they become the value chain, they will be more effective in educating them, helping them in developing the ESG initiatives, because that require a lot of investment as well, and the small sector is not willing to invest in the sustainability related matters. So we need to educate them that what is the benefit of them in coming forward, and helping them in finding the relevant funding so that they can move on and come forward for that matter.
Thanks,
Thank
Ina.
you.
Before I go to Natasha, could I just bring in Conchita, please? Because I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you. I'd like to say that we recognize the efforts done by the team to come up with this. And more importantly, they were able to come up with like what is explained on slide 24, that there is the standalone part 5 so that it can be easily understood. That is, it's segregated in the sense that non-professional accountants are given the information or the applicable standards. And I would like to say that with respect to number 3, we should keep in mind the fact that we are talking of principles-based standards. And therefore, as to its applicability to the different sectors or economies, we have to keep in mind that these are principles-based, and you're talking of baseline ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance. It's up to the respective jurisdictional regulators or local standard setters to be guided. That's all I can say, and thank you.
Thank you, Conchita. So we got Natasha, we got Bella, we got Javier. What I'd like to suggest is that we go on for another sort of maximum 10 minutes, if that's okay. We'll shorten the coffee break, if that's okay. And we might go on a little bit beyond 5 p.m., depending on where we need to, because I'm conscious we've got, it's fine, is it? Thanks. So we can go on till 5:15, because we got 2 important sessions coming up, obviously, with going concern and technology. So, Natasha.
Great, thank you. I like the challenge that you posed earlier, Alan, in terms of kind of blue sky thinking around, sustainability standards potentially becoming more important, but also just this is an opportunity perhaps to revisit some of the kind of fundamental challenges with regards to delivering independence, not just in the sustainability space, but in the audit space. And so with that in mind, I guess to go back to some of the kind of root cause issues and the conflicts of interest, and essentially what we're trying to do here is to break that dependence and that link on the executive. And I do wonder, and I'm not sure I saw it in any of the proposals, but whether we need to think again about limits on the assurer's tenure, how long they are providing that insurance for, because I think once you get past 15 years, which is now the European standard, you start to have threats to independence just by definition. The closeness to the executive gets established, but also just in terms of defending past decisions that have been made that can't be independent of themselves. So I think looking at that, looking at limits to the non-assurance related work that could create those conflicts, and then mechanisms, a little bit to the point I was raising earlier, mechanisms to strengthen the accountability to those charged with governance, so the audit committee or shareholders. So around, standards around disclosure and transparency to the public on their findings, key assurance matters, you could call it a new form of CAM. And this may not be within the scope of the existing code, but perhaps it could be, which is ethical standards for the audit committees, ethical standards for those charged with governance, to again, because we're putting it all on the assurer or the auditor to deliver the independence, but actually we need other players here to be delivering that independence, including those charged with governance within the businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Natasha. Bello?
Yeah, thank you. And I will also like to once again congratulate the IAASB team, the task force, for the wonderful job done. I think this is a great work that has been done and you have achieved a lot. Congratulations. I think the questions being posed to the SAC is actually, they are all straightforward questions, but also challenging because the answers require some deep thoughts. I think on the first one, I personally agree that all sustainability assurance practitioners should be subjected to the same ethics and independence standard, no doubt about that. But the challenge that we have, who is to ensure implementation of that, especially for those that are not being regulated by any professional code of ethics. So I suggest in this regard for the IAASB to find a way of working closely, a greater coordination with the regulators, because they are the one to ensure implementability of these standards, as well as I think the last point made by Natasha, I think the board, those that are responsible for oversight function and fiduciary duties at the firm level and financial institutions level should be involved in that. So I think that's on the first point. On the second point, I think that's also straightforward. I totally agree that the proposed standards in IAASB should be as robust as those of audit of financial statement. But on the third part, I suggest that the IAASB and IAASB to leverage on the SAC, considering the diversity of the jurisdictions that we are representing. So I think what I'm trying to say that is for IAASB and IAASB to leverage on the SAC, on the SAC, just to go beyond just commenting on the work program and so on, to have some kind of, we are representing diversity of jurisdictions, to have some regional outreach and coordination for some activities to get the buy-in and feedback on some of these issues that are being proposed and provisions that are being made in the standard. So I think a greater coordination with the SAC members beyond just the function, the traditional function of the SAC, to have some jurisdictional or regional events and activities that will help address the third point where you said, how might IAASB address those challenges? So I think I combined for both IAASB and IAASB to be able to look and leverage on the SAC membership diversity for regional coordination. Thank you.
Javier?
Yeah, I want to echo what already have said around the table as investors. I think that for us, standards should be just one level of a standard of the same quality, whether it's for ethics, assurance, financial sustainability. So I think I don't want to extend myself because I think I'm trying to be very clear. Having said around the table, I think the quality should be the same for everyone. So the second point, and I think, Alan, you already provoked the discussion and Natasha touch upon that. I don't think that sustainability eventually is going to be more important. I think eventually, and then might be a different discussion, is going to be one corporate reporting integrating both of them. So to me, I think the question is going to be when, how, and I think we should look forward how we can go there, because in 5 years from today, I can tell you, it's going to be one reporting, sorry, corporate reporting. So sustainability, non-sustainability, financial will be just one corporate reporting. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Javier. I see that Douglas is double dipping, so I'm
going to double dip twice here. So two thoughts. One is about the education side that's already been touched on, and I was thinking particularly value chains. Both of my comments were about value chains. One is there's going to be an issue about educating, particularly the audited entities, when they enter, for example, new supply contracts, to think about the information they need, who's going to provide the assurance and the independence issues. So I thought, you're having enough trouble with the value chains. I'd add to it. The other part is when you think about scope 3 emissions, easy if you can do estimates. It's more complicated if you do need information assurance through the value chains. There's a third place where people get the emission information, which is from information providers, aggregators, who have these big databases. And that creates a real independence issue, because where does the assurance provider, the auditor, go to? Are they going to be accessing the same information database, and where's the independence? So I thought I'd just add to your grief and problems there. It's a little bit like broker, quotes and that sort of thing. So just sort of compound the problem.
Thanks a lot, Douglas. And finally, Jose.
Thank you. Just one thought regarding the second question. But first, I agree with Javier. In the next year, we will have just one document for everything. Challenge for jurisdiction to adopt as baseline ethics. I think that the regulators will never make new rules or regulations that they cannot supervise. So my point is that there is a huge scarcity of resources in the first, second, third line regulators concerning sustainability. We have to build this important point around the world. And in Latin America, things will happen, happens different. And let me give you an example. Maybe all of you know what was the Ecuador Principles. They were launched in 2003 and signed by the World Bank and most of the major banks in Latin America. We have to wait 15 years for that principles to be converted into law. 15 years. So why? Because regulators didn't feel comfortable to apply something that they cannot supervise. So how to address that challenge? I suggest to invest in education. And somebody has to take the leadership for doing that. Because as in line with Mrs. Anayara, without education, we will not move forward.
Thank you. I don't think it's appropriate to respond, because this is very good sharing of lots of experience sitting around this table for you to reflect on. But I would like to just go to James, if I may, because we've heard a lot about regulators, and I'm just wondering, what are you seeing in terms of regulating sort of the non-professional accountants with respect to assurance provision?
Thank you. And I should just clarify in advance that I am the UK FRC's Director of UK Audit Policy. So I got some perspective on that, but I'm also here as an IFIAR observer. So I need to be a little bit careful what I say in order that I don't misrepresent the views of IFIAR. But when the issue came up earlier on, I did note a couple of things down. So I think there are quite a lot of individual jurisdictional challenges. So first of all, whether or not assurance is voluntary or mandatory in the first place. Then you've got the question about the demography, the nature of the assurance providers. Then individual regulators will have powers over, maybe they'll have powers over auditors, but they won't have any powers to supervise or inspect or enforce against non-professional accountants. So it's a really challenging area. I know from talking to some of my colleagues in IFIAR, some jurisdictions are actually now going into a mandatory inspection regime. And that's very challenging again. There's a whole series of problems, issues, challenges. So who does the inspections, for example? So you probably need new skills. Can you upskill the people that you've already got who are used to inspecting financial audits? Do you have blended teams? Do you have a specific team looking at sustainability assurance? I think you also have the challenge, and again, this is a personal view, that the extent to which having a series of limited assurance engagements presents a particular inspection problem. And again, IFIAR did speak in our comment letter to the IAASB that I think that split in work effort, for example, between limited and reasonable assurance was particularly important from an inspection and oversight perspective. And I think the real challenge in that, one of the real challenges in there is non-professional accountants, and then the criteria which are established that they can state compliance with extensions to the IASB code and also apply the IAASB. So I'm probably repackaging quite a lot of problems rather than giving any solutions, but that's the kind of the territory we're in at the minute, I think.
Thanks, James. At least you're highlighting some of the challenges that are quite significant and vary across the world. So thanks for that. Okay, so John, Laura, and Sylvia, thank you very much. You stimulated a lot of the discussions and gave us a lot of food for thought, and not necessarily all of the answers, but at least more reflection on what you've got back from us. And again, as has been said by many, thank you very much for the work. This is tough stuff, tricky stuff, but you're making good progress. So I'd also like to thank your chair for her leadership on this, and of course, Tom, thank you for yours on the IAASB stuff we had earlier. Right, so we're now moving to going concern, if that's okay. Is that going to be Kalina? Is Kalina leading that? There she is. So Kalina, Natalie, welcome. As we've seen this morning, we can get really into the weeds. I would suggest keep it at a very high level, and therefore leave enough time for us to sort of engage. So, you know, as you go through your slides, feel free to skip those that you feel we don't necessarily need to do, because everyone's read them. You have to make that assumption. Okay? Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Alan. And yes, we have 3 questions today for the SAC, and I will flip fairly quickly through the first 2 slides, just to mention that going concern has been a topic that's been requested by stakeholders for some time, and the revisions to the auditing standard for going concern have been very much supported by several drivers for the change, which are listed on the slide. I'm not going to read them. I know you have the papers. Another point to make here is that the revision to the going concern standard was a comprehensive revision. So it included strengthening the work effort requirements of the standard and also the very much requested transparency, not just through the auditor's report, but through communication with the external parties and with those charged with governance. So Michelle, if we can quickly go to the next slide. This is just some supplementary activities we've undertaken since the ED. And then on the next slide, I'll stop here and just explain that we've received a lot of feedback to our public consultation on the revised going concern standard. We have a fairly good geographical and stakeholder representation. Maybe one point to make here, which is also in the paper, is we did not receive responses from investors and users of financial statements, and subsequently we have supplemented our evidence gathering by reaching out and having focused discussions with this particular stakeholder group to make sure that we hear those points of view in addition to what we heard in the written responses. Michelle, if we can go to the next slide. So this slide is kind of a heat map where we've tried to color code how we see the responses on specific topics or themes that we have asked specific input in the exposure draft. So very briefly, the green colors are pretty much those topics where there was broad agreement amongst all stakeholders and all stakeholder constituencies for the proposals. The lighter green is also very supportive, a few suggestions, comments where you can, we could probably do some improvements. As we go into the yellow topics, this is where we did have a conditional support, as we would say. So that is a qualified support subject to comments that respondents had. And I'll stop at these orange topics because this is the so-called areas which we will discuss today where we did receive mixed views. And when I say mixed views, that means that we had stakeholders who were very supportive. We also have other stakeholders who agreed or disagreed. So it's kind of an area where we need to look at the responses more holistically and develop. This is why we will ask also SAC representatives to comment and give us some guidance. So Michelle, maybe to the next slide, and I'm not going to stop here because I know you've read the slide, but just very high level to say that there was a lot of support for the public interest issues that the standard was addressing. This is one of those projects where we have implemented the PIF, the public interest framework, together with fraud and maybe some others that I'm missing, but it's one of the first projects. So there was a lot of support that what we've put forward supports the public interest and the characteristics in the PIF, and that was all great to hear. There were some concerns in the proposals. In general, the biggest concern was there that some of the proposals may imply that the auditor has a greater responsibility than management for going concern. For example, for the explicit statements and some of the revisions that we proposed to the auditor's report. Another concern was that some of the proposals there are outside of the standard setting remit of the IAASB, as they impose certain financial reporting requirements on management, are insufficient on their own, and should be deferred until the international accounting framework is improved, specifically IAS1. For example, this would relate to the timeline. So Michelle, very quickly, the next slide just summarizes what I've said. Also, one point that did come up is the ecosystem point. That was that broader efforts are needed, not just from improving a more robust auditing standard, but there is also others in the ecosystem who were called out to act, and In that sense, also, there was a lot of support for some of the work that we have undertaken in terms of liaising with accounting standard setting bodies and making sure that that conversation continues. So this is the introduction. And Michelle, if we go to the next slide, that is the slide about the timeline, which is the first topic we will seek SAC representative inputs. So the timeline, based on the evidence gathering that we did for the discussion paper that preceded the information gathering for the project, we did hear a lot of support that going concern assessments, it was considered that the going concern assessment, there is a lot of benefit to users should they include more current, relevant, decision, useful information. Also, we did hear that there's many jurisdictions who have already extended the timeline because the current standard now says, management assessment should be as of the date of the financial statements, but there's other jurisdictions who have went further to require an assessment till the date of approval of the financial statements or even to the date of the auditor's report. For example, jurisdictions such as Australia, New Zealand, UK, US, and others. And also we did hear views that although it is not required, given the current, it is current practice that auditors are more prudent and are requesting management in many cases to extend the assessment to have this more decision useful and current information. So in that context, we did a lot of engagement with the International Auditing and with the International Accounting Standards Board in terms of making sure that our proposals are not inconsistent with IS1. And in our interactions with them, we've heard back that in their educational material, they have actually pointed out that longer assessments are not inconsistent with the requirement of IS1, given they prescribe a minimum period and IS1 does not set a cap. So in that sense, the proposal that we went for was to extend the auditor's evaluation to the date of approval of the financial statements. Now, as I mentioned previously, that was one of the topics that was with orange because we did receive mixed views. And maybe, Michelle, if we can go to the next slide. In general, amongst all stakeholders, even those who agreed and disagreed, there was general recognition and understanding why we would be going for such an extension, because everybody believed in the public interest benefit of the proposal. The concerns were maybe more related to having the auditing standard require this extension that is stepping out of the IAASB remit and imposing accounting requirements on management. Suggestions there included to continue engaging and liaising with IASB to align the requirements with IS1. And there was even views that this proposal should not be pursued at this time until IS1 is revised. And also there was concerns about the practicality, the cost benefit, and other points. Let me also mention that through our interaction with investors, and I think you have that in your cover note, equally there were mixed views. There were some who very much supported strongly this extension, and there were some who believe that from the cost benefit aspect, it may raise certain questions. And with that, Alan, I turn back to you for the question we have here for representatives. And maybe, Michelle, if we can go to the next slide. It's about the timeline and whether we should retain our proposal going forward when a management assessment covers a shorter period than the 12 months from the approval.
Tom, do you want to say something about the IASB first?
Yeah, so I know this will come up often. First of all, we are interacting significantly with the IASB. On this topic, the IASB had a recent agenda review. They've decided to defer any consideration of the project during their upcoming period. So despite comment letters to them and our interactions with them on this topic, they do not view this as a priority. So for those who seek a deferral until IAS 1 is addressed, they're really seeking a long-term deferral for our going concern standard. And from our standpoint as a board, that's not tolerable based upon the public interest on this specific topic. And this is why we've continued to move ahead, despite the optimal solution is to have an integrated approach with the IASB.
Thanks, Tom. I see quite a lot of cards already up. I'm not sure why I got the order, but let me start with Dwayne. Please.
Sure. Fully agree with the consensus that you shared that, you know, most stakeholders have said it would be in the public interest to extend the I'm going to call it look ahead period. But I do, as a former preparer, I do pause and share some of the concern about the audit regulator, standard setter, imposing requirements on management through a different process without the due process that the IASB would have established. And I do share the concerns that it potentially adds to the expectations gap by sending a message that the auditor has greater accountability for the fair presentation of the financial statements, including the going concern assertion, than management does. And I think the primary responsibility in my mind should be and is with management. And so I do share that concern. Clearly the auditor, if the auditor identifies conditions or events or risks that they believe management hasn't adequately addressed, the auditor can always extend its look ahead period. I can ask management questions about further look ahead periods, but for us to set a standard that makes it mandatory when it's not mandatory for management in preparing the financials, but it makes it mandatory on every audit, regardless of the circumstances, I just think that's out of our remit and maybe cart before the horse. I also perhaps did we talk about question 2 yet or not? Not, okay, so I'll come back to that. Thank you.
Douglas?
Dwayne and I usually agree, but not this time. So I take a different view, and partly it's because in Australia for a long time, the going concern standard, as was mentioned before, has said that the auditor should look at going concern going out at least 12 months, by the way. It can be longer than that. I've seen a case where it was 3 years from the date of completion or date of approval, and it just hasn't been an issue in Australia. I appreciate the comment about the standard, sorry, the accounting standard. The accounting standard doesn't set a cap, just not clear what the period would be. But given that we've had this requirement for so long, when it came to the exposure draft, everyone said, yeah, well, that's interesting. Next, please. It's just not an issue.
Place.
Thank you very much. I belong in the camp that are skeptic to this proposal, and I share most of the arguments that we raised before here. I think it's outside the remit really of the IAASB to start to indirectly mandate reporting requirements on issuers. It's taking into account that, of course, there's a divergence in practice today, which is quite obvious, and that's not satisfying. It's an unsatisfactory situation. But trying to implement this is not so much of a principle. I think it's a rule you're trying to implement here. And I don't think that's the best way to address an issue about going concern in general. So first of all, I share the concerns that have been raised and been put forward as an argument against this proposal. I also think that maybe there's an overemphasis on this specific issue here to set a specific time period to which the going concern issue should be assessed. Because, and as you all know, they're trying to work around to say it's not forward-looking information, it's information based on something that's happened before. But I think that this is, in reality, forward-looking information. It's, well, it could be go either way. It could be bankrupt within a year or not. But also thinking from an audit standpoint, if we try to put everything into this specific issue here, I mean, is it maybe an overemphasis compared to other disclosures that a company might be required to give regarding its state of finances, is also the audit assessment of that information. So I want to put it a little bit in a wider context also. Now it seems like everything stands or falls with this specific proposal here, but there are also other issues to be concerned. So to answer that question, I'm still in the camp that are skeptical about this.
Vasiliki?
Thank you. So I'm in the Doug camp on this. I'm from one of the big four. We also, in many of our jurisdictions, already apply this, given that in many cases the financials are quite a few months after year end. So sometimes you're not even covering a 3-month period in that case, or even it's beyond the period. And typically we haven't experienced any difficulty in doing this or getting any information. So I also thought this was a non-issue. So clearly I understand the points raised, but in practice we are able to do this.
Nicole?
Yeah, I would like to comment on that point from my perspective. So I'm a professor of auditing and accounting, and I teach both auditing and accounting to my students, certainly. And when I teach, I try to explain them the difference between auditing standards and accounting standards. And having that said, I truly believe that having auditing standards that require the auditor to use a different time period for the going concern assessment than that required for management is not appropriate if we consider the relative role that auditing and accounting standards do have. So I share the concerns that some of the rooms in the room had. Thank you.
Javier?
I'm sorry. No, I think for us it has been a really non-issue, to tell you the truth. We haven't really discussed that much whether it's or not a going concern, because we have been relying on the audited reports, to be honest with you. So we really haven't, I don't know, my experience, I never really questioned myself, say going concern. You know why I will question that? When I look at the capital of the company, I really do the financial analysis, and then I see something really shocks me. That is when I really say whether or not, this is an ongoing concern. But honestly, I don't think has been a main issue for us in this sense. But I agree, or you want to make my opinion, I agree that that shouldn't be an auditor's issue in that sense. It's more like a management thing.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. So I share the same exact concerns as Nicole and Dwayne. And in fact, I couldn't say it any better. I think it's management's responsibility. They go first. The auditor goes second, and they have the ability to extend if they feel it's necessary.
Thanks. Koichiro?
Thank you very much. So we think that the IAASB should retain the proposal, although we also fully understand the concern raised by Dwayne and others. I fully understand that. So in order to reconcile this concern and the objective, I think we should focus on the responsibility of auditors. So what I mean is that auditors should request management to extend its assessment period of going concern if it is necessary for auditors to fulfill its responsibility. For example, if the company's situation is very profitable and doesn't need to have the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence for auditors to ask management to extend, and then maybe auditor does not need to ask management to extend the period. However, if the company's situation is really challenging and the auditor has to have the management assessment of the extended period, then auditor has to ask management to extend the assessment period. So I think we should definitely link to the auditor's responsibility when we add their requirement. Thank you.
Thanks, Koichiro. I'm now going to come down here. So Natasha?
I very much echo that final point. And actually, I think one of the things ultimately that's most interesting for investors is knowing whether there are any kind of threats in the next 12 months, and actually if there's something probable that's going to come beyond that as well. In the case that the auditor asks management to extend and the management then refuses to, then I think it's then the auditor's responsibility to report that then to shareholders. So maybe we get to the same endpoint. But I do think it is important to the point about focusing on auditors' responsibilities to shareholders, being very clear what those are and empowering them to fulfill those, and not making that subject to whether management will let them or not. Thank you.
Nicholas?
Thank you. I have the revised 570 paragraph 13 states that in evaluating management assessment of the entity's ability to continue as a going concern, the auditor shall cover the same period as that used by the management to make its assessment as required by the applicable financial reporting framework or by law, etc. So we had a case where a company had to repay a bond, but that was 18 months after the financial statements. So the listed company went and explained how they're going to repay that bond in 18 months' time. So the auditor in his work did exactly the same period as the company said in its financial statements. So that is required currently by paragraph 13 of the revised 570. But these are the cases that are, companies that are, just you're not sure if they're going to make it or gone, so that's very difficult. So usually when we say 12 months, it's 12 months from January, let's say from 31st of the month of December till next year. So increasing that by 4 months, which is the proposed, because in Europe, like you have to pay your financial statements by 30th of April. So in a sense, it moves 4 months afterwards. As listed companies, for me, it's important to have that extended period. So I'm in favor of that for listed companies. For non-listed, because the risk is smaller, I think it should be, assessed by the management and the auditor as well. But I think for listed companies, it should be extended. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Hilda? I am going to come to you, Steve. Don't worry, I haven't missed you. Yeah. And you've been up for a long time, but...
Thank you. We were talking about in which camp are you? I am afraid I'm in the camp of Duan, and especially what Hero explained, the reasons why this proposal is indeed in the public interest, but to do this in practice, there are issues around this. And if everything is going very well in a company, why would you need more time? If things go badly, then yes, you will go to management and say, you have to extend the period to which you look at. So maybe this should be looked at more as a conditional requirement and, be more, I would say, granular on in which situations what would need to be done. And it might, as was suggested, also be different between listed entities or PIEs and non-PIEs. So we would propose to look at this again and be more granular. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I'm going to come at this again from a management perspective here. I think everyone's probably in agreement that it's management's responsibility ultimately to assess the company's ability to operate as a going concern. And it's the accountants obviously require support and evidence for that here. But like anything, the devil's in the detail here. So my question from a management perspective would be, what sort of standard criteria would be there that triggers this look forward? And it comes back to standardization again. What are those variables that triggers that? Or is it that just, it's discretionary and the accountant feels like something doesn't feel right? Obviously, there's evidence and support for that. Something's not right, and let's trigger a look forward for X amount of months. So it just feels like it could be perceived as a bit of an overreach here, from a management perspective, and potentially like a disproportionate amount of power here. Thank you.
Thanks. David?
So I just want to agree with Hilda and Kuchera and a number of other people on the table. I feel that it is in the public interest. I feel that the proposal of if you look out 12 months and the company's going to go over a cliff, that you have a responsibility to opine on that and disclose it. If you don't feel the company's going to go over the cliff, you don't need the 12 months. That's not necessary. SVB is a classic example. If you look at note 4 of their financial statements, that company was going over a cliff. They were clearly going over a cliff. If you look at their slides that they provided to their investors, beautiful slides. I actually recommend anybody to look at their slides. They were fantastic slides. It don't indicate that at all. I read the slides. I said, there's no problem with this company. And then I read note 4 in the disclosure. I said, there I have a massive problem. These guys are bust. They had negative equity at that point. So I think there's a response, and they got a clean audit opinion. So I think the auditor has a responsibility to say, hey, your assets don't cover your liabilities right now, and they won't cover your liabilities in 6 months from now. That has to be disclosed. That's in the public interest. So all those shareholders that lost money didn't read the financial statements. Whose responsibility is that? The preparers, for sure. The regulators, a little bit. I'm a regulator, so I'm a little cautious about that. And clearly, the auditors are responsible for that. We all paid for that, and so let's do something in the public interest and get something on the books that helps us all have a stronger framework.
Thanks, David. Monica. It's an old on you. That's okay. Can't double dip.
Thank you. Although I personally don't see potential problems for the auditor to request management to extend its assessment. My concern is that this potentially could cause confusion for at the user's level, depending on the concept that is taken there. And the key point here, and this was already mentioned by some, is that is being mandatory request or not, instead of only considering the concrete situation, the case-by-case situation of the company. And this was mentioned in examples as once the auditor identifies there is a potential risk, there is a potential situation that requires this longer period or more detailed approach. In this case, this should be applied. And in relation, Hilda used a comment or a wording that I personally liked, which was the conditional requirement exactly to put on the scenario. And in relation to segregating listed, non-listed, in my point of view, at the end of the day, the key aspect here is governance and the level of disclosure that is needed. So this might be, and usually is, depending on the jurisdiction, extremely different among listed or PIEs and non-PIEs.
Thanks, Monica. Bello?
I actually echo most of the views around the table, but my question is more on the remarks made by Tom. Perhaps what will be the implication of the IASB's view on the remarks for IASB to delay this particular project? What will be the implication in the event maybe you go on with this project and then it's issued and then IASB issue something different? So is there any thoughts around that's the reason why they asked for the delay on this project? Thank you.
Thanks, Bello. Can I maybe, I'm just looking, Vasiliki, is this an old card? No, it's okay, because I want to make sure that we've got no one on the screen. When I started with this, I sort of said, what's the issue? It's obvious. And I said that from the point of view of somebody who sits on corporate boards, having been, like all of you, preparers and etc. in the past. And certainly in the 3 companies that I'm on the board of, we for our going concern assessment, we actually go way beyond the year-end date or the signing date, because we need to know whether we're going to be viable in 2 to 3 years' time. Also, because we've got to look at our financing arrangements to make sure that we've got access to the debt markets at the right time. So we do this work anyway, beyond, we go out 12, minimum 12, and sometimes we go out 24, depending on our debt maturity. So I came to it thinking, well, management should be probably mostly doing this anyway, in which case, what's the issue? But I listened very carefully to different views. I still feel that it should be done, but I recognize the dilemma regarding accountability and responsibility, which was thrown up in some of the conversations. But let me turn it over to Tom and colleagues to sort of having reflected on what you heard.
I'm not going to respond to anything, but I guess as a board member trying to figure out what to do with a conditional requirement, doesn't a conditional requirement therefore require the same amount of work by the auditor in advance of asking for management to provide the additional information? Because the risk would have to have existed in their mind. So I'm not sure the practical implications of it. In fact, the work is going to be done to some extent, not with having management provided, or the risk would be the auditor would be fearful of asking management to fulfill the necessary work to fulfill the professional the conditional requirement, and it will never occur. So to some extent, providing specific guidance with a let out, we do have a let out in the standard. If management's not willing or able to provide the additional 12 months of assessment, we're not changing the role of the auditor here, then they have to explain why and document it. And so that's a nuance of our standard, but I still just question, I get the idea and the allure of a conditional requirement, but I'm not sure it changes the practical realities of what work would have to be done. And in fact, it does to some extent force the auditor to do work on their own before they ask management to get to that assessment. So that's what's confusing me. I'd have to ask a lot of people to see whether that's workable going forward. I know Kalina has her card up.
Thank you, Tom, and that was exactly the point I was trying to make. So the conditional approach is something that we've considered, but we've moved away from. This is because management needs to, in the first instance, prepare an assessment for the auditor to be able to evaluate. And if that event and condition is beyond the period of the assessment, then there is still a risk that the auditor may not. Management knows their company better than the auditor, so the assessment is the basis. So the auditor does request management to prepare an extended assessment. However, as Tom explained, it is a comply or explain approach. So if we have, if management is able to provide to the auditor sufficient explanation and the auditor is able to verify that evidence, then it would be a documentation why the auditor has not gone beyond the extended period, which we thought it's a fair consideration, given that the whole standard is increasing the robustness that the auditor applies when looking at going concern assessment. I just wanted to respond to a few other observations. This was the point about listed entity versus differentiating the requirement to be for a listed entity versus a non-listed entity. So when we were looking at this, we went from the assumption that going concern is equally relevant to all entities, and even more in cases where you have a longer approval date after the financial statements, which would be the case with many unlisted or smaller or less complex entities. That period is prolonged. So it may happen that you have an auditor's assessment being evaluated 9 months, 10, 11 after the year. And so there, on that basis, even it strengthens the case to be applicable to all entities and not just to listed entities. And listed entities would usually have a shorter gap between the date of the financial statements and the approval date. Another point on the implications of what would we do if the IASB would come up with a different date. I don't know the answer to that, but because as Tom explained, it's unlikely that the IASB would do any revisions to going concern in the near future. So we've kind of decided to move forward in the public interest at this point. But I do want to flag that IPSAS 1 does require the date of approval of the financial statements, not the date of the balance sheet. So we already have an internationally recognized financial framework that uses a different date than IS1. On that basis, even our interactions with the IASB have been very positive on this point, that they do not see that what we are proposing being inconsistent with the applicable financial reporting framework. Yes, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Galina, you've got two other questions for us. Do you want to? We will break at 3:15. So you've got just over 15 minutes, including addressing the questions. So you just want to reflect on how we're going to use that time for the next two.
Yes, so Michelle, if you move to the next slide very quickly, this is about transparency, and I'm not going to spend too much time except saying that we have introduced explicit statements, and the reasons for introducing those explicit statements in the auditor's report were in response to the evidence gathering that we did as part of the DP. There was a lot of demand for providing more transparency about what the auditor did in relation to going concern when an entity is in a no material uncertainty stage, which is the most prominent scenario, but also equally for close call situations. And just to explain that those close calls are when there was a significant judgment by management that no material uncertainty existed. So our proposals focus on those two areas where we are enhancing the auditor's report through explicit statements and through additional transparency when there are close calls. Michelle, maybe you can briefly show the next slide, which puts it all together. This is how the proposal would look. It would be two sections, a material uncertainty. There will be a section when, a going concern section, when there is no material uncertainty. You would provide the statements for all entities, and then in a listed entity scenario, you would provide more transparency by describing how the auditor evaluated management assessment. And then the orange box there is when there would be a material uncertainty. You would again provide the statements, of course, stating that there is a material uncertainty, which is already required today, and then providing the statement how the auditor concluded that management use of the basis of accounting is appropriate. And then again, describing how the auditor evaluated management assessment. On the next slide, again, we received mixed views, a lot of support for the statements. It was not just disagreement. We had a lot of respondents coming back to us agreeing with those proposals, particularly monitoring group members were very supportive, regulators. And then, of course, there was other respondents who had, some of them had concerns that the statements may imply misalignment between management and auditors' responsibilities. There was also a request that the statements be refined so they are not misinterpreted as a separate opinion, or they are implying a guarantee on the future viability of the entity. So with that, our next question for SAC representatives is actually asking feedback on whether the statements are sufficiently clear in terms of articulating the responsibilities. I just want to add that the responsibilities of the auditor and the statements mirror each other. The wording is very much aligned. So it's really nothing new that comes into the auditor's report. It's just making it more transparent what the auditor's responsibilities in relation to going concern are. And under B, views from representatives, whether they may inappropriately imply that the auditor is providing a greater level of assurance. We have a note there, an important note, which is reminding that the appropriateness of the basis of accounting, the auditor is actually concluding that management does not intend to liquidate the entity or to cease trading or has no realistic alternative but to do so. So, Alan, that's my introduction here.
Okay, right. So let's see if there are any comments. No mixed views? Concerns, Doug?
Just to say that I support the statements. I know there's concern that there's, in a sense, no explicit statement by the company, but the going concern assumption underlies the financial report. Look, ideally, perhaps national jurisdictions might think about whether there's a need for some sort of explicit statement, but that shouldn't take away from the board going ahead with these reporting obligations. I think they're in the public interest and very positive, and make sure that the auditor is properly focusing on these issues as well.
Thanks. Vasiliki?
I also support this proposal. Just to comment, the auditor's report would then have going concern in 3 sections. It would be in the management responsibility, the auditor's responsibility, and the proposed going concern paragraphs are potentially just consolidated into one rather than having it all over. But we do support that.
Thank you. Nicole?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm the first one, it seems, who has some concerns. So I have some concerns that the current statement is not sufficiently clear in articulating the responsibilities that auditors and management do have. I share the concern that was mentioned on the slide before. This might lead to a misunderstanding of users, which in turn can extend the expectation gap. Maybe a suggestion that the statement is more clear in the relative responsibilities that auditors and management do have, in a way that it is clear that auditors do not have a greater responsibility with respect to going concern than management has. Thank you.
Claes?
Thank you. I also share concerns that have been raised through the consultation process, also the concerns that you have raised here. Some other also observations. To me, it seems like if an auditor goes to make a statement about going concern, if it exists or do not exist, I think that will also have to be mirrored in the reporting framework in order to make it understandable. Otherwise, there might be a risk of misalignment between what the auditor explicitly states and what is stated by the preparer. I also have another slightly broader observation of this. Even if you go ahead with this, my concern is that if you think about the audit report in general, isn't there a risk that the more detailed the auditor will express an opinion of something existing or not existing, while in the same time you have the general audit report or report on misstatements or deviations, so to say, isn't there a risk over time if you start to put in those kind of special sections? What then would the user of the audit report draw as a conclusion of things that the auditor has not explicitly made a statement on? Because I think there is a risk that the longer the report comes and you have those special sections, but other parts of it, then what the conclusions if everything is fine? By why were just these parts enhanced? So that's
Ina?
Thank you. On a broader general view, I would like to understand why this need arises of this the periodic change in the extending the 12 months period applicability and the inclusion of a statement in the auditor's report. We need to determine the essence of going concern, and we need to ensure that the going concern existing standard Is there anything helping the organizations, or any adverse organizational impact has arisen just because of the fact that the due 12 months period or the disclosure of the statement was not present? Is it helping the organization or the auditor in assessing that going concern assumption? My personal view is that we the efforts which the IASB has been made in developing the standard, the existing standard is quite comprehensive. If it is implemented in the best spirit, it will achieve the desired results. However, any changes which could materially affect the organizational aspect, like for example, recent examples, we have seen that after issuance of auditors report, immediately the organizations, we have seen organizations collapse, and the public interest has been affected very massively. So what impact does it have on if we just change the period of assessment, management assessment? The emphasis should be placed on the enforceability, the applicability of the existing standard and its due implementation. That's my basic comment. Thank you.
Thanks. Hilda?
Thank you. I think I can see the logic for putting this forward. Transparency is very important by management, but also by auditors. However, we could again get into some situation where actually the management does not say anything about this because it's implicit in its accounts, whereas the auditor is explicit. So we can, in certain cases, get again into a situation where there's an imbalance between, the responsibility or the transparency of what an auditor says, and that's not matched by what management says, because there can be a situation where it can be completely silent on going concern. It's basically only implied by the way in which they report that you can then say, okay, good, yes, this is on a going concern basis, so that's why it is. And I can see that some mixed feelings exist about that.
Chikato, and then Nicholas.
I'm having a little bit confused because here, for instance, like, to a certain jurisdiction like Japan, it means this a proposal for the going concern mean that, assured period would be expanded by 3 months for most of the companies. So it means that like in 3 months, extending by 3 months would assuring going concern much better. That's what it really means. What this proposal means. That's how I understand now. But then also, if we don't want to really make it a greater level of assurance than intended, but then so does it mean that it is not a greater level of assurance that we are trying to achieve by extending 3 months as a period? So I think that really made me think that what are we trying to achieve by extending just a couple of months of a assured period? That's my question.
Thank you. Nicholas?
Yes, thank you. We are asked for the explicit statement in the auditor's report. The auditor has, according to his audit evidence, he has screened all this information. He's seen actually if he has a going concern. He has seen the business plan. It's a professional skepticism there at that moment. The auditor has taken to see that yes, these assumptions that I have, he's going to have. Okay, so he has done all that work. It's part of his audit evidence. So put it in the explicit statement in the report. It's something. It's his work that he's done. So I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hand cards. Galina, any quick comments?
Just maybe one response in terms of why is this, the extent standard is robust enough. Just want to comment that the extent standard was last revised in 2014 when the auditor reporting project was undertaken, but that was a very narrow area of the standard. It was only the reporting requirements that were looked at. So in essence, the going concern standard has been, in terms of the work effort from the auditor, probably, I don't believe will probably correct me, but maybe more than 15 years in this situation, while we have other standards moving on, the environment changing. So some of the proposals are directly responsive to that. And that just to mention one other point, which is very relevant as a driver for the project, we have jurisdictions who have strengthened their national going concern standards. Because a more robust approach is needed and explicit. So as I mentioned at the beginning, the standard is a full package. It deals with the work effort requirements. It also deals with the transparency piece, and it's all in terms of responding what we've heard from the DP and trying to enhance it. So Alan, if it's okay with you, I will quickly move to the last question. So Michelle, very quickly, next slide. This is about the close call situations in terms of what we heard, a lot of support for emphasizing the close call situations. Those are those that are not a material uncertainty yet, but are very close to on the risk spectrum in terms of the significant judgment that management need to apply to determine that there is no material uncertainty. What we heard there is the threshold needs to be clarified because you're capturing a lot of reporting situations, given that the threshold is at this point events and conditions have been identified. There was also suggestions to extend it to become applicable in all situations for all listed entities. So this will be a much larger threshold. I mean, it would not have a threshold. It will be applicable always. And there was encouragement to use the key audit matter mechanism to provide the communication. We did hear mixed views about extending the requirements to entities other than listed entities, for example, PIEs, and we are very interested to hear from the SAC representatives what they think about that. So maybe on the next slide, Michelle, we have the question, which is asking, should this close call should we consider extending this to other entities, to entities other than listed, for example, PIEs?
Ashley.
Thank you. On behalf of the BCBS, I think we were in support of extending this to PIEs, given that going concern is of keen interest to banking institutions. That being said, with banks, I think there's some sensitivities there, especially in these close call situations where there could be risk of contagion, financial stability concerns, safety and soundness concerns, if an auditor is overly cautious with determining whether there's material uncertainty or modifying the opinion paragraph. So we would certainly recommend that auditors are in close contact with the relevant supervisory authority in making these determinations.
Jose?
Just pretty quick. If the peer is a PIE, is a bank, we will make the bank bankruptcy immediately. This is my main concern.
Dwayne?
Thank you. I may be answering more than the question here, but and I may be a little confused, but I know Tom looked over at me on the second question about, well, was I intellectually consistent here by being okay?
Maybe it was by coincidence.
All right, good. But I'm questioning myself then. But the I think having the auditor state that they've looked at going concern and whether or not they've had an issue with going concern, which was question number 2, I was fine with, even with a slight concern if the look ahead period is different than management, that we're a little inconsistent there, which is awkward. But with respect to having explicit disclosures of the audit procedures when no material uncertainty exists, which is not exactly what you're asking here though, but I just thought I'd raise that gives me a little pause. Going concern is one of many critical assertions in the financial statements. The auditor does not go through their work plan in their audit report on all these other very important assertions that they've audited. And so I think when there's no material uncertainty, if I'm understanding the proposal correctly, even for listed entities, I'm not sure I would think that that's necessary or possibly even appropriate. I think it lessens the impact of disclosures when in fact there is a going concern raised by the auditor. If it just becomes always in the report and there's always all this detail. And I think it overemphasizes the auditor's work and going concern relative to all the other important work that the auditor does. I do think if there is a material uncertainty, then they should be talking about it, which I think is current standard. But if it's a close call, I think CAMS would be a perfect vehicle with which to present information about what were the significant judgments, what did the auditor do, but that would only be for close call, not every audit report, which is different than what you're asking here, but I thought I'd offer it.
Toshimitsu.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Regarding question 3, my answer is no, because definition of the PI is inconsistent across jurisdictions, and doing so may lead to some misunderstanding and lack of compatibility. Thank you.
That's it. Oh, Conchita, sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
Thank you. We support extending the enhanced communication when it comes to public interest entities. Thank you.
I'm conscious it's getting very late for you, so thank you very much for staying on. Right.
Yeah, no, just to thank representatives for the feedback and yeah, nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take a 50-minute break. So let's say we'll be back at 25 to 4 our time, if that's okay. Thanks.
It wasn't. The camera is on us. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, so let's go. It's the last session. It's on technology, so you need to make it, I'm sure you will, very, very exciting. So let me welcome Angelo and Jean. Or is it Jean or Gian? Or Jean, okay, apologies, to the session. Thank you very much for the papers you sent to us already, and we look forward to engaging with you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody, for the last session on technology. So before I hand over to Angelo to speak to you about the IAASB's position, technology position, I would just like to talk to you a little bit about the IASBA, give you a little bit of color around the background, what we've done so far around technology, how we approach technology in the future, as well as the coordination efforts that took in the past, as well as going forward. Maybe just a brief introduction of myself. My name is Jean Fuljen. I am a senior manager at IASBA. Besides technology, I'm also part of the staff-driven project on collective investment vehicles, pension funds, and investment company complexes, and also staff lead on the emerging issues and outreach committee. So IASBA is a global standard setter for ethics and accounting and plays a key role in and responsibility to support the profession in navigating the future through the transformation, digital transformation from an ethical perspective. So the IASBA code applies to all professional accountants, regardless of their role, their function, and the sector that they're in, and provides a foundation to act in the public interest and to through the fundamental principles, the 5 fundamental principles. So the IASBA recognizes that the importance of addressing the ethical implications of digital transformation in the accounting profession. And this is actually clear in our strategy and work plan as well, which was influenced with the environmental driver on the ongoing impact of the technology transformations. I did a quick search this morning, and technology is actually mentioned 39 times within our strategy and work plan. And with that, also very key to remember that with the strategy and work plan, that the IASBA will remain agile to respond to emerging issues as well. So if we go to the second slide, please. Thank you. So since 2019, the IASBA has undertaken several initiatives to ensure that the codes remains relevant, robust, and responsive to the evolving digital landscape, as well as provide the additional resources and tools for the profession to apply the code in a digital context. So the technology initiative has commenced at the end of 2018 with approval of the project's terms and reference. And since then, there has been a few key deliverables, which I would just like to highlight. So the first was the release of the Technology Working Group's Phase 1 report that provided a comprehensive analysis of the implications of technology developments on the accounting, assurance, as well as finance functions. 2 global online surveys were undertaken to get feedback from stakeholders and was also then taken into the key recommendations from the Phase 1 report. This was released in October 2020. Both the Phase 1 report as well as the global surveys informed the IASBA's exposure draft released in February 2022 on technology, which proposed amendments to guide the ethical mindset and behavior of professional accountants and business and public practice, as they deal with challenges brought by technology in the work processes in the context of the services they provide. In November 2022, the IASBA released a Phase 2 report that built off its Phase 1 report. This report documents the impact of disruptive and transformative technologies on the work of the professional accountants and provides extensive analysis and insights into the ethical dimension of those developments. The report also discusses the relevance and importance of the overarching principles and specific provisions the IASBA code in laying out the ethical guardrails for professional accountants as they face opportunities and challenges in the work as a result of rapid digitalization. In December 2022, the IASBA approved the new technology-related revisions, which will come into effect at the end of this year, December 15, 2024. These revisions draw attention to the competence, confidentiality, and leadership imperatives of the digital age, guiding the mindset and behavior of the professional accountants when they use technology. They also stipulate how a professional accountant should consider ethical threats from the use of technology, providing enhanced guidance in applying the fundamental principles, specifically confidentiality, professional competence and due care, as well as dealing with the circumstances of complexity. The revisions assist the professional accountants in addressing the ethical dimensions of using output of technology and further strengthens the international independence standards by addressing the circumstances in which firms and network firms may or may not provide technology-related non-assurance services to audit and assurance clients. So in addition to the new technology provision, the IAASB has also made made available various resources, which is available on our website on the technology focus page. And this is kind of also where I wanted to kind of come back to the question that was asked at the introduction section of what is we doing around AI. So in the past, from our non-authoritative materials, it's extensive ethical dilemmas. Speaking about artificial intelligence, there's exploring the IAASB code, dealing with that as well. So a lot of non-authoritative materials available besides the code revisions as well. So throughout the IAASB technology initiative, the IAASB and the IAASB has coordinated on the topic of technology. So this is done by sharing views and feedback on key issues and developments related to technology and the impact of insurance and audit engagements. This was done through correspondent members on each other's boards, regular catch-ups by staff, as well as reviewing the non-authoritative materials, ensuring that the ethics and the audit's perspectives are correctly captured. And then also the IAASB staff also provided input into the technology provisions before finalization. We go on to the next slide, please. So the IAASB remains committed to navigating the future through digital transformation and ensuring the code remains fit for purpose and serves the public interest. So in the next phase, after the technology revisions, the IAASB Technology Working Group objectives are based on 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are firstly to conduct ongoing environmental scanning, to monitor the developments in existing and new technologies, their application and the related issues. This is done through the Technology Working Group is supported by the Technology Experts Group, which helps with the environmental scanning. The second objective is to make available internal education to the IAASB board on emerging technology topics. Since 2023, the beginning, 4 internal education sessions was provided. The first was actually brought by the EIOC on just after the release of ChatGPT in November 2020. Also, 2 topics further was related on artificial intelligence, as well as artificial intelligence and regulation, and then also fraud and ethics. The Technology Working Group is also responsible to perform ad hoc analysis of technology related as they're encountered by other work streams within the IAASB to identify and assess any potential code implications and need for additional non-authoritative material. And that flows into the 4th objective of the Technology Working Group, is for the work stream to assist with implementation of the phase 2 report recommendations. So it's very important to note that through the process of in the future and in line with the strategy and work plan of both boards, which is on a technical and operational as well as a strategic level, is to ensure that we continue to coordinate on the topic of ethics and technology and the auditing standards. So what are these initiatives that Angelo and I are proposing is that the staff representation on respective boards, working groups, and experts groups. They call different things in different boards, but having the representation by staff on both of those, experts group and working groups. Also continue to make use of correspondent members where appropriate. Also regular catch-ups by staff on topics of mutual interest. Organizing joint education sessions which I mentioned was one of the pillars of the IAASB working group, to the respective boards when it's also appropriate and on topics of mutual interest, and then also potentially participate in joint outreach activities on events and stakeholders or webinars to promote the awareness of the activities of both the boards, which include the adoption and revision of the technology-related standards and guidance. With that, Alan, I would like to hand back to you just on the question that we would like to pose to the members today is on what to share their perspective on further coordination efforts that we can do between the two boards. Thank you.
I'm just wondering whether it wouldn't make sense to hear from Angela as well, and then come back to that question, because it does affect both. Yeah, would that be okay with you, Angela? Okay, grazie.
Prego, prego. I just learned that Alan speaks Italian, which is.
And I just learned that Angela is Italian.
Well, of Italian descent, but close enough. All right, so I realize that I'm sitting between you and your cocktail, so thank you for indulging me on this. I'm going to keep it brief so we can get into the roundtable, which I'm very, very interested in hearing your views. I was thinking, I haven't had a chance to meet a lot of you, so I'll just say a couple words about myself. I'll tell you a little bit about the IAASB's Technology Position Initiative, kind of a few words to introduce it, and then we'll go directly into the roundtable. That's where we'll spend the bulk of our time. So really briefly about me, I've been with the IAASB for 10 months. Where did those 10 months go? I don't know, they flew by, enjoying it so much. Support the IAASB's projects on fraud and technology. I started my career as an auditor at a Big Four firm in Canada, auditing financial institutions, and then ultimately ended up at the Canadian audit regulator, CPAB, for those of you that are familiar with CPAB, for 13 years, and most recently as their head of thought leadership. So enough on that. Next slide, please, Michelle. Thank you. Okay, so what exactly is the IAASB's technology initiative, and why is this important for the IAASB? So I thought I'd lead out with some stats just to kind of contextualize our discussions. Many of you probably have heard these stats, but I think some of you will find these insightful. According to a recent survey by the Center for Audit Quality in the United States, they surveyed audit partners, and they found that a third of audit partners are either seeing companies deploy AI or in the process of deploying AI. And according to the CAQ, at least, this will give rise to a new class of risks that auditors will need to face in their audits. It's also important to point out that AI is still in its infancy, of course, based on everything we're seeing in the news, and based on what we're hearing in terms of the investments that companies are making. So just to kind of put some numbers around those investments, which I find very interesting, is there was a joint research project by Goldman Sachs and Stanford that found that companies are going to be spending $200 billion in 2025. Now that sounds big. Compare that to $1.8 trillion that they'll be spending by 2030 on AI. And that starts to put this into perspective in terms of how big the disruption is going to be to companies. And you may be wondering, what about the bigger accountancy firms? Well, they've released publicly, they've told us that they're going to be spending about $9 billion by 2025 on AI and to develop audit tools and acquire audit tools. So those are really staggering numbers and suggest that AI is going to really transform how companies operate. It's going to transform how they report, their reporting processes, and how audits will be performed. So it's really against this backdrop of unprecedented technological disruption that the IAASB is looking to develop its technology position to guide its activities through its new strategic work plan period. Of course, the IAASB has had a technology position, but this is looking at it. This is having taking stock of it and figuring out, is this the appropriate technology to position to bring us forward? And the illustration on this slide is really just the framework that the IAASB is going to be using to develop its technology position. The first component has the board articulating a technology posture or I think we're moving away from that word posture. Some people don't like it. I think we're going to move to technology position statement. Is that right, Tom? Okay. And that technology position statement is really about is going to represent the North Star for the board, and what it's going to inform the activities of the board going forward in terms of technology. And that's really just going to be a succinct statement that the board is going to be looking at as a technological North Star in terms of standard setting and other related activities. And by standards, I should clarify, this is broader than just audits. It's the broad remit of the board. The second component is, among other things, how the board uses its toolkit in terms of actioning this technology position statement. And that's going to involve standard setting and other related, standard setting and non-authoritative guidance, for instance, and other things within the board's toolkit. Then the third is just like any other conceptual framework in the world that's any good. You want to make sure that there's a feedback mechanism to make sure that your technology position statement is always well calibrated to new developments in the world, to new technological developments that are sure to come within the next few years, given this huge amount of dollars that's going to be going into the AI spend, for instance. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm not going to spend, I apologize, a lot of words on this. I'm not going to go through all of this. A lot of this was already in our agenda paper. So, but I will say it's probably worth mentioning that some observers of the board that are looking in have characterized our current technology position statement, rightfully or wrongfully, right, as technology agnostic or technology neutral. And part of this exercise that the board is engaged in is determining whether the board wants to shift away from this neutrality to something that's a little bit more deliberate, and to use Tom's words, in terms of enabling the use of technology in engagements. So as I described in the agenda paper, there's really three factors that the board is looking at in terms of this evaluation. They're looking at how entities are using technology and how auditors are using technology, but also this growing expectation that we're hearing about from the public that auditors should be using technology to enhance the quality of their engagements. Or I say auditors, practitioners, in terms of elevating the quality of their engagements. And the first one, I'll say a couple of things about the first two. As companies look to integrate AI, for instance, into their financial reporting processes, there's certainly, as I pointed out earlier, the CAQ believes that this will create new risks. And one of the questions that the board's going to be thinking about is, how the companies using sophisticated technologies in their systems, does that interact with how auditors themselves need to be using technology in their audits in order to audit these entities? And then the second one has to do with, as auditors integrate increasingly more sophisticated technologies, is that going to change how audits are done in a way that creates a misalignment between how an audit is actually done and how an audit is envisioned within the standards? And that's going to be a very critical thing for the board to be thinking about, not just for today, but as it looks out 5 years, 10 years, and so on. And with that, I put a question on the bottom, and essentially the question is just looking for the strategic direction of this council about, do you favor the board coming off what some has characterized, and we can talk about that too, as neutral, to something that's a little bit more deliberate in terms of enabling the use of technology in engagements? And Alan, those are the ends of, sorry.
Yeah, all the audit firms in Brazil, at least the big four, they all use AI in their audit process, all of them. And the pace has been huge, meaning that, you know, the amount of hours and even the type of discussion with the board and the management, it's, you know, it has improved quite a bit, going really at the topics that are interest, right? That are, that the machine cannot do it. So I think that I'm in favor because I think at the end of the day, right? It will, in my point of view, enhance the discussions, you know, to the key points, instead of, you know, having junior folks that, you know, with Excel or whatever, tracking, for instance, even when we do our reports, internal reports and all the analysis, BI and so on, to the auditors, we also use most of the companies, the big firms listed, we all use. And the way that has been, you know, implemented is, it's like everything changed in a couple of months, you know, because as we know, the machine learns and, you know, and at the end of the day, we have more accurate numbers. I think that the main risk is in terms of confidential information, right? Proprietary, you know, information, which at least the big firms, you know, big four, they always have this statement that everything, the level that of ChatGPT or whatever, it's, you know, totally the license is a different one. And so I think that this is the most important thing, because at the end of the day, when we look at the risk map, and if we use the machine, most of the time, you don't see the outliers, you know what I'm saying? So you start to not analyze this type of, you know, event. And the other thing that we are discussing in Brazil is to have the board, the future of the boards is to have or not, you know, artificial intelligence board member. Let me put it that way. So in Brazil, we normally we adapt, you know, new technologies in a very high speed, and sometimes we ended up in a, you know, in a mess with even fraud. So that's my main concern.
Thank you, Steve.
I agree with the statement. I think the big four, before the AI buzzwords of the last year or two, they're all using machine learning capabilities. So they were probably ahead of the curve in some ways. I mean, I would almost lean towards like a soft encouragement, you know, out of in deference to some of the smaller audit firms that may or may not have those capabilities or would have to invest, as opposed to a mandate. And I'm not suggesting that, you're suggesting that, by the way. But I think it is for the benefit of all ultimately, because if you could do things in a quicker, better, cheaper manner, and this is the big caveat, in a very well-controlled manner, it is for the benefit of all parties. But I do think, lastly, it does lift the bar for your technology risk management competencies once you go down this avenue here, because you have to ensure that the controls are in place, you have the accountability for those controls, and just keep on testing them on a go-forward basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Klaes?
Thanks. Yeah, to answer the question, yes, I think that to move from acknowledging and supporting to enabling and or promoting is the right way to go, given where we are right now in rapid developments. A couple of reflections. Now the market is kind of driving this also in the audit industry. Thinking about as a standard setter, it's easy to say enabling or promoting, you just switch and write something different in the standard. The problem is always here, if you want to come up with a global baseline for what is an acceptable audit process, then you have different clients, etc. Most companies are SMEs, and then you have the big technology companies, etc., etc. So one challenge I see in standard setting is to say that if you switch perspectives and now goes to enabling, promoting, what is, so say, the minimum requirement in an ISA standard applicable for all, then saying what is kind of the benchmark or excellence level when you go to a very, very sophisticated client, the basis of business model on AI, for example. So that is also a challenge here because we try to write an acceptable standard applicable globally. So that is a challenge. But yeah, the answer is yes. And it's going back to also Jen's first question about coordination. Yeah, I happen to be lucky enough to have seen also the developments in the IAASB project, and that was certainly very helpful. And I really want to commend the IAASB to continue that work because I think it's very, very important from the ethics side of this. And so my simple answer to that, all kinds of coordinating efforts that can be done before the two standard setting boards should continue and be really promoted.
Thank you, please. David?
I just want to add, I agree, and I also agree with Steve. The horses left the barn. You know, I was auditing back in 1990. Yes, I was auditing back in 1990. And back then we did substantive testing. So, you know, very little control testing. We went substantive testing. And there's no way you could do substantive testing by 1995. The economy had grown to such a point that it's impossible. You had to do control testing. A lot of IT went in. I was carrying computers in both hands through train stalls and on the subway just to get the stuff done. It was the only way to do it. So control testing came in, rules about that, and how to audit with control testing became the norm. We've got to also move to AI. The economy keeps growing. The amount of data we get gets bigger and bigger. With AI, you're going to end up with substantive testing on a transactional level. You're going to pull down all that data from the cloud and be able to test every single individual transaction and then map it. Will that decrease the risk of fraud? Will that decrease the risk of going concern? No, it's not going to. It didn't do it before with control testing. It's not going to do it again. But there's the only way to get the audit done with the amount of data is to allow that technology to grow. So I don't think we have a choice. We're going in that direction. Let's put some boundaries around it. That is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Monica?
First, the answer is yes, no doubt about it. And although we need to recognize that there might be challenges, as Ivanera mentioned, the larger firms are prepared. We know that the small and medium usually are not, at least on the same levels. But even so, the fact is that the companies use technology. They will continue using technology. Doesn't matter if it's for business purposes, tax purposes, or whatsoever. So the audit procedure needs to recognize that and need to be prepared to face all the technology that is used at the companies in general. So the use of promoting instead of acknowledging and supporting, in my point of view, basically reflects the reality. Okay, I'm not discussing here on the role that might be originated from that in relation to different jurisdictions. PAO support that might be needed, and this is something that is discussed at IFAC level, and no doubt in relation to training or support guidance and so on. But pretend that technology is not something mandatory is unrealistic.
Angelo, do you want to come back on anything now? We've got at least 4 or 5 more sort of inputs.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll maybe pick up a couple of points. You know, it's what I'm hearing. Definitely, I don't want to step in front of the board. Certainly, the board is still thinking about all of this and is going to be deliberating in June. But I will say is that I don't sense that there's a clear, to address Steve, there's no appetite to create a mandate where technology needs to be used on every audit, for instance. So one of the things that the board discussed, one anecdote that came up is you've got some audits of mining companies, for instance, of 12 transactions per year. Are you really going to have to bust out AI there to audit that? Probably not. But if you're looking at an expected credit loss model at a bank, and coming back to a point that was made, can you continue to do a substantive audit, or do you have to avail yourself of some of the technologies that are out there to kind of get underneath it a little bit more and parse out this disaggregated data in a way that's going to give you some insights? So I thought I'd jump in on that, Alan. And one more thing that I'll mention is the question comes up a lot. Should we be focused in only on AI, or is it broader than AI? And I'll say I'm sympathetic to the view that, yes, it is broader than just AI. I will say, however, that rules-based algorithms to me are easier to sink your teeth into. It's the deep learning kind of algorithms, the ones where the machine is learning on its own from unstructured data, potentially all the data that's ever been conceived by humans. And then coming out with outputs those are going to be the harder types of technologies that are going to create challenges. But nevertheless, I think it's important to note that there's a lot, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know where it's going. Certainly quantum computing is also coming down, and that's going to be put on steroids with AI. But nevertheless, I wanted to make those couple of points. Thanks, Alan.
Thanks. We'll take, of course, a lot more, but I'd like to just feed in that we need to think about the ethical dimensions around this. So, Jean, I guess we should have a conversation with you about that. And also, I'd like to pick up on the point that's been made, particularly by Monica. How do we make sure that the SMPs have sufficient capabilities in this space? Because we don't want to create a situation where it's all in the hands of the big players when we know the majority of the economy is actually SMEs that are audited by or assured by or supported by or advised by SMPs. So we need to, I think, have that conversation as well. But let's go to Hilda.
Thank you. On your question, I think I follow all the others, and the response is yes. And within our organization, we even have some that say, now sustainability, that's the real thing, and we have to focus on it. They say in a few years, it's going to be technology that will be, the thing that we all need to focus on. Maybe they will even be right. So I think that's even more why we should start as soon as we can. Is this easy? I don't think so. Within Accountants Europe, we have a group on technology and audit. It took us a while to first find the right experts that we could actually have to work with us. We have them now. They're all from Big Four firms. So that is not the focus that we wanted to have, but it just happens that the knowledge, the expertise is there, but we want to work for the whole profession and do work not just for the larger firms, but it's a challenge. And then what is it that we should focus on first? I think I agree, but it is maybe wider, but we get to AI or even Gen AI naturally, that is the one or the most important one that you have to work on. I think the US SAC paper on auditing in the age of generative AI actually is quite a good paper and a good, I would say, first paper to read, to get into it. Should be mandatory reading for all auditors, I think. It's actually some of the things that we were already working on. It's addressed there. So we said, okay, good. So we will talk with them next week and see, okay, what is your next projects? Because I don't think we should be reinventing the wheel. Now, that's not necessarily into standard setting, but it's paving the way to get into it. And when, we had our discussions, it was like, well, it's first about, when you do an audit, it's about understanding your clients. Now, there are clients, their business model is into AI and Gen AI things. To understand what they do as an auditor, you already have to have this understanding to actually know what is going on there. Then there is the use of AI in reporting, financial sustainability reporting. It will be in all of them. And then it's in the audit. How are those tools? How are those tools used? You know, what do they mean? What risks do come from them? So there are various things that you have to focus on, but you have to cover all of them in order for, you know, trying to get to grips with this, and also then try to see how can we actually enhance the learning within the profession on this. So fully supportive. I think finding a way to work together with others would be good. I would say good luck.
Thanks, Hilda. Doug?
So I don't know that I object to moving away from technology agnostic completely, but I think it's how you approach it. And Angelo sort of covered it. It's where the use of technology by the client is, or the audited entity, is such that it's the most effective way to use technology, or more effective, rather than technology being an end in itself. I think that's the challenge. We don't want to be promoting it, you know, just for the sake of promoting it. It's got to have a good reason. That then encompasses some of these things about cost benefit at the smaller end as well. But also, I think, well, you need to be cautious as well about the misuse of technology. And this goes to some of these questions about the sorts of technologies that the auditors might use. And I think of a simple example with data analytics. You know, a lot of auditors try to match cash and revenue. And it goes back to understanding the business. Well, we found a case where actually, well, none of the cash was actually revenue. So that was a small problem. And the company subsequently went out of business, but the auditor didn't pick this up. It was the way the contracts worked, and they were getting money that they shouldn't have been getting through government grants. So I think part of it is, you know, not selling it for itself, but also think about the use by the company, black boxes. You know, yes, you need to understand these questions about black boxes. What's happening in it? You know, be able to check the code or run transactions through, understand the inputs, the outputs, and everything else. But I think a key part of it is that humans are out of business. And I think about some of the AI models that are being talked about. Yeah, auditors using AI for going concern. Well, maybe it helps to some extent, but I don't know, what information is it accessing? Does it understand the business? What's changed in the business? So that's why I'm very cautious about this. We don't say you should use substantive analytical procedures rather than tests of detail. It's a good idea in a lot of cases to do that. We're more neutral about it, but if it was a more effective technique and so forth, then maybe that's what you should do. So I guess, and I'll give another example. The use of AI by an academic who made a submission to a parliamentary committee in Australia, and the submission made no sense whatsoever. And the reason was, it accused KPMG of doing things that they didn't. And how did this occur? Actually, it turns out he used AI to write the submission and didn't actually check it. He didn't read it and test it. So that's a good example of why humans are still important in all of this. It also worries me that sometimes machine learning AI, they might learn the wrong things. So yeah, just some examples, but really just trying to say, yes, we need to understand technology, use it when it should be used, but not an end in itself.
Yeah, so I think it's important to clarify that one of our fundamental premises is that we will only address technology and our standards if it enhances audit quality. And the fact that AI has been misused in a few instances doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't address the use of AI. Like, my sense is that whatever we do should be about putting guardrails and standards around the use, because in fact, when I look at the landscape out there, audit actually as an industry is relatively behind other industries in this space of the use. And there are other regulated sectors that do use technology significantly, particularly financial services, but they were lagging for years as well. And regulators, prudential regulators, have come to grips with this reality right now. And there's a whole set of principles around model risk management, model validation, model governance that I look at Steve across the way is anyone who's in a regulated financial services sector would be used to. And I'm looking at the FSA across the way who probably has rules and responsibilities. So one of the things, without closing off debate, is like, is there other industries and other regulated sectors that provide us potential models for putting guardrails around this? Are there things in our standards that offer us potential hook? Maybe an ISQM that builds off our ISQM1 model that would take into account some of the things that we've seen in financial services. So my sense is that, first of all, to be clear, we're not going to do anything that reduces audit quality. We need to do something that is obviously scalable for the marketplace. But there may be things that we could learn from other regulated sectors to enable audit, because I personally believe the downside risks from technology are less than the upside benefits from technology for the purpose of audit quality. It's just a question of setting the right guardrails and standards associated with it.
Thanks, Tom. Inua, please.
Thank you, Alan. I think IAASB should be more embarrassing, active, enabling, encouraging in terms of technology. The profession should go with the trend. The standards should go with the trend, not against. Currently, we as a national standard setter, we turn on IAASB for guidance on on some emerging IT technology-related questions. For example, confirmations. Many banks are now give direct access to auditors. So what's auditors' consideration of evidence got from direct access? We look for IAASB standards. I noticed that PCAOB standards have already covered that. And a lot of others. For example, for data analytics, how do you keep working papers for big data using big data? Something like that. I understand that the practice is emerging. However, we could do Q&As, risk alerts, even research reports. It can provide also relative guidance. When time is mature, we can upgrade it to standards. I love some Q&As issued by IAASB. It's very helpful. I encourage IAASB to continue to do that, providing more guidance. Turn to Alan's point, SME, empowering SME with information technology. I think IAASB did a very good job. When Susan told me they have a project, empowering SMEs in using IT technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel?
Thank you. Like others, I think we have to live with our times. So it's that the AI technology is there to stay. So let's make the best out of it. But like James, I was thinking, what's the impact on how the audit's done? And if you think that you could actually go and pretty much review all the transactions, where does that leave us in terms of the expectation gap from the market? There's already an expectation gap that between users and the audit of what the audit does. So now you can think, well, with all this technology, you can audit absolutely everything because it's a lot faster, and so where does that leave us in terms, leave the auditors in terms of, you know, their responsibility, that expectation gap? What's the impact on, I mean, do we get over-reliant? What's the impact on professional skepticism? How do we control the confidence level that we have in the technology that we use? Do we do that for each assignment? Do we do that in a more centralized manner? Does that create a dichotomy in the market with market players that are able to use AIs versus market players that aren't? And therefore, yes, enabling smaller companies smaller firms to apply, providing them some tools. Yes, definitely. So I think there's a lot of questions, and the other thing and I remember when I was in the audit profession, and we said, yes, well now, you know, you can do automatic bank reconciliations and whatever, and my first reaction was, well, yes, but if everything's a press a button, you know, what does the auditor need to know? How do you train your professionals? Do they still know the underlying? Are they dispossessed of their job, basically, or in understanding? So what are we doing to help them still understand the underlying and back to professional skepticism? Thank you.
Thanks. Nicholas?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. The question is the reliance on the output of technology, if it's reasonable. That's the job of the auditor, to see if it's reasonable, the amount that is put in. Large firms, auditing firms, have IT specialists. Small companies, small audit firms, it's the risk evaluation. They might use an expert or not. So it's their decision how they're gonna use it. Not all companies are the same. You have some companies that need AI, and you have to see the design of the AI if it's applicable to that company, and some other it might not be applicable to another company. So again, it's design. So you need a specialist, an IT specialist to see in, and because there's so many software programs. It means one company is using BPIX, other company is using SAP. So so you need specialists. You cannot. Okay, so the audit firms and we go and see that the audit the audit specialist has given a reasonable assurance report that the system is working. So at the end of the day, AI will not replace the opinion of the auditor. The auditor has his own decision at the end of the day to see if everything's fine, because the testing and sampling that the AI does could be on a 100% basis. But on other matters, it doesn't count. It doesn't touch. AI cannot touch all information on the balance sheet. So I think, yes, it is important that we see all these problems, and it will be challenging in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I? Oh, no, in addition to Nicholas's point, yeah, go. No, I just because I noticed that Sue, you had your card up at some stage and put it down. That was a deliberate put down, was it? Right, and Bello, the same with you. Okay, just to show I'm still awake. So Jose.
Okay, thank you. I think that the technology will go forward with or without auditors. And we have to take care of it because I am seeing that not only the big four, but many audit shops are using highly technology solutions, particularly for SMEs. Okay, let's give you an example. I know that some companies are using the GL reconciliation from the auditor, not from the accountants. So I have a very high concern in 2 points. First, is it happens, I mean, if the company, particularly the SME, begin to use the work of the auditor, we have a huge problem of independence. and my independence. And my second concern is that, as it was mentioned, we have two kinds of auditors: the financial auditors and the technological one. And I think we have to broke that distinction. And for doing that, I think that we should improve our standards of due professional care.
Go back.
I changed my mind. Just because listening to the conversation, you know, in many respects, we've evolved into a technology profession. And I really do believe that the standards should encourage the use of technology, not mandate it, but encourage the use of technology. And it really is a tool, Tom, to your point, that makes us better auditors. And if we don't use technology, I think we would lack some areas of quality. You know, we've been developing a technology-based tool to support SMPs that really assist the auditor in developing, in performing a much deeper assessment of risk, which is really important because it correlates a whole bunch of different information. And then it serves up example audit procedures that the auditor in their best judgment would determine would be appropriate or not. But what's important is to make sure that the AI is working as intended. So you kind of need a white box approach versus that black box approach that you were talking about. And auditing the AI or seeing what type of service could be developed to audit the AI is really important because it's evolving every minute, right? So what does that look like? And as I said, tools for SMPs exist. They exist today and they're being developed as we speak. So I think we shouldn't be all that worried about the SMP community. They need to use technology in order to be better auditors.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring a different perspective as a client and investor. When I hire an audit firm, okay, and I am a board member of state-owned companies, small companies, and one thing that I will be looking at is we talk about sustainability and we talk about going concern approach. One thing that I will be looking at if the audit firm can really analyze my IT governance. Okay, so I think this is critical because because otherwise, if you think about, and I don't care, if they use AI or not, but more than that, I want to make sure that the audit firm that I'm hiring, okay, is analyzing as a going concern or sustainability, my IT platform, my IT governance. Because otherwise, if you think about how can an audit firm really can assure that I have that I have a sustainable business, or if I going concern without analyzing my IT governance. I think this is really pretty hard to to analyze without having technology backbone. You can hire body tank or IT, but I want to make sure that in the end of the day that the audit firm will sign on. Oh yes, you have the right IT governance and so on. Because otherwise, what's the point?
Dwayne?
Yeah, a lot of great comments, so I won't repeat things that have already been said. I guess the original question, the word promote, didn't fit right with me. I think we've heard people say, is that mandating? Is it encouraging? Maybe. But I do look at this from the two different perspectives. One is the audit risk profile, meaning financial reporting risk profile, as one of you mentioned at the very beginning, significantly changes as technology changes in being used by the preparer. And so at a minimum, the IAASB-IESBA have to remain responsive to the emerging risks that emerging technologies and data analytics present to the financial reporting profile. Then there's the question about the audit process and what auditors do in their process using technology. And so Tom mentioned the ISQM standards, and I think there's standards around what auditors should be looking for at the client's use of technology. And that includes data integrity, relevance, reliability of data that's being put into these tools, algorithm integrity, explainability, bias, all those things I saw in the IAASB paper, I think all are worthy and very important of further continued assessment. So I guess I'm thinking, are you promoting or are you ensuring that your standards remain fit for purpose as technologies evolve? And then are you also trying to offer best practices or things to think about for the audit firms as they execute the audit and the tools they might be using to execute, and what are the controls they should have in place as auditors under their own processes? And I think those are two different things. And one, maybe the latter is maybe more ISQM or ISQM suite of standards that you mentioned, Tom, that resonated with me. But your opening statement today, one of your opening statements was properly controlled, my words, technology has great promise to improve audit quality. And it also has great promise to improve financial reporting quality. And so investors get a win-win, if it's used properly. And then you as a standard setter, is your role to make sure that the auditor is thinking about the right things in terms of the design, the use, the control of all these tools, whether it's at the preparer level or at the auditor level. But again, definitely a very important strategic priority. I think it's where it should be in terms of your priorities. And you can quibble about the words, but I do think a lot of things that I've already been said about, you got to make sure it's scalable, that it's affordable for smaller firms, that all those things that are you really going to be picking loser and winner technologies used by either preparers or auditors, or are you just trying to make sure that standards remain responsive to whatever emerges?
So I can't resist now that you're unshackled as a former regulator right now. One of the things that we've heard consistently from the marketplace too is risk aversity to using some technology because of perceived acceptance by regulators. Whether that's true or not is another question, but is there a sense that by having more in the standards, whether conditional or otherwise, that would help with some of the enforceabilities, that there's more granularity in the standards to show that the technology actually is in line with the audits, the principles of the audit standards?
Yeah, it's hard to say, Tom. I've heard over the years that the same concern that, while it's not explicitly provided for in the standards, so if I use it, will you tell me after the fact that I didn't use it the way I should have, et cetera, as some of the regulators that inspect audits, et cetera. I'm not sure more specificity, is that really help, or is that become limiting in terms of other ways that technology could evolve? And is it more the concepts of you got to have the right competencies, you have to check data reliability and relevance and control over that data, control over the algorithms? To me, it's no different than when Excel came out and you had to have spreadsheet controls over the cells within the Excel spreadsheet. I think the fundamental concepts are the same in my mind: completeness, accuracy, integrity, relevance. And to me, that doesn't change. And so when I hear the firms say, well, we're not sure we can use it, I'm always a little questioning, well, what has changed about the fundamental objectives that you need to meet? And if you're meeting those, you shouldn't be afraid to try different ways to meet it, but you got to meet it. And, one thing I shared with Tom earlier, a lot of times I'll hear, well, with AI, there's so much data that goes, somebody said all the data that's ever been known to man, right? Well, in my view, if you can't test relevance or reliability, personal view, Dwayne's view, well, then you shouldn't be using the tool. I mean, you know, somebody said a white box, you know, instead of a black box. I think that's really important. And tools sometimes maybe aren't fit for purpose, and you shouldn't use them if you can't control them. So anyway, I don't know if that helps Tom or not.
Bello?
Yeah, I personally believe that the main objective of the project, in addition to ensuring audit quality, is also to ensure audit efficiency and audit sustainability in the fourth industrial revolution era that we are now today. So, I mean, the question whether the IAASB should focus on promoting or maybe focus or remain in acknowledging as well as supporting the technology, we should be able to support an opinion or provide a more clearer opinion on this question if perhaps the task force or the team will be able to provide a clear scoping and definition of promoting, what it means, what are the things that if we said we are promoting, then what are the things that we identify and we define as our scope. If we said we are acknowledging and supporting, what are the things that we need to do clearly? So I think that will help us really provide a very useful input as SAC to the IASB and IESBA on this particular project, because going by the discussion around the table on scalability of focus and scoping of this to look at whether we focus on the SMEs or on the PIs or MNSCs, I think that's really give us that particular challenge. So I think we need to have maybe perhaps in the next meeting a clearer definition of when we said we are promoting, what are the things that we are focusing on? And when we said we are acknowledging and supporting, what are the scoping? Because technology is really big. And now we have been talking about AI. There are many aspects of technology that we haven't talked about. So I think maybe that will really help the SAC to provide some clear guidance and input that will help the both standard setting bodies to come up with a quality document with a focus and then with a clear timeline. Technology requires, I think for what we did actually in our aspect, I mean, when I was the Secretary General of the IAASB, we come up with a strategic plan and clear mandate on technology, and we define our map. So maybe in the next, with a roadmap for the next 5 to 10 years on what are the areas that we are going to focus. Because if you look at even the regulators, actually, they were touching on super tech, regitech, and so on and so forth. Now AI come up with scattered the whole thing, and they don't even have the enough capacity to really address what is going on in the industry. So I think that's something that will be helpful, and then will give us also, I am sure even around the table here, we need to build more capacity to understand what aspect of technology that our respective institutions are going to focus on, and then only then we'll be able to provide a very valuable input for the two standard setting body. Thank you.
Thank you, Bello. Very good points. James, you want to make some remarks?
Yeah, I just wanted to share an observation. And if you recall my remarks at the beginning, when we talked about the reforms, we talked about timeliness, agility, speed to market, and an undercurrent as part of the process was standard setting. It can be quicker and faster, especially in the area of technology. It should be as fast as those changes are happening. And I'm listening to today's conversation. These are deep-seated, deep-rooted questions that we're trying to struggle with. And probably the advice you've teed on it, where our dilemma is going to be doing the right thing or doing the wrong thing, and how quickly we can get to either of those solutions. And I wonder, as we take this journey with you, it's helping find that solution, because doing nothing is not an answer, but doing the wrong thing is not an answer as well. We will probably, as we go through this process after the posture, we have to figure out, so what? So what are we going to be doing? What's our steps? And one of the things that I'd like to raise for future conversation is I see one of the toolkits, which we don't use internationally, is the use of interpretations. authoritative statements coming from the board dealing with specific areas. And there's a lot of reasons we don't any longer. It's better to bake it into the international standards, keep them durable at the principles level. You open up interpretations. How do you stop that floodgate? It's a bottoms up approach. Nonetheless, I think the boards will face this dilemma continually. How do we respond quickly? How do we diagnose? This is a diagnostic stage. How do we diagnose quickly? How do we act or react? And at what time do you build it into your global set that's applicable for everybody? So I think we've got some opportunity for innovation, but it's that, you know, what works, what might be the ways in which we're able to, and we'll talk toolkit at some point, how do we respond to some of these dilemmas? I do think AI gives us an excellent opportunity to stress test. Yeah, technology is broader than AI, but we're seeing some stuff. So that's how do we learn off that stress test? And it may not be our problem alone. I've heard it a number of times, but there's regulatory communities, preparer communities, member bodies, firms are all dealing with that. So some coalition around thinking, and perhaps in that interpretation space, maybe they all have sunset clauses so that they're they last as long as technology lasts in that area. And then I'll share the one final scary thought is if there is a failure in the future, the number one expert witness will probably be an AI bot, you know, and so we should be prepared. Thank you for
what a thought.
sharing.
So we got Hina and David, and I would like to then come back just to have a brief conversation on ethics. So.
Thank you. Whilst I support the IAASB technology posture and the initiatives, what their thought process is, and they are rightly at a place where the technology should be given importance, and we should think about the new developments so rapidly changing around the world. At the same time, I would like to share the technology initiatives which we are taking in our jurisdiction. We are supporting the practices who are doing a public interest entities audit. So we have, as a regulator, we did research and we supported them in highlighting the providers of softwares for that purpose. And that helped us in actually bringing a lot of people who were shying away from that initiatives, or just because of the cost factor, they were not coming forward for taking technology on board. So that has become now mandatory for all the firms who are doing public interest entities audit to have the audit software done with them. But at the same time, the state of the technology is such that we still do not have access to the bank statements of the client. Like there is no connectivity, or we cannot access, as auditor, we cannot access the bank statements or the technological data of the client at some point in time. But the banks are not aligned. The e-confirmation part that has been spoken about is under discussion also, and that we are progressing well in that area. But technology is an area where we should work on, but we should consider the developing countries' problems, state of affairs, where the technology is far behind and it is in an infancy age, and that will give a lot of challenges for the profession to adopt to technology in a rapid way. Thank you.
Thanks, Hina. David?
I made my comments earlier about auditing, financial audits and how they work. I think there's a lot of agreement in the room on that. But I want to pull something from a colleague of mine on the importance of customer data. Like the auditor's not opining on customer data, which is the existence, the ownership of that data, and the completeness of that data. We don't do that in an audit. Well, we should do that, right? Because the minute that an institution or a company loses that data, That's it. Companies in Canada have stopped working because their data's been hacked and they can't do any sales, right? Their flow through of selling their product is through online sales, and that's just stopped. Or there's been massive data breaches and that data is now compromised. They can't trust the credit cards, the information that are on like thousands of customers. But we don't opine on that. We don't look to opine on that, and should we? Right? That's an integral part of, and I think that's what you were getting at. Like, I want an opinion whether my data systems are solid, rock solid, and won't be breached. I think it's an impossible thing to do, but it's something we should look at, because maybe the public looks to the auditors to say, you know, the financials are solid, and as a going concern, they will live another day because their systems are fulsome enough to withstand an attack. Just an idea.
So, Jean, a few words, your thinking in terms of the ethics around technology, both at the client level and also within the profession.
Thanks, Alan. So with the technology revision that's coming into effect of this year, taking the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework and applying that when you're faced with any ethical dilemma. And with the enhancements and the revisions, taking this black box or white box, how we refer to, is kind of applying and having that open mind. So as the standards and the position of the IAASB is being formed, I think the IESBA will walk alongside and see how the ethics plays around that. I think a point was raised also around the competencies of the professional accountants having the appropriate knowledge to deal with these types of technologies being one of the fundamental principles. So I think it's going alongside as the standards are being evolved and impacted with different technologies. The ethics is crucial, and we need to kind of from IAASB, we will promote that with the provisions that's coming into effect at the end of this year. We still need to stress test as technology moves forward. That's what we aim to do with the technology experts group. We keep on looking for input from people that's currently dealing with some ethical dilemmas, how it should be dealt with, and if there's any gaps that need to be addressed through the code as well. So, and that's kind of where we're at the moment. And as IAASB move forward, we'll walk alongside them. Thanks.
Okay, I think that we've finished 10 minutes early, which is quite remarkable. But Angela, you're going to use the 10 minutes.
No.
That's okay.
Just a couple.
That's okay.
No, Alan, I promise you it'll be 8 at the most. You know, so many interesting comments around the table. I thought I'd react to some of them. Certainly, so in terms of that word promote, that word got onto this slide perhaps a little earlier. We're still massaging and thinking through that. Is it promote? I get your point, Dwayne. Is this a soft way of saying it's a mandate? That's not the intent. To Tom's point, it's always in the interest of, can it elevate audit quality? And it's always within the context of guardrails and what makes sense within the context of the audit. Some audits don't require it. They're easy to do. So that's certainly not the intent. A couple of other things, you know, Tom mentioned that we're seeing maybe the assurance industry trailing other industries in terms of, and why is that? You know, I was in audit regulation and I did see it. I saw it at the big 4 firms. It's multiple personality disorder. Why? On the advisory side, they've got they're helping their clients implement and affect incredible technologies, but they're not deploying it in the audit. And we've heard a lot, and you were on that side, Dwayne, in terms of, well, it's because of the audit regulators, but maybe more fundamentally, maybe it's because of the auditing standards, that there's things in there that are standing in the way. They're barriers. We heard of this issue that the PCOB brought up And it's this categorization issue. How do you categorize a procedure? Is it this? Is it that? Because the standards speak to different things depending on what the procedure is. So we're going to be looking at that. And then the one last thing that I want, I think I'm still below. Okay. Isabel brought up, and this is critically important, I think you brought up the fact that, is this going to increase the expectation gap? I think we need to be incredibly careful about that. I think some people sometimes say this is going to allow you to test 100% of, that's not true. It will not allow you to test 100%. It might allow you to interrogate 100% of the data, but that doesn't mean that you've tested it. It just means you asked it a question. You might ask it the wrong question, which means that that's not giving you the assurance you need. So we need to be careful, I think, as standard setters to make sure that we qualify what all of this is. And then last point, AI, just like any other technology, is subject to this GIGO problem. Garbage in, garbage out. Doesn't matter if it's artificial intelligence. If you train it using the wrong data, you're going to get the wrong answer. ChatGPT has become a close friend of mine. We talk every day. It helps me draft emails and answer some questions that I have, and it often gives me the wrong answer. And if you ask ChatGPT the same question twice, it'll give you a different answer. So these are things that we're going to have to understand a little bit about, and what does it mean? But anyways, some random thoughts.
Thanks, Angelo. Right, so we've had a long day. So I would like to thank everyone for sticking with it, particularly those who've traveled overnight. And I know Yinhua got in the early hours of this morning, so it's been tough for a lot of people. So thank you for that. The good news is we start at 9 tomorrow, not 8:30. So an extra half hour in bed or whatever else you wish to do with that time. We do have a cocktail reception at Tommy Bahama, which is just around the corner here. For those who don't know, maybe somebody could just stand up and explain how to get there for those that are probably going back to the hotel first. I also have written down here group photo. What does that mean? Does that mean we're having a group photograph?
Yeah, so we were hoping to get a group photo for social media.
Okay, and where will that be?
Here.
Just in here. Okay, you'll have to organize. It's a big group. But anyway, so we'll do a group photograph. So for those of you who want to go and quickly sort of powder up, please do so. I won't make any sort of closing comments for today because we'll leave that to tomorrow. Only to say, this is the first day of the first meeting of the SAC. So obviously we will reflect today, tonight, and tomorrow, and obviously be seeking your own feedback, which I'll come to tomorrow, as to how we can make it even more productive for all of us. But I'd like to thank so far that all of you in the two standard setting boards and all the support for putting together a very good agenda. Thank you for that, and see you for the photograph. What time is the photograph?
It will be now.
Now, okay.
It takes us 5 minutes.
So if you want to
do it outside, or
it might be better if we did it
in the corridor,
or
something,
yeah.
or
Either that
or upstairs even in front of the.
Yeah, we could go upstairs, up the stairs, and gather there. No, I don't know how we're going to do it here.
I have no idea.
Right.
No picture.
No picture. Okay.
We already took one of you in action.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Excuse me, could I get everyone's attention, please? Hi, everyone. I'd just like to make an announcement, please. The reception in Tommy Bahamas scheduled to start at 6 p.m. Apologies for the confusion agenda. So we'll see you there at 6 p.m. Thank you.